My feet are.
Yo. So it's 16th April. Alright, I'm gonna get started. Alright. I'm gonna lower it just a tiny bit. And yes, I'm hearing the game. Well, you are too. Well, yeah, that's normal. Oh my god. Wait, I have a low battery on my headset. Make the game louder. I want to hear it more. No, I can't. Oh wait, maybe on IQ or whatever it's called, the software for Corsair. The what's the sound equalizer? What if I 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, and 6. Okay, this should be bass boosted. Let me hear. Yeah, somewhat, I guess. I guess it's just the game. It's not very loud. Well, I'm just gonna shoot one instead. Damn, that was quick. Okay. I think I'm gonna carry shields from now on. Ouch. Yo, chill. Well, I'm getting Xbox pings or notifications. I don't know what this is. Aha, creeper. I want to see you. It's always so weird to hear mobs inside the caves as you're going in a boat across the water. What how is it said? Water. Water. No, I think I'm saying it wrong. In the water. 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 I think I'm sounding like British or something. Ouch. Oof. I thought I was gonna take full damage. Wait, let me check something. Oh yeah, I got it. Wait 1 second. I need my charger. I don't know what just fell. Yo, what's up, Emma? I just read your message. I don't know how long ago you talked. I don't know if you were. Oh, never mind. You were a new person. Oh, hey. Thanks for the follow. Alright, so welcome to the stream. I'm gonna say a couple things real quick. I'm walking to the Minecraft Farlands, as you can see, beta 1.7.3. I was looking at something. Also, like a quick disclaimer or anything. If you're selling art, I'm not interested, but I will wish you luck. If that's not the case, welcome. I mean, if you're selling art, yes, yeah, I'm not looking to improve my stream or anything. This is just for the purpose of recording my journey, you know. So it's not like I'm doing an actual stream. I mean, I'm reading chat, yeah, but I'm just walking in a straight line. Most of the time, I am looking at movies and stuff at the same time. But right now, I wanted to just walk a little bit in peace. Um, so yeah. And right now I'm at 2.25 million blocks. The Farlands are at 12.5 million, and it takes an average of 1,000 hours a journey. By the way, I'm gonna lower a little bit the music. It's around 1,000 hours of walking in a straight line. And right now, so you know, since it's 1,000 hours and it's 12.5 million blocks, it's around an average of 12,500 blocks an hour. Or every single percent will be 125,000 blocks, which is 10 hours. And I'm right now at 18%. Okay, hold on. I'm getting a little bit butchered. Let me see. Yeah, I don't. I also don't sleep too often because I'm getting a lot of gunpowder, and I want to blow up the Farlands when I get there. I'll be the first player to grief the Farlands when I arrive. In like a couple months, I say about late June. I mean, I did start this journey like half a year ago, but I took a lot of breaks and my burst kind of died down. But yeah, right now I'm very motivated to keep going. and hopefully, yeah, by late June. I'm trying to see if I get a weather storm. I want to see a charged creeper, which is the rarest thing you can find in this version. The second rarest thing is a golden apple, which I did get one, but I lost it. Let me check. Oops. We tap out. There we go. Oh, no, mind. Ouch. Bro, stop. Oh my god, they're breaking my armor so fast. I haven't even done an hour and they've broken 1.5. A whole set is supposed to last until every percent. So 10 hours. And in less than one, they're already breaking it. SMH. Let me look real quick at some chat. Ouch. I'll probably start watching something when I arrive at 62,500. Damn, my leg hurts. Oh my god. on you? No, never mind. Hey, perdón, Paul Fox. No sé cuándo escribiste, Está mi esto. 24%, no, no. Voy por 18. No, puse 24 o algo. No, voy por 18. Hace poquito, va. 18 y quiero llegar a 20 dentro de... entre estos pocos días. Así que voy a hacer hoy unas cuantas horitas. No sé cuántas. Pero eso, bienvenido. Ahora mismo no estaba viendo nada. Me he dado cuenta, dije a 62.500 de a lo mejor ponerme con lo de la serie, pero voy a... Estaba viendo aquí el móvil y tal, un poco mirando posts y todo eso. How many days have you been doing this for now? I mean, I haven't been very consistent, but I've got around 200 hours of playtime just walking in a straight line. And I have to do 1,000. So yeah. But I estimate by around minus 200. No, and I have 800 ahead. And I think I can definitely do it in like the next 2 months or so. Anyways, back to waging. Have a good stream. Thank you. And I hope your day doesn't get too long. Your job. Okay, let me see. How can I disable this? There we go. Okay, I'm gonna mute my Minecraft for a bit. Wait, hold on, not yet. Okay, yeah, I'm muting it so I can listen to something. Okay, there. my game is lagging. Oh, I reached 75,000. Alright. Oh my god, I've been reading something that has. I mean, I don't know if to say changed me, but god damn, you know, something you think about constantly, but you never read thoughts about it. I just had this happen to me. I found something on Reddit. It explains something so crucial to me. I mean, I'm sharing, but at the same time, I don't want to share much because it feels like really personal. But oh my god, that feeling of realization. I actually didn't expect to find this. I'll take a minute before I keep walking. I want to finish reading this thread. Anyways, I'll be back. Give me a couple minutes. Hola, Kaiser. Joder. Hola. Oye, tío, ¿cuántos putos esqueletos? ¿Estás en serio? Me ha gastado toda la armadura, no puede ser. Ando full desaparecido. Yo... estoy dándole a esto. Oye, me cago en todo. Lel. Joder, sí, te quitan tiempo las clases. Ay, solo esto. Entiendo. Claro. Nada, tío, de verdad. Qué pesadez. Dios mío, me gastaron toda la armadura, joder. No puede ser, en serio, tío. Está con mi móvil y digo, escucho el zombie. Está aquí abajo, voy a saltar encima y voy a evadirlo. Me caigo directo en el uno por uno, es que no lo entiendo. Nah, I. Uh, I'm getting so annoyed. Can't even read anything without being interrupted. Sorry for the constant notifications, by the way. I have Twitter notifications on my PC, and I keep getting pings. I mean, it's from someone that sends me funny shit, but he sends a lot. I don't even use Twitter that much. That's why I have notifications on, so if something happens, I know. But always sending me silly stuff. I keep reading this, and yes, okay. Well, it doesn't keep making me because I did kind of reach. Okay, hold on. How can I say this? Oh my god, I don't know what I'm saying. Um, I'm reading something and it's just great. I don't know if this person it has to do with the psychology of someone. We most of us know, and it's very interesting. Okay, I'm saving this for later. I really enjoy this, so I'm gonna save it. Yo. By the way, I just realized. Oh, I always forget. My window was open. But yeah, the reason I couldn't talk was because my father was in the room. Now I can. Ah, bueno, en verdad, sí, no sé. Tampoco, igual en plan, me puedo desmutear, pero no sé tampoco si voy a hablar mucho. No me apetecía aún ver nada y es que estaba... Estoy simplemente con el móvil, pero bueno, si hablas en el chat yo sí leo y tal. Alright. Voy a quitar esto. Text. Y no sé, voy a buscar... I'm gonna check a couple bits, I think, instead of other stuff. Like, what's this? Okay, I'll check this one first.
Some say there has never been a...
Okay. Yeah, I think... Alright, so, second screen. And I'm probably just gonna talk in English.
Some say there has never been a chess player as great as Bobby Fischer. A
I like
leading Russian
chess.
opponent described him as an Achilles without an Achilles heel. Fisher was not only known for being a chess genius, but also for spiraling into insanity. This video will take you through his highs and his lows. Bobby Fischer was born in Chicago on March 9, 1943, and raised in Brooklyn by a single mother from Switzerland born to Jewish parents. They were poor. Regina Fisher didn't even have the money to patch up Bobby's torn shoes when he was a kid. Regina was divorced from Hans Gerhard Fischer, a German biophysicist, but Bobby's actual father was most likely the result of an affair with her friend Paul Nemeny, a Hungarian Jewish physicist. When Bobby was 6, his sister Joanne bought him a chess set and taught him to play. He felt chess was more exciting than Monopoly because no luck was involved and he found it far more challenging. His sister soon grew tired of the game and his mother was busy working as a teacher and a nurse, so Bobby spent several hours every day playing against himself. He loved the thousands of possible moves and the complex strategy involved. After a year of this, his mother took him to the Brooklyn Chess Club where he got lessons a couple of times a week with one of the club's best players, Carmen Nigro. Nigro charged him $1 an hour, but Bobby believes he wasn't in it for the money, but simply to make sure he took the lessons seriously. And apparently he did. He was utterly obsessed with chess. One might even say it was his best friend. Actually, Fisher didn't have any real friends growing up. He thought having friends was only important for kids who had secrets and wanted someone to share them with. He had no secrets, so apparently he didn't feel the need to have friends. Fisher would spend Sundays playing chess with Nigro in Manhattan's Washington Square Park. He began spending less time with Nigro when he started being tutored by Jack Collins, a master player who once ranked as high as number 17 in the US. Collins spent his life in a wheelchair. He didn't quite fit in, just like Fisher. He was careful not to say he was Fisher's coach. That would be like saying someone had to coach Beethoven, Shakespeare, or Leonardo da Vinci. He thought Fisher was a genius on the level of those geniuses. Collins did have an extensive library collection of chess books, which Fisher devoured, spending 5 to 10 hours a day reading and studying. He would need the preparation when he faced older and more experienced opponents. When Fisher was 13 years old, he faced 26-year-old Donald Byrne, one of the top 10 players in America. Fisher played in black, Byrne in white. The game of the century, as it's remembered, took place in New York City on October 17, 1956. Fisher's moves looked like lethal art. He even dared to sacrifice his queen. Fisher got a thrill out of breaking his opponent's ego. His opponent was outclassed and outmatched. This game put Fisher on the map. The world knew it had a genius on its hands. The following year, when he was still only 14 years old, he won the U.S. championship. A year later, he became the youngest ever grandmaster. And in 1972, he captured the world championship from the Soviet Union's Boris Spassky. This was stunning. The Soviets lived and breathed chess. They were more obsessed than Canadians are about hockey, or the Chinese about table tennis. Then comes along a lone wolf from America who was up against the entire Soviet chess institution. It was a David versus Goliath matchup. Bobby Fischer single-handedly beat the Soviets at their own game. This took place during the Cold War, and the symbolism wasn't lost on anyone. The world's two superpowers battled it out on a chessboard. Except Fischer nearly skipped the match of the century. He refused to fly to Reykjavik, Iceland for the tournament unless he got more money, including a guarantee of a slice of the lucrative TV revenue. U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger had to insist he, quote, get his butt over to Iceland. He finally flew there after a British investment banker offered to double the money to $250,000. Fischer was still in a foul mood when he arrived. He played poorly during the first match and lost. He didn't even show up for the second match, complaining that the TV cameras distracted him, so he lost automatically. The tournament organizers conceded to his demands for the third match to be played without TV cameras in the room. From that point on, his playing got stronger. Fischer, the 29-year-old who dropped out of high school, would beat Spassky to become world champion, single-handedly dismantling the Soviet Union's 24-year hold on the game. He became a hero to millions of Americans and inspired new interest in the game of chess. Some chess clubs saw membership double during the Fischer frenzy. He was a star and made the rounds of American TV. On the Carson Tonight Show, he showed off his brilliance by solving the sliding puzzle in 17 seconds.
This was not very well mixed up. I want to say that. It wasn't well mixed up. No.
Oh. 17.
No. Well, they didn't mix it up too well. It's about 30 seconds.
He reportedly had an IQ of 181. which is said to be even higher than Albert Einstein's. Although he
So
scaled
he
the
was
heights of
gifted.
fame, Fisher wasn't all
But-
that likable.
And he
had a
also
habit of
put
saying controversial
another
things,
fork, of
though
course.
people tended to ignore it because he was the Cold War chess hero, after all. This is what he once said about female chess players in an interview with the Canadian Broadcasting
Oh
Corporation.
no.
The women aren't really very good players. I mean, I guess I could give every one of them a knife and still win easily.
Why is it? Do women make bad chess players?
Oh, they're terrible chess players. I mean, some are better than others, you know.
Why
And
do you
they
think
don't
so?
play in men's tournaments. I don't know why. I guess they're just not so smart.
Would you call yourself a misogynist?
Excuse me, what's the definition of that?
A woman hater?
No.
No? What do you think of women?
When it comes to chess, not too much.
He managed to offend everyone. During an interview with a Philippine radio station hours after 9/11, he said the attacks were, quote, wonderful news. I applaud the act.
Jesus.
The US and Israel have been slaughtering the Palestinians, just slaughtering them for years. I want to see the US wiped out. He never hid his hatred of Jews, repeatedly making anti-Semitic remarks, despite being Jewish ethnically. His anti-American, anti-Semitic comments coincided with his growing paranoia. He decided the US government was out to get him. He also believed the Israeli National Intelligence Agency, the Mossad, was after him. He refused to defend his world championship title in 1975. He complained that opponents were trying to poison his food, his hotel rooms were bugged, he feared the Russians wanted to bomb his plane. For years, Fisher carried a blue cardboard box with him wherever he went and refused to say what was inside. Once, when he went to use the restaurant restroom, he left it on the table, and a friend he was with peeked inside. He saw a Bible. Religion appealed to his desire for logic and order. Except he later cut ties with the Worldwide Church of God, funded by a televangelist, after complaining that Herbert Armstrong's teachings made members lose their minds and become zombies. One of the sure signs of his mental decline was that he insisted on removing his dental fillings. He explained that he didn't want anything artificial in him, and had heard of a guy wounded in World War II who had a metal plate in his head that picked up vibrations and even radio transmissions. His mental instability manifested in his physical appearance. Gone was the athletic young man who swam and played tennis to keep in shape for chess, which requires enormous mental and physical endurance. He was now unrecognizable. California police officers mistakenly arrested him because he resembled a man wanted for robbery. He spent 48 hours in jail and wrote a book about the alleged torture he endured. During his descent into madness, Bobby Fischer didn't play a single competitive game of chess in public for 20 years. But eventually he had to because he had run out of money. In 1992, he agreed to a $5 million rematch against his Russian arch-rival, Spassky, in Yugoslavia. However, the US government wasn't too pleased about that. It defied UN sanctions against the war-torn country. Americans were forbidden from doing any business in Yugoslavia. Fischer was warned he'd face 10 years in prison if he went ahead with his plans, but he didn't care. He won the tournament. Some believe he was coaxed into playing by his teenage Hungarian girlfriend, Zita Rajcini, who was also a chess player. She had apparently turned a pen-pal relationship into a romance, despite their 30-year age gap.
Jesus.
Although Fischer claimed he didn't have time for women, he is said to have married a Japanese chess player, Miyoko Watai, and lived with her in Japan for a few years. He reportedly hoped that as the spouse of a Japanese citizen, he could stay there, as he had been on the run from American authorities for defying sanctions. But his attempt to stay in Japan was unsuccessful. Authorities arrested him for using a passport that had been revoked by the US government. He begged Iceland to take him in, the country that made him famous in 1972. Iceland welcomed him by making him a citizen. He would spend the rest of his days there, living in obscurity. So what caused Bobby Fischer to descend into madness? Some speculate that training in blindfold chess can cause mental strain, as you can't see or touch the pieces, so you're forced to maintain a mental image in your head. However, there were signs something was not right with Bobby Fischer much earlier on. Legendary chess grandmaster Mikhail Tal picked up on it back in the 50s, mocking Fischer for being cuckoo. Another chess grandmaster, Paul Benko, once remarked, "I'm not a psychiatrist, but it was obvious he was not normal. I told him, you are paranoid," and he said that paranoids can be right. World-renowned chess grandmaster and psychoanalyst Dr. Reuben Fine described in his book on Fischer that Fischer's mother had consulted him because she was concerned her teenage son was too obsessed with chess and felt he needed friends and other hobbies. Fine described how when he, quote, started a conversation with Fisher at one point about what he was doing in school, as soon as school was mentioned, he became furious, screamed, "You have tricked me," and promptly walked out. For years afterward, whenever I met him in clubs or tournaments, he gave me angry looks, as though I had done him some immeasurable harm by trying to get a little closer to him. In other words, Fisher reacted in a paranoid way. Perhaps school was a sensitive spot. He dropped out at the age of 16 to focus on chess. He was always insecure about his lack of education and decided to trade his casual wear for suits when playing chess in order to look more sophisticated. Social skills were not his forte. When CBS's 60 Minutes spent his 29th birthday with him and surprised him with a cake, he actually refused it.
Happy birthday to you.
You were worrying about this?
Why were you worrying about it?
You know, I just don't go. First of all, I don't eat this kind of cake. Second of all, I don't go for these things.
All right. Should we take it away, please?
All right.
It appears paranoia ran in his family. The FBI described Fisher's mother, Regina, as mentally unstable, and their secret files on her. They had spied on her since the dawn of the Cold War in the 1940s. The FBI suspected that the left-leaning political activist was a communist spy. Both she and her then-husband had lived in Russia. The agency was also worried that the Russians had tried to recruit Bobby. Bobby's relationship with his mother was strained. He resented her for abandoning him when he was a teen, so she could focus on her medical career. Although they hardly saw each other over the years, he is said to have become distraught after she passed away in 1997, quickly followed by his sister the following year. Some believe their deaths caused him to lose whatever last grasp he had on reality. Bobby's probable father was also believed to be paranoid. Paul Nemeny was highly intelligent. He even collaborated with Einstein's son, Hans Albert Einstein, who was also a scientist. Nemeny emigrated from Hungary to the US in 1939, but had trouble adjusting. He reportedly walked around with soap in his pockets, paranoid about getting his hands dirty. Some speculate Bobby Fischer could have had schizophrenia or Asperger's, though there was no evidence that he was diagnosed with any mental health disorders. It also does not appear that Fisher had any long-term treatment for mental health issues. One could only wonder if his life would have turned out differently if he did. During the last years of his life, he stayed in close touch with a psychiatrist who headed Iceland's hospital for the criminally insane. Dr. Magnus Galasson stayed in hospital with Fisher as he lay dying of kidney failure. Fisher passed away on January 17, 2008, and according to Galasson, his final words were, "Nothing is as healing as the human touch." Coming from a man who shied away from social contact, this was a remarkable thing to hear. It was fitting that having fallen in love with 64 black and white squares on a chessboard,
He died at the
Bobby
age.
Fischer died
Yeah.
when he was 64 years old. He asked to be buried as a Catholic. Bobby Fischer once wrote an article for the Boy Scouts magazine, quote, "With talent, study, and a positive attitude, there is no limit to how far you can go." Yet he failed to live up to his own words. If Fischer had stayed in the game longer, perhaps we would have seen a matchup with Garry Kasparov, arguably the two greatest chess players of all time, though they were 20 years apart. But it would never come to pass. The person who finally defeated Bobby Fischer was sadly himself. Documentaries like these command a lot of my energy.
Alright.
I try to stay as energized and relaxed as possible, which is why I trust Magnesium Breakthrough.
I'm good. That was cool. And yeah, interesting, cool. I knew most of it, and I saw this video get recommended to me with it has 1 million views, and I said, okay, I don't think it's gonna say anything new, but there's a couple videos I did not know, and the the reports and the videos and whatever with from the TV. That's I never saw any of that. The cakey part was funny. Okay, I'll see who else. Okay, I'm gonna walk a bit more and then I'm gonna put on a long video which I wanted to see because it's about someone I used to watch. To watch. I used to watch. Not watch. I don't wanna. I don't wanna sound British. Okay, I'll probably put it on already. So let me check. Boom.
The original upload of this video was deleted by YouTube for a very dumb reason, so I've decided to re-upload it here because I think it's a very important story to tell. So without further ado, this is Too Mad Was Alone.
Oh, hey. I just about to go to bed. I know
I
we
saw
couldn't
a
Skype
few
tonight,
minutes
but
about it. Like
that's alright.
5 to 10 minutes.
Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
Too Mad was one of the most talented YouTubers of his generation. In a few short years, he went from a literal nobody to having millions of subscribers. He was featured by PewDiePie, collaborated with Max Mofo, Anything for Views, Jay Schlatt, and other extremely popular legacy creators. His audience was loyal, following him to any platform or medium, and his style of comedy influenced millions of people during a time when they were all locked inside and wearing masks. On February 14th, 2024, he was found dead of what was presumed to be an overdose. When Overwatch was released in 2016, it quickly became one of the most popular games in the world, with every content creator hopping on the bandwagon to try and capitalize. One such aspiring creator was a young man named Medea Sadiq, a 16-year-old boy living in Winnipeg, Canada. Now Winnipeg is cold as sometimes, so he had a lot of time to stay inside, and at the time he was also lacking any real-life connection whatsoever. According to Too Mad himself, he was basically mute throughout his time in school, and barely had a single friend. He was constantly getting into fights with people, and just had a very hard time growing up. The friends he did have were called Sony Vegas and Premiere Pro, so he got cooking. Inspired by old MLG montage parodies and YouTube poops, he began making what can only be called schizophrenic edits of Overwatch gameplay. He had opened his channel in April of 2016, and the growth from there was pretty steady, racking up around 10,000 subscribers a year later. In just 2 months, he grew to 160,000 subscribers, thanks to a few of his edits really popping off. How to Doomfist, Nerf Lucio, and Rip Roadhog got millions of views within a few weeks of posting. On Twitter, he thanked his new viewers for the massive growth. But he wasn't about to slow down. His time had come, and he needed to seriously keep momentum going if he was going to maintain this strong new viewer base. He didn't spend his money, he didn't party, he sank into his computer chair a little deeper, and cranked out video after video, week after week. By January of 2018, he had 450,000 subscribers. Just 1 year later, he doubled it. By this time, his videos had also gotten much longer. Instead of posting 1-minute long edits, he was posting 10-minute gaming videos with his editing and commentary mixed in.
I look at the water and I build the castle. I go to the fridge and I take me the goat. I go to my Xbox and I turn it back on. I get my reflection, then I shoot at the yeah.
This editing, with constant bruh noises, random sound effects, and memes thrown in, became extremely influential, with a lot of other editors taking note. There truly was never a dull moment in these videos. They were great for keeping viewers engaged. In an age where every zoomer's attention span is less than 12.4 milliseconds, keeping people locked in was really important, and Tumad, intentionally or unintentionally, was a master at it.
Oh, get wrecked. Okay, let's go. Let's go. One more left. Let me show you how good Blitz really is, bro. Flash!
The last thing you want in your
Jesus, this old. Oh my god, it's so 2018.
By June of 2017, he already had 100,000 subscribers from his Overwatch edits. At the same time, he had been streaming on
Oh my
Twitch, where he
gosh,
cycled
that's
through Overwatch,
flashbacks.
Rainbow Six Siege, Fortnite, and really whatever game was really pulling in new viewers at the time. His personality was slowly but surely getting out there, and it helped that his manner of speaking was basically in line with his editing, constantly quoting different memes, movies, games, songs, never staying in one place or on one topic for more than 15 seconds. He was definitely unique and viewers loved it. In February of 2019, he did a face reveal on Twitch, which on YouTube got 1.5 million views.
Literally every black person in fucking existence is gonna be mentioned. They're gonna say Obama, they're gonna say X, they're gonna say T'Challa, they're gonna say who else is black? Nelson Mandela? Who else? Thanos? He's half black, he's mixed, so.
So now his face and his personality were out there on full display, giving him a golden opportunity to move from being just an editor to a media sensation. And that all really started with Goodnight Girl.
Good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
The Goodnight Girl meme came at the perfect time. Just a few months out from his face reveal, his audience was already familiarized with his appearance. This video, which portrays him as a lonely simp or Discord mod, telling his e-kitten it's alright she deserves
June
enough attention,
2019,
went absolutely
it feels
viral. Instagram,
longer.
Twitter, Reddit, 4chan, you name it, it was posted there to millions upon millions of views. And the clip itself is not like standalone.
Okay, back.
It's from a compilation of similarly cringe and hilarious bruh moments. What's interesting
I was
is
gonna
that
say, it feels longer than June 2019 because in 2019 I remember by July or so, I remember a lot of stuff since July. But to think this was only a month before instead of like 1 year. No, I thought this was still gonna be 2018 or maybe early 2019, but no, just 1 month before. Damn, time really goes by. Jeez.
not accidental. It was a calculated move by Tumad that he created in one take.
I put the camera angle, the webcam mic is so shit, so I was like, alright, this audio is gonna be perfect. And then it took one take, it was just one take, one single take, where I just go up and I start saying some shit, all on the spot. I don't know what the fuck I was saying. I was like, go Skype, nut. And I just did that, and I just like, I literally just let my legs slip under me, and I just fell straight on the ground. There's nothing there.
The memes he would use, like the Baba Booey sound effect,
You think that like North Korea's gonna pick it up and send an ICBM to my
Baba Boo.
Canadian house?
saying bruh constantly,
Bruh.
and his poor impression of various ethnicities similarly spread across the internet and became synonymous with his brand. Around this time, the original Tumad channel was renamed to Tumad360, and his old second channel
Is
became
that
his
the
new
main?
name. He also expanded his content from just
Has
gaming
called me
videos
Dawson.
to literally everything. Live streams of him trying to sleep while his viewers sent text-to-speech donations to bully him.
Oh my god.
You laugh you lose videos where he would challenge his viewers to make him chuckle, with the prize being thousands of dollars, IRL videos of him acting like a psychopath while riding an electric scooter. Then his neighbor stole that electric bike, so he tried to get the police to kick the door down, which they would not do, so he left them a troll face with a note asking for them to give it back.
This dude literally lives right beside me and I can't do shit about it but leave him a goddamn letter. What the fuck? Nah. 1984. I'm gonna leave him a stack of money too. I'll give him everything he wants. Beep, boop, 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 boop. Let's not put our face in the camera. Your photo is required. I just showed Obama at work. What company are you delivering for? Building management. Bob gives me his name too. Thank you for that information. There we go. Let's open that up. Leave him the letter. Give him that lock so you know he can give it back. There you go, buddy. And we'll give him a little bit of money too. Give him about like $5 in the tin, yeet. And lock him up. Goodbye.
Any random event from his life would become content. He went out of his way to enrage sensitive fan bases like K-pop stans.
Now, dude, now you see this has 6.2 likes, right? There were like 2 other tweets with like 20K likes trying to get my removed.
He was really killing it in the content department. At this time, he was also taking prescription Adderall to focus. He describes his thought process naturally as extremely random and all over the place. This drug allowed him to lock in creatively and actually get things done.
I'm on fucking ADHD meds.
Are you? What are you on right now?
Dexedrine. 10 milligrams daily dose.
I have never even heard of Dexedrine. That sounds intense.
Generic Adderall.
Is it fun though?
It's not necessarily fun. It more like it's like essential to function.
It makes. Oh, do you like need like Adderall to function on a day to day? Adderall is. It
tell you what, I don't need it, but it's probably a lot better if I use it. Otherwise, I'll just be like, bruh, moment all day, just like, hello, I'm literally the world.
He was also smoking a considerable amount of weed at this time.
And like good kush and alcohol.
I wake and bake and I'm just like, I don't need shit.
But this cocktail, for the time being, didn't seem to affect him negatively. It allowed him to push past whatever his mental problems were to make content on a consistent basis. While his popularity was rising, Too Mad was also on the move. Due to some complications with living with his family, he planned to move to Los Angeles, California. And one content creator who offered for him to move in was none other than Jameski.
Welcome back to another episode of N-Word News. Did Too Mad really say the N-word? Well, according to Jameski, he did, but the thing is,
What is this about?
Too Mad's black.
Jameski is a content creator who similarly came from a gaming background. You probably know him from his Uganda Knuckles VR chat videos that blew up a few years ago. These guys seemingly have a similar sense of humor and style of content. So where was their disagreement? In October of 2019, Too Mad began tweeting out claiming Jameski was actually Russian and not Danish as he claimed to be. This kind of became a meme at the time with a lot of people spamming Russian text at him. James did not take this lightly and decided to post a big twit longer outlining his side of the story. James says he offered Too Mad a place to stay, but their relationship had been deteriorating in the lead up to this move. He said that he hadn't spoken to Medea for a few months because he knowingly and purposely was harassing him over his PTSD speech problems. He said Too Mad would go as far as to mock him for sounding alike to terrorists. Apparently this really hurt his feelings coming from a friend. He also said that he would often use the N-word to farm emotes in chat, even though James asked him not to do it because it made a lot of people uncomfortable. He dropped the hard R multiple times in text chat and voice during streams, which is one of the reasons why they stopped streaming together. Now, to criticize Too Mad for using this word is dumb because 1, based, and 2, he's black, so in the eyes of the world, he should be able to say it.
Yo, this Craigslist 2 hands, oh my god, you want to buy this? Buy this now, it'll never be here again.
Can you shout out my son, Nick?
But it appears James's problem was less to do with the word itself and more to do with the potential of a Twitch ban when it's uttered. James also said Too Mad would constantly make fun of him during his Rainbow Six Siege tournament, which made him very uncomfortable. He felt it went beyond basic banter and it genuinely hurt him. Despite this, he agreed to let Medea move into his home in LA. But as the move-in date got closer, he apparently was warned by people about Too Mad. All of my friends said they didn't have a pleasant experience with Too Mad or knew somebody who would have a word or two about it. Without dropping names, all of the friends I spoke to collectively said they wouldn't let Too Mad in their house. But I imagine it's biased based on their experience with him. Too Mad is known for being vengeful, harassing people behind their backs, and leaking private conversations with malicious intents. After this, he decided to call Too Mad to make sure he actually wanted to move to Los Angeles for the right reasons. We called him to ask him this question because we wanted to make sure he's not going to regret his sudden decision to move to a foreign country without a proper plan. First of all, his getting kicked out within a few months suddenly changed to I just want to move out and that he wants to move move to LA because it's where you make it big. Huge twist of the situation if you ask me. We tried to explain to him that Los Angeles is extremely expensive and that he's going to live here at a loss and it might not meet his expectations. As I mentioned earlier, he just insisted that we wait until he gets partnered, yada yada. He also made a Patreon a few minutes after our call, which is probably the right decision. So the plans to move in were still on. Too Mad was to attend TwitchCon 2019, at which time he would also swing by the house to check it out. But during the actual event, they didn't get to hang out as much as James would have liked because of a complication with Too Mad missing his initial flight. His reason for not getting on a plane was because there was a guy who had a turban. I hope it's a joke, but knowing his racist attitude, I doubt it is. So TwitchCon that year was in San Diego, which is a 2.5-hour drive from Los Angeles where the house is. James had to return early because his friend Scott got food poisoning. So while busy with that, Too Mad messaged him saying he was coming by the house to see it and will be staying with them. According to James, this was somewhat uninvited. Too Mad suddenly messaged me, "See you at your house in LA on October 2nd, to which I responded that me and Scott might be at the hospital and can't hang out as our flu was getting worse. He didn't care about how we feel or what we're going through. He said that he's still coming and that he's going to stay at my house for 5 days. I called him out on his dumb assumption and he began to guilt trip me for spending hundreds of dollars and that he can't even show up. Just a clarification that I never said he can't come. I was only confused about his intentions. After making it clear that I'm not claiming he can't come, just might not be able to stay by himself at the house if I'm at a hospital, and I asked him to clarify the part where I told him he could stay at my place. He showed screenshots where I mentioned that the corner room is reserved for him since he specifically wanted it and that there's no furniture including no mattress. I explained to him that it's just a miscommunication and it's not like I wouldn't let you in the house, but you should be more clear next time, alright? He started guilt tripping me even more. At the time I didn't realize he was just being manipulative, and I offered to pay full price for a hotel stay in case I'm at a hospital and he can't stay at my place. A week in Los Angeles at a hotel is $1,000 to $2,000 if you book it at the last moment, by the way. He continued guilt tripping me. After a few hours, I told him that if he promises to take full responsibility for the house, I can let him stay in my room, even if I'm at the hospital. He told me he promised and reminded me it would be cool if I pay for his hotel. So Too Mad flies to San Diego, but says he has a place to stay, so he doesn't have to stay with James or stay somewhere James would pay for. James was hurt. Too Mad had been ghosting his messages in LA and not hanging out with him. In San Diego, he tried to get Medea to go to the zoo with him, and Too Mad apparently continued the same behavior despite being there to visit the house, which caused James sleep deprivation as he was really stressed out and confused. Later, James had planned a trip across the world to Australia and wanted to hang out there with Medea. Apparently, James messaged him asking if the two would be hanging out, at which point he just said, "sex immediately," before giving him a fake address of where he was staying to mess with him. The same kind of stuff continued while there. Too Mad said to James he was staying with a friend from Canada, when in reality he was staying with Anything for Views. James, upset, messaged him saying the following: "You really think it's fair to lie to me for 2 weeks for absolutely no reason? What happened?" Too Mad then sent a cringe.mp4 file he deleted immediately, and then just sent a really shitty image of Captain America saying, "No, I don't think I will." Yeah, I mean, that sounds like something Too Mad would do. Eventually, James messaged Anything for Views about the situation. I spoke to Chad about this briefly. At no point did I say anything like, "Don't talk to Too Mad," yada yada. I just shared my experience and how I feel about it. When Chad was saying that everything seems fine, I told him that's all that matters and I'm just sharing my experience. I don't know what Chad told Too Mad, but a few minutes later, Too Mad wrote a 1,000-word rant about what a bad person I am. He twisted the situation multiple times and tried to guilt trip me really hard, but it didn't work this time because I could see everything right through. The cherry on top was quit the pettiness. This is literally the definition of high school drama. Just leave me alone, man. I didn't bring this to the public because I didn't want drama. I didn't want our viewers to be involved, and I thought he was just a scum person who will move on after this. The only people who knew about the situation at the time were people who were around both of us and just saw it slowly develop. At no point did I call anyone up to get them against Too Mad. The only conversations were just me sharing my experience and asking for advice because at the time I didn't realize I was being manipulated. Pretty ironic because Too Mad allegedly went ahead and started trying to get people against me behind my back almost immediately. Despite the "just leave me alone, man" part he said to me, he was tweeting at me all morning, targeting not just my tweets but also replies to my fans. He blocked me on Twitter so I couldn't even see his replies. Worth mentioning, he has been deleting some of the Discord messages and then edited his manipulative rants. Good thing Discord shows the time of his edits. He also deleted me everywhere right after I got no contact with him. After reading all of this, I bet a lot of you are asking, who cares? I mean, Too Mad was known for roasting and talking people in game, so that's expected. The situation with dodging James and ghosting him is definitely mean, but nothing that needed to be made public. Overall, kind of a nothing burger. James did not acknowledge the fake Russian claims at all in this, which definitely threw some people through a loop. This tweet longer is 3,200 words. It's almost the full length of a YouTube video. So why does it even exist? You could say it's because James felt attacked by the Russian thing, but then why not address it instead of whatever else this is all about? So Too Mad responds with a video on his YouTube channel. He opens by reiterating his claim that James pretended to be Danish when in fact he is Russian. To prove this, he shows old footage of Jameski under a different username speaking fluent Russian to Russian YouTuber Nufkers.
Want actual footage of him speaking fluent Russian? Here you go. No f***ers has a lot of it because they used to be friends until dun dun. The meme happened. I'm Danish. Every trace of conversation in Russian with no f***ers f***ing purged. Why, you might ask? Knows I'm not trying to get assassinated.
He also claims that James got his Twitter taken down for making fun of him.
Considering that it's a really good theory that you got my Twitter terminated. You literally deplatformed me for calling you out for being Russian. Why did I call you out for being Russian?
What is
because
this
you called my current roommate anything for views, asked him if he was alone, and then proceeded to tell him that I took advantage of you, I'm a clout chaser, I must warn you of Tumet. All I do is make videos with my titties out. Leave me the f*** alone. I tried to resolve it privately, but you didn't respond. So yeah, I've never seen someone get banned for something this tame. Without outer input from Jameski, how would a Twitter employee know that I'm trying to spread hate or violence when I'm not even doing that?
As for the talking, Medea frames what he said to James as casual talking that was taken too seriously, causing him to freak out during both tournaments they did and behind the scenes. Despite his perspective that James was a somewhat sensitive person, he needed a place to stay, so he was open to moving in with him. As for why he made his tweets about James, well, he took James calling Chad to talk about him as a manipulative move to turn his friends against him. As for not wanting to hang out with James, I'd say he pretty much owned that one.
I just didn't want to hang out. I'd give you excuses over and over. You just wouldn't pick up on the cue. You wanted to force it. You were so insecure that I didn't like you, that if I didn't meet up with you in real life, you would just start spreading shit. And that's exactly what the f you did. You crossed the line and you started spreading garbage, vile shit to people who are important to me in order to manipulate them.
Now, during James's tweet longer, he had an issue with not believing Too Mad's intentions for wanting to leave. Too Mad shows a message he had sent James trying to resolve things, where he said he was consistent that the reason he needed to leave Winnipeg was because he was in a toxic household where his dad was attacking him regularly, which is why the cops were called there. Too Mad claimed in this long message he got red flags when James took his banter too seriously, and also that when he had joked about the Russian thing among friends, James freaked out, which once again gave him cold feet and made him believe he was hiding something, which is why he didn't want to hang out with him. His real problem with James started when he messaged Chad and other friends to talk about him. Too Mad says that James's lack of evidence for the events that went down is very telling of the truth.
He says here I lied to him and a mutual friend about getting kicked out of my house, and we'll never know who because you guessed it. He was claiming he's only got a few months and he needs help to move to Los Angeles. This is a complete manufactured narrative. I had zero interest to move to Los Angeles. I wanted to go anywhere in the continent. Like I said before, Jameski was just the first person to offer, and he ended up being in LA, and that's why I wanted to go to LA. Not the other way around like Jameski says it. This is how he tries to convince you that I'm a cloud chaser.
He admits to saying the N-word, but said it's because it's just a part of his vocabulary, and James could just kick him off the stream if he thinks he's being out of line or going to cause a ban. He also says he did make fun of James, but nothing resembling harassment. Him making fun of James was more him making fun of the Russian accent instead of his PTSD speech problems.
No, Jameski, I did not make fun of your speech problems. At worst, your accent! Once again, he's making it look like I had some sort of issue against his health problems, which I had no idea about, and frankly can't tell exist. I'm sure I was being a prick solely for entertainment, to be toxic, for the stream, which I explained to you while I was apologizing profusely in the call we had the day after. You're bringing it up just to make me look bad. You're actually trying to convince people that I actually meant what I said.
He goes on to disagree with the majority of James's retelling and ends the video with this.
End of the day, what did we learn? Jameski's Russian. Jameski will lie about his entire identity, so why believe about everything else? If you're gonna believe Jameski, get receipts. Don't blindly believe people. If you're under the age of 14 and you blindly believe foot longer, you get a pass. But if you're over 14, I prescribe you with children brain.
James responded with another twit longer. Just make a video, bro. You're really gonna make me read this? Well, it is my job, so big bullet points. During the drama, Too Mad said that after his video, James would come out and threaten to off himself. James sees this as an immature comment. He claims he did not mass flag or report at Too Mad. It was actually Maximilian Muss. The real reason James was mad about the tournament in the recording Too Mad shows is because he had invited someone James does not like, which made him uncomfortable. He rebuttals Too Mad saying he was never kicked out of his house with a DM of him saying he was. but I guess you could take this to mean he was being forced to move due to circumstances and not literally kicked out, if you want to be charitable, to Mudea. He shows messages of 2Mad dodging him when asking to hang out, and the rest is mostly just stuff that is up to interpretation between the two. And he finally responds to the Russian thing. He proceeds to manipulate his audience into a mindset that I always have something to hide, that I flip out whenever someone brings this up and more. The way the video is edited is also very manipulative. He claims that he's a victim and that he dodged a bullet. He claims everyone is afraid to speak out and that he's the only one brave enough to talk about it. He drags Roman into this. Me and Roman are friends, although we haven't spoken much lately. For the record, I used to study in Russia for a part of my life. It was the worst part of my life experience I ever had. I was also mostly homeschooled. It was around that time when my house was set on fire twice due to arson. 2Mad knows my house was set on fire. 2Mad knows I was hospitalized after. 2Mad knows I had a horrible depression and that my family was broke and that I was extremely distressed. It's worth mentioning that he didn't mention in his video about me living in other countries, and he didn't talk about me talking French, broken Suomi, etc. back in the day. Also, it's worth mentioning that I mostly spoke to fuckers in English when he was recording in Russian. Speaking anything but English is outside of my comfort zone, and I will address that later down below. I know some people have made up lies about me, and I didn't want to address it publicly. However, my close friends knew from the beginning my name is James, and it always was. I did study in Russia for a few years, like I mentioned before. It was a horrible experience. No offense towards Russians, it's the life situation more than anything. 2Mad never brought up that I also lived in Poland, Denmark, most significant, and many other countries. My family moved a lot. Longtime viewers also know I have a bit of a French background and I spoke French in some of my videos. The arson is one of the primary reasons why I had to leave my education to work to support my family. I made it clear many times during my live streams I can understand multiple languages, but English is the only language I'm comfortable fluently speaking. I never tried to hide it. I don't understand why people stick to that so much. I think this entire beef was extremely dumb. A lot of miscommunication clearly happened. 2Mad probably never lied about why he wanted to go to LA, but James clearly read some things as more definitive and serious than they actually were. James probably did not pretend to be Russian, and this was just a misinterpretation, and 2Mad took his sensitivity around the subject as proof he was lying. James probably called Chad because he was weirded out by 2Mad's behavior, which 2Mad had every right to take personally as some weird way of cutting off his new YouTube connections. To say one person is extremely in the right while the other is not is dumb. Frankly, the reason why 2Mad won this beef is because he's just way funnier than James. But by the end of it, there was no resolution. James hated 2Mad, and 2Mad hated James. And from here, they go their separate ways to continue on with their respective careers as niche internet micro-celebrities. Shortly after this, during his trip to Australia, one of the first episodes of Cold Ones was released, starring the Sleepyhead himself. This is one of the most coherent appearances of Mudea ever released. He talks about his experiences during school and even reveals he never finished high school.
But I think all parents are like, because they're boomers, man, they don't understand. They're like, you make money on the internet, like that makes us. I have the exact same problem with my parents.
Yeah, your dad, right?
Yeah.
There's like a balance where they're simultaneously trying to look out for you and support.
Absolutely,
like,
that's
your
how
passion.
my mom was looking at it. But
Yeah,
I was
because
like,
then it's like, you're a fucking dumb kid. You're not gonna make anything out of this. I want you to, get an education, then maybe blah blah blah.
they didn't fucking get it. But like I said, I didn't even have subs, and I knew I'd blow up. I just do it.
It's definitely a risk, but it's a risk worth taking.
I wasn't doing
Certain
shit in school. All I did was get fucking in fights constantly and just can do nothing. Everyone wants to be a YouTuber. That's like the top one
yeah,
job.
it's in surveys it's the most requested job. I'm like, just finish school. Like it's not going anywhere.
Nah, f that. Not always you need to finish school. Like if you're like me,
School, I guarantee you,
High school.
school is not getting in the way of you making a YouTube video.
depends.
Just go to school and f around then if you're not
High
interested.
school, high school probably finished that. I didn't finish it.
They did a video where they made prank calls, they did a vlog in Los Angeles, and 2Mad continued doing his regular content as well. Now there are a lot of examples I could give. The guy was at the peak of his creativity and comedic prowess, but my personal favorite thing he did is also probably the most obnoxious out of it all: the Zoom videos.
We all
When the
had that
pandemic
phase.
was happening, many students had to take classes online from their home or dorm room to prevent the spread of COVID-20. So 2Mad would get his fans to send him links to their classrooms and then mess with the teacher by just being himself.
Sorry, class is over. Hi. Sorry. I'm sorry. You're gonna have a stroke. You're too old for this. Leave! 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 Pretend leave, bro! I'm telling you, man! Run! Run!
This video got 16 million views, more than double the hits of his second place video on the 2Mad channel. He was absolutely killing it during this time, collaborating with Swagger Souls, Call Me Carson, Super Mega, really anyone who was remotely related to gaming or
Super
comedy
Mega.
stuff did something with 2Mad. KSI couldn't stop laughing at his videos. Goodnight Girl was featured in PewDiePie's YouTube Rewind, which got 28 million views. He did a photo shoot with Belle Delphine. As far as influence goes, from 2019 to 2021, he was at the top of his game, and it seemed like no one could could stop him. Not K-pop stans, not the principal of a school who he called while pretending to be his viewer's dad so he could justify why he brought 2Mad's N-word past the school.
Are people allowed to say the N-word in the school?
Actually, if you look at our code of conduct, it is very specific in there about somebody making racial slurs.
Oh, okay, so it's not allowed, but...
Yes.
But what if
you
he...
check and if you want to look, that's on, I'll have her give you a call.
Wait,
okay?
wait, just 1 second. If the N-word isn't allowed, what if he has the pass? Does that allow it? Like the N-word pass? If he has the pass, he can say it, right?
What pass are you referring to, sir?
The pass, like to say the N-word?
I don't know what I'm kind of confused. You're saying that he would have a card that would allow him to make a racial slur at school? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
And this was a post-edgy YouTube. It wasn't 2016 with Filthy Frank and all of those guys. It was 2020 and 2021, and he just kept the spirit of the golden age alive. He even managed to get healthier and lose some weight. He was mewing, he was looks maxing even. Nice to see. It seemed like nothing could stand in his way, and he would continue on this upward trajectory. Surely someday he would be remembered in the YouTube Hall of Fame as a unique and innovative creator. Until one fateful day when he just stopped posting. The last video on the 2Mad channel was posted in August of 2022. Meanwhile, videos being released on the 2Mad 360 channel slowed to a crawl, and those that were posted became increasingly low effort. He just wasn't active like he used to be, at least on YouTube. On Twitter, meanwhile, he was posting incessantly, sometimes hundreds of times a day, just posting mostly incoherent bullshit. Not that his tweets weren't already that way, but it got really bad during this period. I'm giving many, many thanks to my insatiable horniness, Turkey, and Jesus Lord. Michael Jackson just walked into Subway, they were out of cookies and milk, and he got hangry about it and screamed, but it just sounded high-pitched and funny. Britney Spears just walked into my Subway and won't stop talking in the "it's Britney bitch" voice. She insists it's her normal speaking voice, but I don't buy it. Now this was nothing too out of the ordinary for him because his sense of humor was basically just random references repeated anyway. I mean, you know, I'm kind of stupid, so I find it funny. But it did become even more incoherent during this time. He also stopped uploading, which definitely raised some genuine concern. Meanwhile, his Twitter account turned from just incoherent babble to trying to piss off as many people as possible. It all started with this tweet where 2Mad tweets out his drawing of Blaze the Cat from the Sonic franchise and is like, "Hey guys, I made this art, I drew this." The caption is "work in progress," and then he tags his own account. And right here on the screen there's also a mustache covering the original signature, showing that he basically ripped this art from someone's account and then took credit for it. Stealing art isn't funny. You're not fooling anyone. Credit the original artist post, please. And the fact he's 22 as well. Bro fell off from nothing so hard because he's washed, and doing these shenanigans is the most interaction he's had in weeks. For whatever reason, he was too lazy to actually make content and was instead passing the time by baiting people on Twitter into being angry at him. And it never became a video like the K-pop thing had in the past. It was all bait with no gain whatsoever apart from his personal dopamine and enjoyment. This happened in March of 2023, and he copied these events further as a means of baiting angry interactions on Twitter. Nothing substantial happened for a few months until the allegations were made public. During one of his attention-baiting episodes, 2Mad mocks the death of a British trans girl named Brianna Gay by saying that she was his girlfriend. She was murdered, with the teenage pair who did it sentenced to life in prison for an exceptionally brutal killing, partly motivated by her transgender identity. I mean, there's just no benefit to saying stuff like that. Like, I was trying to tell him, I was like, dude, I know you're not a pedophile, but like, there's just no reason to like tweet the picture of the trans 16-year-old who's dead, like repeatedly, be like, she's so sexy. Like, there's no benefit to that. I even think it's funny. Like, I can acknowledge like there's a funny aspect to joking about something that's that up. Like, I almost get it, but it's like, just why? Like, why do that to yourself? You know the response you're gonna get if you're in that position, and he just seems to genuinely just not care. A lot of trans people on Twitter were upset about this, and with the hate swirling, a user named Goldie Bell took it as an opportunity to talk about her experience with 2Mad. On June 24th at 1:41 a.m., she posted saying the following: "2Mad is psychotic. What he said about the trans girl is genuinely how he is IRL. He's way worse in real life. Most psychopathic person I've ever met. If you're reading this, Medea, this isn't an excuse to try talking about me again. I'm completely serious about involving the police." Spam from 2Mad after I blocked him for SAing me. He made 6 burner numbers after this to also spam me on, as well as Instagram accounts and a Twitter account. If you want proof, I have all of it. Just ask. You can see him send text actively at the end of this clip. Yeah, I met him October 2022. I hung out with him in person a few times. There's seriously so much insanely terrible stuff he did to me, it would take ages to explain, but the highlights is that he was taking a lot of drugs, pressured me into sex, verbally belittling me constantly, jokes about things like if I myself that it would be hot, that he would kill me and stuff, locked me outside his house in the middle of the night for fun. Then when he asked me to come over to apologize, he sexually assaulted me by groping me the whole time while I kept pushing his hands off, telling him no. Pressured me into sex again after I asked, does it matter if I don't want to? He said no, then grabbed me as I was trying to run out of his house's front door and started groping me while I was crying and had to use my full power to get him off. His friends showed up as I was running to my car and helped me get out after Two Mad started running to my car as I was about to go. Then that night he saw XQC and his girlfriend and told them both everything because he thought it was so funny. I didn't really say much, but yeah, the groping thing was nothing compared to what happened earlier. Basically, I was extremely uncomfortable and telling him to stop touching me. He kept grabbing my thighs and messing with my skirt, started like touching my feet and shit, and I'm literally stuck in a corner basically, and the MF stands up, takes out his and kept telling me to grab it and look at it and stuff. And keep in mind, I'm super uncomfortable. I told him to put it away, and he kept getting closer to me, doing same shit until I tried leaving the room. He grabbed me then, and like, he grabbed me from behind. He was still hard, and I could feel it against my back as I was trying to get away, and he was still like grabbing my stuff. Sorry for wall of text. Oops. He did that twice. At the time, Two Mad responded by saying, okay, and call the cops. Do it. They'll be like, who asked? Goldie Bell then posted a screenshot of Two Mad supposedly mocking Bianca Devins, who is a 17-year-old girl who was brutally murdered by a guy she knew online. She also said she had more
that's not that's bad, but that's not as bad as sexually assaulting. Did he really just say? Did he really say nothing?
For the time being. She then posted a video of him apologizing for misgivings, including making sexual advances she was uncomfortable with and pushing past her boundaries.
I am literally driving, but I'm literally in Oregon, fucking Washington, Oregon. Yeah. Okay. So apology. All right. So I can't take the damage away that I've done. But I'll try my best, okay? Okay, I at least want to take responsibility for what I did, you know? You know, like the way I treated you and like...
At the very least, he seemed to admit some kind of wrongdoing, but what it was unclear, as was the severity. She then posted literally thousands of messages of him spamming her, acting like a nut job basically. Some people questioned if this was just typical Two Mad behavior, while others speculated he had to be using some substance to justify spamming someone this much. While he wasn't on YouTube, he was still infrequently streaming on Twitch. The same night Goldie Bell posted all of this, he went live and made fun of her, saying she was desperate for attention, and that the allegations were cookie cutter and dumb. Getting a real response out of him was nigh impossible.
Nobody fucking believes you. Okay, actually, the first thing that I did was, I'm not that bad. I didn't fucking... Bro, I was on the couch with the fucking cat, scrolling!
Welcome.
Mindlessly. And then I saw the fucking kid. Oh my god, it was an honest mistake. I was just posting. I was just talking, okay? Like, I'm gonna tell you.
In this stream, he also said she was his girlfriend at some point, and this was a relationship struggle. He also, in a few different contexts, claimed he had paid Goldie Bell for oral sex, which she supposedly accepted. Meanwhile, Goldie Bell said she was never in a relationship with him. There also seemed to be some conversation about him giving her money here. He says he wants to shower her in cash. They discuss some money that he's to give her to make her feel better for something he did. And then, when they're talking about him giving her money, he says she should get the sperm out of him.
Most fucking ridiculous shit. Whatever. I don't like cancel culture anyways. So many fucking dudes that you guys trust on a day-to-day basis have done that same if not worse. It's common!
Him downplaying the allegations by saying this kind of thing, whatever the truth was, and saying it happens all the time, definitely didn't help him in the eyes of the public. Now, at the same time, this clip looks especially bad when taken out of context. He does, however, outright deny any sexual misconduct ever took place.
Some of it's false. Like, she's over-dramatizing it. Like, I didn't say this all, it just didn't happen. That never happened. That's her main headline, right? That's the main headline? Never happened.
He also said she was mentally ill, which informed her supposed false allegations, as she was abused in her youth.
The truth is that she was molested as a child, right? Okay, it happens all the time, and that makes it so like this, what happened to her, is a lot worse in her fucking head.
Finally, he reflects that had he not started shit with the trans community on Twitter, this may have never come out and he would have been left alone.
You made this shit 10 times worse for yourself? Okay, yeah, if I wasn't doing that trans, I don't know if you would have posted that to Twitter. If I wasn't, like, wilding out originally. This is like a train, like, I'm just having a train ran on me.
In response to the apology video, he claimed it was a coerced confession. Meanwhile, others leaked messages of him spamming people for no response. When questioned about his harassment, he told people to end their lives, spammed even more, complaining about how his personality doesn't make up for his physical appearance, and more schizo babble. It was clear by this point that he had some delusions of grandeur, believing himself to be a few notches above the average man. He was also constantly posting memes about light Yagami from Death Row.
Oh my
Then
god.
earlier,
Oh
however-
my god. Dude, this is something that has stuck with me from Chuma, that he will... Oh my god, that's awful.
Is consistently using stimulants and also marijuana. While both of these can have negative effects, their toll on your body in the short term tends to be much less extreme than with hard stuff, which by this point in time he was very into. Introducing ketamine. A big aspect of ketamine is in fact delusions. Ketamine is a dissociative anesthetic that has some hallucinogenic effects, and the more you take, the more these effects take hold. This is a drug he has referenced tens of times, and so at the time, many assumed he was frequently under the influence of the powerful psychoactive drug, which was definitely impacting how he responded to everything. But with most situations like this, they never actually escaped the Twitterverse. This time, it did, when Goldie Bell filed a civil suit against him. On July 6, 2023, Goldie Bell, real name Isabella, filed a request for a protection order against Tumad or Medea Sadiq. She claimed she was being harassed by him through threats, both public and private. She also said they've been witnessed by James Prime, the real-life name of Jameski. She claimed it began in December of 2021 and lasted until the present. When asked if he had threatened her with a weapon, she said, "Respondent pulled his gun on me while I was standing on his front porch," which was caught on video and posted to Tumad's Twitter account. He owns numerous firearms. In connection with his threats, she posted a video to Twitter showing him firing his pistol in the air while sitting on his patio. She also claimed to have been sexually assaulted on multiple occasions, including coerced oral sex and intercourse. "I live in constant fear of my life. I am Isabella, and I am the petitioner in this action. I bring this petition because I fear for my life and safety. I am a 19-year-old art student. Beginning in November 2021, respondent Medea Sadiq sexually assaulted me on multiple occasions, and over the last several weeks has made private and public threats to my life, repeatedly harassing me online and by phone. Respondent also pulled a gun on me, which is captured on video. Exhibit C. I believe that respondent is severely mentally ill and unstable. I fear that he's going to harm me. I met respondent online in October 2021, shortly after I turned 18 years old. Respondent is a famous YouTube video creator with millions of subscribers and hundreds of thousands of followers on Twitter and other social media platforms. On or around November 21st, 2021, respondent invited me over to his house to spend time together. When I arrived at his door, he immediately asked me for my ID to verify that I was 18 years old. He then asked me to give him my phone, which I did. He then deleted our prior text message conversations on my phone and told me to leave. I immediately felt very uncomfortable and left after just 10 minutes. In December 2021, respondent manipulated me into coming back to his house to visit. He assured me that he would not make any sexual advances towards me and that he simply wanted to apologize to me for how he had previously acted. He gave me marijuana, and I quickly became intoxicated. He then returned to making advances. As we were watching a YouTube video together, he pulled out his penis and demanded that I give him oral sex. I was in shock and refused him over and over again. At that point, he placed himself between me and the door and began to get enraged. I knew he had multiple guns in the house and he was not going to let me leave. Because I was scared of what he would do to me if I continued to refuse his advances, I performed oral on him against my will. I was too intoxicated to drive home that night. His manipulation continued over the next several weeks, and he exerted sexual control over me, eventually forcing me to have sex with him against my will. I repeatedly told him that I was not consenting to sexual relations with him, and in an attempt to lure me back into his house again, he sent me a photograph of a contract he drafted, wherein he promised not to demand sexual acts from me, and he acknowledges his wild, uncontrollable psychological problems. A true and correct copy of the photograph is attached. By January of 2022, I had enough. I told the respondent that I would never allow him to touch me again. As I turned to run out of his house, he ran after me, tried to tackle me, and grope my breasts. He seemed to find this funny. I was in tears and begging him to let me leave. When I finally got out of the front door, two of the respondent's friends happened to pull into the driveway. They saw my highly emotional state and asked me if I was okay. I told them I was not okay, and his friends acknowledged that the respondent was known to act this way towards women. At the time, I did not go to the police for fear of him retaliating against me. Shortly thereafter, respondent sent me a video of him apologizing for assaulting me. The video will be provided to the court at the evidentiary hearing. Over the last several months, respondent has continuously harassed and stalked, making several threats to my safety. His threats and harassment have become more and more alarming over the past 2 weeks. In the past, he's shown up to my apartment unannounced, and as recently as 4 days ago, under information and belief, he sent a package to my parents' address in Orange County. While I blocked his phone number, he set up 8 burner phone numbers so that he could continue continue to spam me, contact me, and threaten me. The text and spam messages number in the thousands. In one unsolicited direct message, he threatened, "School shooters are like tortured souls that fester in dark rooms with their misery. Is there a chance? Yeah. Like I might get a phone call from Jesus Christ to exhume your soul for the sacrifice, and unfortunately in this situation, I must do." Further, respondent repeatedly harasses and threatens me online, including on Twitter, which has provoked his large following of fans to join in the harassment. Just a few days ago,
Oh my
respondent
God,
referred
wait.
to me in a threatening tweet. Watching Death Note to mentally prepare the most effective way to make this jump out of her skin in her apartment. In another tweet while talking about me, the respondent posted a meme depicting 3 assault rifles.
I don't think that doesn't even have anything to do with the series. What did he get from it?
With the caption, "Who's getting the assault rifle?" He further tweeted that he will burn my life to the ground and that he is plotting on the bitch. In another tweet, he bragged about sexually assaulting me. What do you mean? I got a bunch of head and sex from her.
Leafy, oh my God. Leafy when he came back. That's hilarious.
I won, lol. He continued, "Well, actually, it's around 30 when our students become successful. They kind of die inside in the meantime. I'ma get away with this shit." After being confronted online for essaying me, he tweeted to his hundreds of thousands of followers, "You know what? I would do it again." In another tweet, he posted a video of 2 birds mating with the caption, "So this is what I did to Bella, basically." Respondent continues to post photos of me in connection with threats to my safety. Examples of respondents' online and telephone harassment are attached here too as Exhibit B. Further, respondent is in possession of multiple firearms and his online harassment makes reference to his firearms. In between his threatening tweets, respondent posted a video of him firing his gun off on his patio at his home. Respondent is known for flaunting his significant arsenal of weapons online, and he appears to have a fascination with firearms. On one occasion, the respondent pulled a gun on me while I was standing at his front door. The act was photographed on his doorbell camera, and he posted the photo to his Twitter account. True and correct copies of respondent's gun-related activity are attached as Exhibit C. Fearing for my life, on or around June 26, 2023, I went to the Culver City Police Station and filed a police report, case number 233383. Officer Bo Railsbach suggested that I immediately hire counsel and seek a civil harassment restraining order. I am terrified that respondent is going to kill me and or continue to attempt to exert sexual control over me. Respondent appears to be severely mentally ill and unpredictable. The constant threats and harassment are ongoing, and respondent has caused me substantial psychological and physical harm. His conduct has led to my extreme anxiety, depression, and habits of self-harm. Alright, so with her main statement out of the way, let's get to the evidence. Exhibit A features a written apology that Tumat had signed saying he would agree to not demand sex from her. It was apparently a sleeper agent code word which would make him be forced to admit how he was scaring Isabella and apologize for his actions. Past this point, most of the evidence regards Twitter posts and messages Medea made and sent to Goldie Bell. Exhibit B shows that Discord message of him saying school shooters are like tortured souls, but he has a life worth living. The next one shows him saying, "Is there a chance? Yeah. Low key, I can lie and say no though. Like I might get a phone call from Jesus Christ to exhume your soul for the sacrifice. And unfortunately in that situation, I must do it." Now some of the posts entered into evidence are just straight up goofy to be included here. This one shows him making some meme about Death Note. The next image is a Halo meme assigning the assault rifles featured throughout the series to their respective Alvin and the Chipmunks character. Page 16 meanwhile shows Leafy is here asking Tumed why his Riz is so bad, with him responding saying he got a bunch of head and sex from her, so he won. In the same screenshot we see him saying the reason he made the apology was to get her to unblock him, and it was not sincere. They feature him spam posting about driving in Oregon, which was his favorite bit during this time. You guys don't get it. He's not giving a good response, not because he's crazy, but because he was driving. You're not supposed to text and drive, especially not in Oregon. Page 22 features a tweet of him saying, "You want me to suffer for it? Hell nah, and you know what? I would do it again." The next page is a meme he made about Oregon and the allegations. Finally, at the end, we get some text messages of Tumat and her. She asks him not to send her sexual things anymore, and he just dismisses her. Then there's a bunch of nonsense about self-improvement, and I miss the rage. Now for Exhibit C. The first piece of evidence here is an 11-second video Tumat posted himself, which appears to feature Goldie Bell coming to his door and him holding a gun. She claims this is one of the moments when he threatened her with a firearm. Here is that video. Now in the video itself, Tumat claims that this Glock is just an airsoft gun, but he does have a real one. The next video is a re-uploaded edit from Tumat depicting him walking on his patio with a different airsoft gun, shooting it into the air with artificial muzzle flashes and sound effects.
Look, whoever's the CEO of WebP, look at this shit. What the f? This is not a PNG. This is some bullshit. What the fuck?
They then show Google image search results for 2 Mad Gun, and there are various images here. The one on the top right is obviously photoshopped. The one on the top left is a video where he uses an airsoft gun to kill a spider.
It's on your leg!
The one on the bottom right was confirmed by YouTuber Yumi to be an airsoft gun and appears to possibly be the same one he shot on his patio. Finally, the photo of him with the Thompson also appears to be airsoft, but it's really difficult to be certain here. I'm not a gun expert.
It's just uncomfortable.
Yeah, kind of what did it say? Oh, is this Tom? Wait, Tom IRL.
But it's really difficult to be certain here. I'm not a...
Also, that's something I also have. Okay, yeah, editor sounds
Just
like an
uncomfortable. Yeah, it's kind of unwieldy.
And that's the end of the evidence for the
but
initial
he knows
suit.
his shit. Jesus.
Now, the purpose of this suit, to be clear, is to secure a protection order for her so that the court orders 2 Mad to stop contacting her altogether, which honestly is a valid motivation considering the fact that he was constantly going schizo on her and wouldn't stop contacting her. He incessantly posted about the situation after it all came out with vague memes and directly addressed her. In August of 2023, he called into the TBH podcast to respond to the allegations.
I deny everything. Okay, I did some of that. Alright, so not everything.
Which things?
No, I didn't do.
Wait, Dolan and Dark, this guy still exists.
Okay.
I don't know who the other two are.
I deny everything. I deny something, but I
Of
accept
course, I
something.
know Parasinical.
I'm just describing from happening to you. I'm not holding it right now.
But I don't understand what he's saying. Oh, he left.
Too much? He's still there?
He left.
Then he called into Augie RFC's live show while I was there to just spam a bunch of memes and really not say much of anything.
I have more marketable skills than you too. I'm a better editor. I'm literally. If I didn't have a YouTube channel at all, I could work as a manager, work as an editor.
Wait, my screen.
Like a Denny's?
Dude, do you even know how to use Sunday? Do you know how to use Sunday?
Wait.
Dude, if there's anybody who's more likely to work at Denny's, it's fucking you, bro. Please stop coping. You're coping. You're coping.
Now, around this time, a lot of people had been making videos about what was going on. Myself, Oompaville, really any commentary channel was making a video
Oh my god!
allegations. So he decided to start posting a series of responses which are completely unwatchable garbage.
Look at there.
You know who 2 Mad is? Yeah, he's a legend. Yes! That's me!
But if we're to summarize what he said here, he basically says, 1, yes, I am a scumbag. 2, yes, I did try to and successfully paid her for sex, and I did also, 3, spam her with messages. However, he does not believe this constitutes stalking and claims he didn't sexually assault her. He admits to being a manipulative weirdo, but not someone who has assaulted a girl. While I was reviewing these allegations on my own live stream with Gokanaru, 2 Mad decided to call into the show to have a chat about everything. He joins the call, to which I immediately ask him why he has posted this suicide-inducing, unwatchable response, to which he claims it is watchable because other people have low production quality and still succeed. I, of course, rebuttal saying that this is an important video where he's responding to allegations and he just sort of acts dense and doesn't get it. It's unwatchable, dude. I turned it off.
It's not unwatchable. You turned it off.
I shot myself in the throat after watching it.
I have to watch furries like have.
C920 mic. There's that one streamer with the C920 mic that there's millions of views of J Flat C920 videos. Like this is like it's irreverent.
Yeah, but this is supposed to be like a serious response.
Yeah, but why? The thing is okay. So there's a balance to be struck with. So you were talking about this dude fell off, right? Okay, so he gets canceled, still fell off, right? Okay, so part of that is like okay, well you haven't posted anything interesting in a while.
Yeah.
And the other part of it is you just straight up aren't like you don't care, like unironically uncancelable.
Gokanaru then makes the case to him that not caring what the internet thinks at all is dumb, especially with an ongoing lawsuit which could result in financial damages to him. He doesn't seem to agree.
Being beholden to the internet. You know, like if you give up about what people think, you're beholden to them.
Yeah, but like, do you realize how that can like result in you going like off the rails and smashing into a brick wall?
Alright, what's the worst thing that I did? What's the most off the rails thing I did?
I mean, you're being sued right now. Yeah.
Oh, the being sued thing, I didn't do that to myself. I did that to myself a year and a half ago, but that was a year and a half ago.
What do you mean did it to yourself as in like, you did what she said?
Like
or
everything
you're just saying like,
what
happened?
Yeah, what I'm being sued for, I did it a year and a half ago.
Okay, but now your response to it is to like make this like insane video where you just like blow out the mic and say a bunch of bullshit, babble, and like scream like.
Well, okay, well, so the alternative is to say nothing.
Yeah, it's a lawsuit, an ongoing lawsuit. Do you have to comment right now?
But if you say nothing, it's like then it's like I'm beholden to people.
Couldn't you just make a statement and be like, yeah, I mean, I'm I'm just dealing with it right now. Like, you know, I'm gonna deal with it legally in the proper channel. Like, I feel like there's literally no benefit to that video. The first time that whole audience has heard of you is just like schizo unwatchable video. It's like his mission at this moment seemed to be to completely just go off the rails publicly and piss off as many people as possible. He didn't care about pleasing anyone. In fact, he wanted to rid his audience of the Emily BLM types, as he puts it, and just leave the based ones, so to speak. But given the serious situation he was in, being in a lawsuit, it didn't make sense to us why he would be posting things like, I did it and I would do it again, and to make all of these terrible response videos. No matter what we said, he didn't seem to get it.
Yeah, my prediction is like, so basically it's literally what I said in the video, which is just, like, she's traumatized by somebody else, so she's like having an overreaction to what happened to her. So like the actual like intelligent opinion on like what actually happened is like pretty innocuous, non-excessive. But it's like it's still not good just in the sense of like because she's traumatized, it's like I should have been more delicate about it. But what I did is like she's definitely like she's gay, like she's a little gay person.
Do you think that anything you've said on like Twitter or in the video was like admissible in court in any way?
Yes.
Do you think that would like
But the thing
do you
is-
think that would bode well for you in court or no?
They're gonna try their hardest to like paint this image, but I feel like that's what you do when you have way too much money. The thing is, like, they're not gonna take the tweets and be like, ah yes, he's schizo.
They might. I don't think that's what they say. I think they'd take it and be like, why is he like just saying all this bull contradicting himself? Like it doesn't really make sense. Why-
There's like the contradicting thing, but like
That's like a
also
big
it's just
deal.
like, well, not as bad as it is because like it's gonna all get aggregated anyways, right? All together, testify, and then they're gonna look at the tweets and stuff like that.
Dude,
And then
what are you doing? Has your lawyer told you what if it's a good idea or not to post on social media? I assume he said it's a bad idea.
yeah, he told me not to, but it's like I can just tell the guy is like not taking it too serious. Like he's an experienced lawyer, so he's dealt with like a.
He's not taking it
multitude,
seriously?
like-
I feel like he is taking it seriously.
Well, no, he's taking it seriously, but he's not taking it seriously in the sense of like you need to stop doing that now. It's more like you should stop doing it rather than you should stop doing it now. Like for example, like killing somebody, that would be like a thing that a lawyer would be like, you need to stop doing that now.
Yeah. During this stream, we tried to convince him to just make a coherent response that was actually watchable. We compared his case to those like Quiet, where they managed to respond and debunk the allegations to the public. He just didn't get it and delusionally believed that if Quiet had posted a 240p ear reaction video instead of his comprehensive debunking, then he would have gotten off scot-free. I mean,
Bro,
it
you're
kinda is,
basically
like-
worried you're gonna undermine your swag when your swag's already like insanely undermined, bro.
Yeah.
Like the whole point of kind of like the quiet
not
video
that.
was the guy like took his mask off and he was like being candid, right? I mean,
yeah, but he
I'm
didn't
not
even
saying
do
you
that.
need-
He
I'm
didn't
not
need to
saying
show
all
his
of it,
face.
you make this
He
kind
didn't
of
need to.
video.
Wait, but Quiet didn't need to show his face for the first time and just irreparably.
But yeah, but
entire, like,
okay,
life.
the concession that he had to make was like,
Not very smart.
I'm a virgin addict. The concession Pyrocycle had to make is, I'm a disgusting furry, like I have all these up things. I'm a addict as well. But then he was like, well, I'm not a file, and like that is terrible. But it's like, that is terrible. But in the public opinion, I know, but in the public opinion, both of those people won. So wouldn't you just take some pointers? It also became clear during this interview that Too Mad did not have much going on. He basically spent all day alone in his apartment, letting mold grow on his brain.
She's trying to kill you by making these allegations. Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
All right.
You said that.
All right. Too Mad, what do you do on a daily basis, brother?
Jerk off?
You're 100% like mentally, you feel like you're fine, right? Like unironically.
I guess I'm fine.
Like, do you have best friends, bro? They're like offline.
Yeah. Wait, no, not offline.
Okay.
Have you been like, has there anyone like, has like been around you throughout this? Like, just kind of keep your head on straight or no?
Not really. I'm based.
I see. Okay.
You're making being based sound really depressing, bro.
What do you mean depressing? It builds character.
Being alone, it can.
Yes.
I mean,
absolutely. You don't think that builds fortitude, having a hard life?
no, I want a hard life. I've never wanted an easy life, but doesn't mean you need to like experience it alone. Anyway.
Yeah. I think having people around you is really important.
Well, there's 7 billion people, so eventually it's fine.
Afterwards, we moved into the allegations themselves. Too Bad claims the nature of their meeting was prostitution. He said he messaged her asking her to give him oral for money, and she agreed, at which point their interactions in real life began.
Like, never sucked my ever, like, without $200. The $200 was just like, oh, now I'm doing it.
So she wouldn't give you head if not for the money, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Just completely knocked open the door. It was like, I never do that. It was before that, it was like, I never do that. And after that, she's like, okay, how big are you? I think I'm gonna swallow. It's like, what the It's a complete switch in the head.
However, during their interactions, they developed actual feelings for each other and were hanging out pretty frequently, talking every day.
I've had like a little girlfriend thing before too, but it's like, this was more than that.
No, I get
That's what I
it.
mean.
Like, yeah, this is like your first time being like intimate with a chick, basically. There was messages where you were saying like not trying to date or whatever. Was that you kind of like trying to convince her you weren't trying to date because she didn't want to date? Like, I'm kind of confused how she's claiming you weren't dating and then you're saying like you are. Like, she didn't want to date, but like you were effectively dating. Is that kind of what it was?
I mean, so there's like, so okay, for example, she'll say like you chose me, or like she'll say like I'm trying to lock down this dub, or I'll say like, oh, we're gonna be friends if you don't have sex with me, and then she'll be like, oh, that feels like shit. Stuff like this, or it'll be like, okay, it's just like I don't know what the distinction is. Like, it's the only thing I know about like an intimate relationship with a woman. It's like,
yeah,
it's like I've had little friendship things, but it's like I've had like a little girlfriend thing before too, but it's like this was more than that.
He considered it to be a relationship, although keep in mind, he had never had a girlfriend, so it's hard to say what his understanding of that would be. And this brings us to the night Isabella describes in her lawsuit. In Isabella's version of events, Too Mad wanted her to come into his home and told her he would not make any advances. He then gave her weed and returned to making those advances. She says as they are watching YouTube, he pulled out his penis and demanded oral. She refused over and over again. Then he places himself in front of the door, becoming angry that she won't give in. She said she was scared because she knew he had multiple guns and was not going to let her leave, so she gives in. During the live stream, some of these interactions do seem to line up. According to him, she comes inside, they go upstairs, she sits down on his bed and calls him an incel. He starts touching her right away and making advances. She shoves his hands off. He does it again. She gives him a strange smile and shoves his hands off again. He advances again. She declines and says stop, and Too Mad says that past that point nothing happens. During the same night though, he started touching her toes, and she says she's going to drive home if he keeps touching her. And according to Too Mad, this is where the interaction ends. I'll also let him speak for himself here so you can hear exactly what he said.
This time with the gun was the second time you met her. What goes down then?
I don't know if it was the second time. It probably wasn't. But yeah, she comes inside, and then we go upstairs. This is me talking exactly like what happened with this girl.
Yeah.
I think it's like the first time I did this. Okay. So I remember that we went upstairs. She sat down here and was complaining about, oh, you told me to cut myself. You don't like women. You're like an incel. Blah 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 blah. She's always complaining about some stupid shit. And then I start touching her, like I sit in front of her, she's sitting in a chair, right? So I'm sitting on the floor, and I just start like, I'm trying to make advances, right? So I'm like touching her thigh, and then what she originally, she didn't care the first time, and she eventually was like, she looks at me, and she shoves my hands off, okay? And then she does that like, again, with that loop happens where I put my hand on her thigh. Not really like grasping or anything, I would just put her on top of the thigh. And then she like, gives me this, she looks at me again, she gives me like a smile, like it's like a weird smile, and she shoves my hand off again. So like that's like the third time or something like that. And the fourth time she was like stop, and then I stopped. When she said stop, I stopped. And then like some little while later, I start touching her toes, and then she's like, do you have like a foot fetish? And I'm like, no. And then she eventually gets to like, I'm gonna want to drive home if you keep touching me. I'm clearly not happy. Says that, and then she says I like pulled my dick out or whatever. It's like I don't remember this. But after the toes thing, she starts complaining, like, I want to drive home or whatever, I'm pretty sure that was kind of the end of it. It doesn't really go.
Was this the same interaction that she claimed was like a sexual experience, or was this just your first time meeting her in person? Like the sexual assault or whatever happened? Because there's a moment where she's like, she's like, she claimed that you like shoved her, pushed her down, tried to make her do stuff.
Whoa, wait, what? When did she say that?
Didn't I see this a while ago on Twitter?
Wait, when
she was claiming there was sexual like assault, like it was like an assault.
Yeah, no, she's using the word sexual assault for sure. But when did she say like
I can't remember. I mean, maybe I'm misremembering, but I thought I saw that on Twitter.
Well, she says like tackle in the TRO. She says like he tried to tackle me. He got him rage blocked the door.
Okay, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Sure.
Yeah, there's definitely no shoving. Like I wouldn't be surprised if she claimed it, but I didn't actually do that. But she says that I blocked the door. Okay. And then I made it so she couldn't leave, or she knew that she couldn't leave.
Did you do that?
So when she gets in the courtroom, blocking the door, dude. Okay, she said that I trapped her in a corner or some shit like that. Okay, I know what corner that was. She was sitting in a chair. This girl, you have to understand, we've already had many incidents where it's just like the same routine where I'm just like, hey, you gonna suck my dick one day or what? And she's like, no. And then and then she's like, I'm gonna leave. And then she leaves, and then she comes back, and she leaves, and then she comes back, and I walk her outside, and she leaves, and then she comes back. Like, we've already done this a million times. If she wanted to leave, she could leave just like the other time. But because I was touching her, that's why her brain becomes like, well, I'm stuck here. I can't leave. But the truth is, if she stood up and decided to just like, I don't know, go to the washroom or something, I would have just been like, I wouldn't have even noticed.
So there's never been a scenario in which you've been like, you can't leave right now. You have to stay.
Absolutely not.
Now these are two very different interpretations of that night. He says he doesn't even remember his dick leaving his pants. It's worth noting that at this point he was already heavy into drug use.
Okay, I'm gonna pause. I reached 2.3 million. I'm gonna take a little break and I'll probably continue with 4 hours of progress. And I'm gonna take like 5 minutes, so it's gonna be 4 hours and 30 minutes for 4 hours, which is not bad. And maybe I do another 4 hours today. We'll see. Anyways, be back. Yo. Let's
So it's possible his interpretation of events is affected by that use.
So were there ever times when you would take ketamine, you just pass the out and you don't even like remember, you get like a ketamine blackout?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you basically like use the ketamine kind of as a crutch to like, you know, make you feel like more, you know, base level when you would like get...
Yeah, I used it to talk to girls, yeah.
Yeah, no, to talk to girls, yeah, but like I'm saying like to literally like, you know, like when you would basically make like sexual advances and shit like that, would you usually...
Not really. No, not like that. Like I would use ketamine not because of like... Say again?
Like earlier in the day, like would you...
Yeah, like earlier in the day, like I would use ketamine like...
He also said he absolutely offered her weed that night.
I definitely offered her marijuana that day. I know that because I have a video of me when they assaulted her. She claimed to her.
Speaking of weed, this is an underexplored aspect of 2Mad. In the past, he'd been known to use it and other drugs excessively, showing this was not the first time a problem presented itself.
You about to lay down?
Yeah, because he fucking has that weed vape and hit like 40 fucking hits off it since we started the podcast.
Yeah.
It's likely that for a lot of his career, the guy was using something. And on the same stream, he also says he definitely pressured her into sex. But in his view, she could have left at any point in time and he never would have stopped her. From your perspective, it's all going to get thrown out because of the sexual assault stuff just being unprovable.
It's possible. The sexual assault stuff, I really just don't... Like, I was literally Googling it earlier today. I still think about it all the time. Is what I did sexual assault. It says coerced sexual assault, right?
Yeah.
Coercion. The thing is, I definitely pressured her, right? I absolutely did. Since day one, it was just like the same question. Like, it wasn't like I sprung it on her. It was just the same question every time we would hang out.
Pressured her to give you a head,
She would
right?
come, yeah. When she comes over and when she leaves, it's just like I would and ask for the same thing over and over and over and over.
So I think
And then she would leave.
when someone hears like pressure, like chat's going crazy right now, they hear like you there was some level of like trying to force her, like be like, you need to do this right now.
Yeah.
I mean you were asking her repeatedly. Was there? Do you think that you went over the line in terms of like any level of consent in any of those
So
interactions?
here's what pushed her into it. When she had sex with me, I remember that when all I had to do was ask. So I don't know. That was easier. I feel like all I had to do was like keep asking her over and over. She eventually was like, okay, in the week one of my period is over, we can have sex. So that was a dub. Which then she claimed was sexual assault. We agreed to it days before.
You're saying you did not force her, you just asked her, and then eventually, like, if she wanted out of that interaction, she could have left at any point in time, but she didn't. She stayed.
Yeah, she absolutely.
And eventually she agreed to have sex with you. Like, you weren't keeping her in a house or anything, right?
Yeah, she says that I used guns. I had guns. Okay, what she says, she knew that I had guns in the house, and that she knew that I wouldn't let her leave. What the? Why would I stop you from leaving for the first time? This is a repeat of every night we ever hung out, where you come and go. I'm like a virgin. It's not like I know what I'm doing. I don't know how to secure sex. If I knew how to get sex from girls, I would have done that. It's not that. It's just like my way of getting sex is literally just asking them, can I please cunnilingus? Can I please?
Zemo Nitrum says he nagged his way into sex, douchey move, but not sexual assault. I mean, that's what it sounds like from his perspective. Like, he just asked her enough, and eventually she said yes. Like, as far as pressuring, I think when people hear pressuring, they think like you were like, you need to do this right now, or I'm gonna kill you.
But here's the thing.
You're saying you didn't say that.
Yeah, okay. It wasn't killing. But
it was just like.
There wasn't.
Were you just like begging her? Is that what it was? Like please have sex.
There was begging. There's the begging. There was always begging, but there was an ultimatum. Like when she had sex with me, it was just begging. When she sucked my balls the day like I sexually assaulted her, she claimed. I gave her an ultimatum.
And the ultimatum was like, you either suck me off or I'm gonna stop hanging out with you.
Yeah, it wasn't even stop hanging out with you. It was just like we can be friends. And then a fucking switch in her brain flipped, and she started walking towards my
In the court documents, Goldie Bell cites an apology 2Mad made as evidence of his crime, an admission basically. She also posted this original video on Twitter for everyone to see. Now 2Mad claims this apology was disingenuous and merely a way for him to continue talking to her. He also claims the person in question who wrote the apology for him to say to her had his own allegations and as a result was an unreliable narrator.
I do have a legit question though. There was that one guy you brought up in the response to Oompaville that had sex with a 15-year-old or whatever, allegedly. Sorry. Do you have like, is there any evidence that he's the one that wrote all that? Like the apology? Did he write it out? Like,
no, it's just like he sends me a text message, you just like rewrite it so she doesn't know. Like, yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's
I don't really
mention that a lot.
Like, so that's a disregard for truth, right? She knows that it's not a true apology, she puts it on the internet. That also is a defamation case.
She knew that?
Yes, she knew that.
Basically, there was this situation where you were, the whole driving in Oregon meme comes from. You're driving, reading the apology. You claim that apology was written by someone who later turned out to be some kind of a creep himself. Like, what's your? I guess I was curious if you could go deeper on that, like who that person is.
That guy, he was an opportunist that he saw the opportunity of so she has roommates, right? He's like an opportunist. He saw it as a chance to get with girls. guy. Yeah,
Who is that guy? Who is that guy?
Just some kid who had a DJ career that got destroyed when everybody found out that he was having sex with a 15-year-old.
How old was he?
You didn't know.
He was 19.
You didn't know that like while you were hanging out.
No, I did know that. At some point, somebody told me that, and I was like, "That's weird," and I just kind of ignored it.
Okay. You just kept hanging out with the guy?
Not really. I didn't hang out with the guy very often. You gotta understand.
He's just a guy you knew? Okay.
I've met him like 3-4 times, like something like that. Yeah, it's just like, well, the thing is, I don't have friends IRL. I saw him as many times as I saw Bella. You know what I mean? Like that's like, one of the closest people I really here in LA.
How many times you see Bella though? Like roughly?
Like 4 or 5 times, something like that. Less than 10.
Did you end up seeing her after the organ
Wait,
apology?
I saw something in chat. Let me see.
Like 4 or 5 times, something like that. Less than 10.
Did you end up seeing her after the organ apology?
I don't think so.
Okay. And then you texted her apologizing, like more meaning, like actually meaning it afterward, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And what? So when you actually felt like you meant the apology, what were you apologizing for?
Plenty of stuff. I was saying like all types of things, like psychopath, sociopath, doing drugs.
Because you're saying now that she was saying you can whatever essayed her while you were in the relationship. So now I'm trying to understand, like, what were you apologizing for? Were you like doing like a lip service apology for the SA stuff, even though you didn't mean it?
Oh,
like...
yeah. One part of it is that well, I wanted her to forgive me. That's one. So that meant buying into her delusions so I could like get her to forgive me, right? And then the other thing is like, I don't know if I meant it in the sense of like, obviously if treated like a bad boyfriend, I don't know if I meant it as like a sincere apology. It's the most sincere one that I've given her, but it's like, it was mainly because I wanted the girl back, right?
One thing they don't disagree on is the obsession he had with her. Goldie Bell claims she was harassed and stalked by Too Mad, which is part of why she needed the protective order against him. He would use alternate phone numbers to message her a bunch of nonsense, spamming I Miss the Rage, which is a Playboi Carti song famously covered by Mario Judah, over and over and over and over. He sent her the Easter Island emoji hundreds of times. He said Donda about 1,000 times. And he also sent her messages trying desperately to convince her to speak to him again.
I know there is nothing I can do to take away the damage that I have done to you, but at the very least I want to take responsibility. The way that I treated you and viewed you was not okay. I pushed past your boundaries for only the benefit of myself. I made sexual advances that you were clearly not comfortable with, and I chose to ignore it. I regret all of that so much. As for the kind
So
of
my question is, you know, I've been retaining a lot of information and stuff, but I just don't understand why couldn't he put out anything that made sense before. They only got something that made sense out of him on on Turkey Tom's stream. Like of course he's people are gonna believe he's awkward. I mean he's obviously awkward, but you know, abusive or whatever
that I made, it was never my intention to make you fear for your safety, but I understand now that's how I made you feel. I am sorry. As if this was all not enough for you.
I'm gonna close the game real quick.
After I realized you had left. I am working hard in therapy to correct the parts of my brain that allowed me to act like this, and I'm going to make damn sure I never repeat these actions to anyone else. Enjoy, love. I'm good.
In these messages, it's clear he knows he did something to her, but doesn't really specify. Regardless, he continued messaging her for weeks.
When you were spamming her in messages, okay, what time was that? Like, at what point in your relationship was, you know what I mean?
I did that all the time, but I don't know.
Why did you do that? Were you just like desperate for her attention, or?
Sure.
Like you were in love type of thing, but I
get. Oh yeah, no, I was completely infatuated with this girl. That's why I also say like we were like dating or whatever. Because I don't know, man. Like I was very invested. That's the word I need to use. Yeah. Very invested. Very invested.
They're not like. I guess it's like you were invested. I just feel like I don't know. There must have been other girls you could talk to. You're like famous.
No. There's no girl that was nearly as invested as this girl.
So it was just a fixation on her in particular. I see.
I mean, like people don't want to use the word dating, but it's like, bro, yeah, invested. I had large stonks.
Was she invested?
500. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
There are a lot of other interesting pieces of information from this stream that iron out some of the details the public has been confused on, at least from Too Mad's perspective. One thing he says was that during the sexual encounters he had with Goldie Bell, he actually didn't even enjoy it, but he claims that she did.
Was there any point where, while you were or doing whatever that she switched up during that?
No, when we were having sex, it was like, I don't know, she said when she would tell me like after we had sex, I was just completely like grossed out and like I don't want to do that again. I was like, I need to take a shower. And then she was just kind of like whatever. She was like laying down on the bed, like face down, and then like later on she was like, well, I enjoyed myself, and then I just sort of said nothing. I was like, I didn't want to tell her like I hated it or whatever, but she was but she was like, yeah, she
Sorry,
said that
she
enjoyed
said
it.
she enjoyed herself. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, she said she enjoyed herself.
Okay.
She said I enjoyed myself because I was giving her signals that I didn't like you.
Keep in mind, Tumad was also a virgin before he met her, and here he is saying all of his times having sex weren't even enjoyable. After this stream, I got added to a group chat with other drama channels to talk about the allegations. A bunch of people were in there, and for the time I was there, it consisted of everyone trying to convince him to take the allegations seriously and make a proper response because his goofy, aloof attitude towards it all was making him look guilty by default. He was also working on a WordPress website at some point to prove his innocence, but I don't think that was ever finished. Meanwhile, his tweets were as schizophrenic as ever. Tumad will remember this. Guys, you can't make edgy jokes. Freedom of expression is Jover, demonetized. Kinda having everything happen all at once. Maybe it's ADHD. I don't know. I think I need a new lawyer. In any case, I won't kill myself or whatever, but I will lose faith in humanity forever if I don't get vindicated. Bowling noises intensify. Lord knows the community is itching for some drama to get knee deep into. This might be compelling. He was basically begging for someone to make a video debunking the allegations for him so he would be off the hook. He asked me for as much in DMs multiple times. He also asked me to loan him like $40,000 to pay for his lawyer, which he said he would then pay back tenfold if he won through making more videos. Gotta say, not the most enticing offer. Ultimately, Goldie Bell's restraining order was granted. Tumad was to not contact her for 3 years. Whatever the truth of what happened between them, he had no formal criminal charges and was a free man. Many expected him to turn a new leaf and get back to making the content everyone loved from him.
Yo.
Why wouldn't he? Unfortunately, that...
You, I'm gonna say real quick, if you're selling art, I'm not interested. But if you're new, or if you're selling Twitch bots or whatever. Oh, that was my Windows, sorry. I'm saying if you're selling art, I'm not interested. Because I have a lot of people joining my stream just saying that. So if that's the case, yeah. But if not, if you're here, if you just joined my stream randomly, welcome. I'm walking to the Minecraft Farlands, which is at 12.5 million blocks away. I'm playing in the beta 1.7.3 version, and I'm right now, as you can see, on 2.3 million. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I just have a lot of like bots or whatever join the chat, and I mean they bots or either artists like offering their art, and I mean they probably they're all nice, but I just don't. I'm not interested in like upping my stream quality. I only stream with the purpose of like documenting my journey. By the way, I'm Spanish, so English is my second language. So yeah, I'm just walking in a straight line as I watch stuff. Right now I'm watching a video from Turkey Tom. It's about Tumad. I don't know if you know the YouTuber. Normally I watch series and stuff, but right now I wanted to watch a video. Yeah, welcome.
That just didn't happen. Instead, his brain began to...
Jesus. Go make it creepier.
Tumad continued to schizophrenically post into the void on Twitter.
Sorry, I gotta
every
mute
single
the...
day. Sometimes he would deny any wrongdoing related to Goldie Bell. Sometimes he would claim he did assault her, and he would do it again. Part of this can be chalked up to his mental illness, which J-Reg claims is schizophrenia or autism, and part of it is because he was doing drugs. A lot. Tumad had already admitted to using ketamine multiple times, admitting he didn't even know how much he was taking and would just snort it indiscriminately. During a stream with Kanklemore, he also said he was taking Xanax. This Xanax was not prescription. Not only was it not his own, it wasn't a prescription at all. It was a Mexican-made version called Pharmapram. This version of the drug is often made with fentanyl due to its cheapness when compared to the actual compounds to make proper American Xanax. Even in small doses, this can prove deadly. Fentanyl has become such an epidemic that country artist Jelly Roll recently addressed the United States Congress about the epidemic of overdoses related to the drug. Tumad was taking Pharmapram regularly, and on a live stream with Kanklemore, he said he'd taken many of them at once.
There's a lot of different things I've heard about Xan today, and I'm like, am I gonna die?
If you're taking 20, yeah, you're gonna die.
Okay, I won't take 20.
Yeah, probably don't even take 5. If you take, like the way you said you blacked out
I
half of one, if you take 3, you're gonna die.
I took 5 already.
Today?
Yeah.
Really?
Not real. Like I would just keep popping them in, and then I'd wait a little bit, pop it in, and wait a little bit, pop it in. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I would do 2 at a time.
Frying his
While in
fucking
his drugged out
brain.
state, he even said something that some have taken as a full-on admission to the Goldie Bell situation.
Even in the recording of where I was like being that girl, it's like you can tell this guy's got his head on straight. Like, yeah, he's doing irreparable, reprehensible shit. He is sane.
With all of this combined, it's hard to take Tumed at his word for almost anything. To put it scientifically, he's fried, he's cooked even. He seemed to be sinking deeper and deeper into this activity, spending his days rotting inside of his bedroom and getting high, and appearing on live streams to talk about all of his struggles.
You haven't wanted to
For
keep a
years.
relationship with people?
Yeah, for like years, man. It's like chronic.
Why do you think that is?
That's the thing. I've been asking myself that question for a long time. All I can tell you is like it's just been a lifelong struggle, and it's just there's a lot of different things you can try, but really it comes down to like the motivation the person needs to do it. And then when he does do that, you might stop resenting all these normal people, and you might be happy and fulfilled.
Maybe.
Or not. Maybe. Or not. Or do more drugs until you die.
I mean, I've been there.
Yeah, have you been there?
Yeah, I've been clean from heroin for 6 years.
That's why you're so chill, bro. I'm just kidding.
You're probably right, dude. You're probably right.
I've been just smoking whatever the fuck I'm given. I can barely walk. Holy, sorry.
What'd you do?
The Xanax.
I used to have a little bit of I went on a bender in Sands once.
I think that's what I'm gonna start going into soon.
Oh, Xanny bender?
Yes.
That's the worst kind of bender.
Why?
Okay, so
Sorry if I
you get
squeak
addicted
my
to
chat
Xanax
too much,
and you want to get off of
God.
it, it'll fucking kill you.
Well, I don't think I'm gonna get addicted.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Okay, that's terrible news.
He was sinking further into his addiction to the point where he would take anything. Weed, Adderall, Xanax, ketamine, meth even. All of this was supposedly a part of his regular waking diet. He couldn't even walk, sometimes he was so deep in it. This is an extremely hard thing to pull yourself out of. In late January of 2024, it seemed things may be getting better. He messaged Kanklemore saying he was actually sober. This news didn't last very long. Within days, he was posting videos on Instagram of his ramblings, describing his life in no uncertain terms.
Okay, so it's like this,
of course.
right? You have 3 lawsuits, and then you're like 22 years old. You're old?
Wait, this is not even about art. It's about. I followed your streams because I love you. What is this about? Now I'm curious because this is different than the messages I've got. Let me see. Agree. Wait, I just got a friend request. Oh, never mind. Wait, what? Oh, never mind. I got a 3-month nitro. Oh no. Anyways, there. I sent you a friend request. Are we now friends? Okay, you're going to be a long-time fan. So let's see, what is this about? Bros, I'm getting so scammed. Hello. I don't even know if you're still here. Yeah, what do you wanna talk about, Scarlet? No, I mean... Wait, I'm gonna stop the Discord server. Right. Ouch! Fuck. Mandevil. Why? This is yes thought. I've never seen someone come into my chat like this. Yo, Scarlet, what is this about? Wait, I gotta charge my phone. There's no. There we go. Well, I don't know what this is about. I'll leave my phone right there. I'm gonna keep playing this. And I'm gonna lower the music.
Meth combination. And it was thing like, what was the thing in the beginning? Oh, sorry. It makes loud noise. Okay, wait, go back to the thing I was gonna say. What was I gonna say? What the? Dude, bro, I haven't had good. No, I didn't say that. No, it's a bar though. Say it, dude. No, I'm not gonna say it. No, I'm not gonna say it. What was I gonna say originally?
On his Discord server, he was streaming his activities to his mods while tripping out.
What the f is going on with this guy?
What is he doing?
Is going on with this? Why is he taping his fucking arm? Next thing he in Dead Island. What the f weapon is he making? What is he gonna do with that dongle?
His final live stream was on February 8th, 2024, and featured him once again spamming gibberish to his audience. Many believe the following video is him foreshadowing his own passing.
It's the question you cannot answer ever. Why did I kill my...
No, don't say that.
Say it! Say it! Stop the internal conflict and say it!
Sorry, I don't mean to yell. It's fuck, they hear me. The minute.
On February 14th, 2024, TMZ reported that Tumet had died of a possible overdose. The internet erupted at the news. On Twitter, there was a celebration. Hundreds of thousands of people cheered on his death. Many of them were unaware of the details of the allegations, and instead cheered it on because he was racist and transphobic. Those that did know about the allegations mostly expressed confusion. On YouTube, fans expressed disappointment in comment sections. They took to the most memorable videos and podcast appearances to mourn the death of a talented creator.
Oh, layer vlog. Is this an old video? He's got the long hair. Oh wait. No, wait. Oh, he was calling Tumet. You can't even close.
Somebody that we did like 2 Mad's content together. We did a stream with him. They got cited in this court case. 2 Mad is dead. No. Yes. The cops found his body. He's dead. TMZ just reported it. He's fucking gone. This is not like a joke. I'm not pranking you. Like he himself. He overdosed. Law enforcement sources tell us his internet personality was found unresponsive Tuesday night in his Los Angeles area home. It was after somebody called in to ask for a welfare check. He hadn't been heard from for a few days by concerned parties, and he missed some appointments. As a result, the cops were sent to check on him, and that's when they found the body. It was unclear how long he'd been in that state. Our sources say there was drug paraphernalia found on the scene. I talked to this guy 1 day ago. 1 day ago I talked to this dude. He just messaged me. He said, am I a genius on the 9th? And I said, yes. He said, why in layman terms? I said, you're really funny and make good videos. And he didn't respond. I was planning on doing a video about him soon with an interview. I'm gonna post Ross's interview because he didn't lose it, but he just killed himself. He straight up died.
Whatever, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Like, I just gotta basically just not think about it for a bit, I guess. But, yeah.
No, yeah, I mean, I have nothing to say. Like, I don't even know what else to say about it. It hasn't really hit.
Yeah, are you make a video on Tom's heart, or you let that be, or what's your
Maybe in a week or two. I'm traveling anyway, so I really can't right now. But
safe travels, bro.
yeah, thanks, man. You too. Keep it easy. Holy shit. I knew this. Knew this guy. He died last night when we were like partying in Mardi Gras or whatever, hanging out with BBW. That is fucking crazy. It was clear that his final days were not peaceful, but to this day we don't technically know how he died. According to TMZ, they were told by the police that it was a possible overdose, which is a reasonable assumption, but we don't really know. His Twitter, effectively his diary, was marked with incoherent nonsense during all of February 8th. His last tweet ever was just 2 words: neutron star.
It's been a while since we worked with him because of the spiral he went down and that came out. It's not like we were actively still working with him through all of that. He used to say a lot of terrible to, like, Matt. It was a spiral that started pretty much out of nowhere. So most likely drug related, and it completely destroyed him as a human being. No, I hadn't talked to him in quite a while. After the stuff he was saying, like, to Matt, it was very clear he was not the same person that I, like, played games with back in like 2018, whenever that was, with like Rainbow Six. He had completely lost himself. So I hadn't talked to him in a while. He did message me like whenever TwitchCon was, seeing if I could give him a pass because he needed to do something there, which in retrospect to some of the things people were claiming is really kind of chilling. I didn't answer, but that was looking at like having that and then seeing what people were saying about what he was trying to do at TwitchCon is really weird now.
It's a really situation. It really is. Like, I've seen so many people say so much bad shit about him. I'll be honest, from personal experience, he was an asshole to me as well. He tried to poach one of my editors from me, and that's pretty normal in the YouTube scene, like editors getting taken on by other YouTubers. But he went behind my back and then reached out to one of my editors, and he said, you know, whatever Pyro's paying you, I'll pay you double. He was really unapologetic, and he basically just blamed it on his ADHD. And then, like, a couple of days later, he deleted his entire Discord account, almost as if to kind of, like, hide the evidence. So, I've had bad experiences with him. But, that being said, as much as I see everyone dunking on him on Twitter for, like, horrible stuff that he's done, that's still someone that's incredibly young that died, like 23. And also, on top of that, that's someone who's... That's a situation where someone's parents have outlived their child, which I think is just, it's fucking horrible.
Apparently he passed away. That's really fucking sad, man. That's 23 years old. I mean, that's actually really, that's legit sad, dude. What contributed to his mental state, in my opinion, is that he constantly wanted to up the ante and went from like troll to being a genuinely weird guy who also was definitely doing a bunch of behind the scenes according to other witnesses and victims as well. And there's a sense of desperation that people feel when they feel like their time in the spotlight is waning, and then they lean into the worst tendencies and like try to grab on. It's like you're in a state of free fall and you're trying to grab on to anything.
This is the only thing I've ever heard from Hassan makes sense. The only thing and you know, of course I don't like him, but this is just not to be a hater, but he's actually saying something meaningful here.
And everything you can in that state of free fall. There are always contributing factors to people behaving in the ways that they do. It's not an excuse at all for their actions. I'm not a defender of 2Mad at all. As a matter of fact, I did not like him at all. He was consistently harassing me, routinely. In a perfect world, however, he should have been institutionalized. That's what should have happened.
When the controversy around him began, he told me his father had started smoking again after a long time of having quit because the dad was so stressed about seeing his son appear in YouTube drama thumbnails. I don't think he deserves to be dead. That's my hot take for today, my hot take about a corpse. I do really feel right now, at least, like the internet killed 2Mad, gave an awkward teenage boy a false sense of being understood and a false sense of purpose. It gave him opportunities in social and financial power, all of which he abused at some point. And it encouraged him to lean into his eccentricities until the person he was offline and the person who was online were no longer distinguishable. It hollowed out his mind to the point where his video responding to the allegations about him, he was complaining that it didn't get enough views on YouTube.com. It gave him an endless stream of stimulation that allowed him to stay atomized and alone and content in his room. And then it provided him the pathways to drugs, which ultimately killed him. I can here rattle off the same platitudes that I've been rattling off on this channel for years. Have homies, have love. Don't spend 14 hours a day on the computer. Don't think you're too good to know people. Don't think you're too good to love people. Don't become too warped into the character you play online. I don't think 2Mad knew how to be a real person. I don't think he ever had to learn. The only thing I really do want to say is, over the last few years, I've started talking to more and more people who are strange in some way, autistic or schizophrenic or something. And when I talk to them and when I listen to them, what really stands out is how grateful they are that someone is taking the time to understand them beyond just viewing them as a nuisance. And I don't think being a nuisance on the internet warrants a death sentence. And I don't think that is a good enough excuse to celebrate.
Dude, I thought his smile was creeping me out a little bit. I thought he was like making fun of it or something. And now he's on the verge of crying. So I think he was just trying to not bring himself down. So it's interesting. I mean, it's you know, I got the wrong perception about this guy from the few seconds I've seen him talk. I don't know who this is. But damn, he's got some meaningful
I don't know how he would
works.
have wanted to have been remembered. He was a deeply nihilistic person, and I don't think he believed in anything besides himself. It's ultimately up to you as to what you think the lesson here is, if there's any lesson at all. And because I don't have a conclusion, I also don't know how to end this video, so Bababooey.
Belle Delphine posted her own statement, saying, after talking online for around a year, 2Mad flew all the way out to the UK to film a video with me, and we spent 2 days together. Over those 2 days, he was friendly, funny, playful, and a lot more shy than I expected. We were almost the same age, both enjoyed making random shit on the internet, so I related with him a lot. I know lots of people who were hurt by him, and it's not all magically washed away, but serious substance abuse can bring out the worst in some people, changing them in ways that are unrecognizable. He created a cycle where the deranged and erratic efforts of drug abuse led him to isolation, which in turn exacerbates the substance abuse. It was so sad to watch all of this unfold. My old best friend who actually introduced me to 2Mad also died from drug abuse in the exact same way, which has made me feel even more heartbroken about the situation. Both of my last interactions with them were nearly identical. I'm really sad that he's gone without ever knowing what life could have been like for him without his drug problem, or to have even lived to the age to be able to self-reflect on his insanely unique adolescence he had growing up on the internet. I found his content hilarious and admired how confident he seemed in his videos. He was so creative and often shared ideas with me, and we both laugh about them. He really created his own genre of YouTube videos, doing it all while so young. He inspired me a lot, and I will miss him. Those with more negative experiences also posted, but not exactly in celebration of his passing. As of his death, Goldie Bell posted the following, saying, "I don't know how to process the news of the day as passing. It's a lot all at once, and I have conflicting emotions. He was a terrible, terrible person, and people tried to help teach him how to properly dose his drugs because they knew he would do it anyway, but he would do the opposite to get a reaction from them. He took it too far before, and he took it too far this time. I don't feel relieved because I don't know what will happen from here. I'm nervous about the internet's impending reaction as I already see it's trending on Twitter. I'm not happy he's dead. I'm not sad. I'm shocked, and I can't feel anything but dread. I feel terrible for his family." Shortly after this, Goldie Bell deactivated her account. His former video editor posted his own statement as well. "The last few days have been very difficult for me. I first started editing for Too Mad at the start of 2021, and although I had no real skill at the time, he was extremely patient and helpful with me. He allowed me to grow my skills over time while working with him. He made it clear that he believed in me. I was very excited around this time as I've been a huge fan of him and his editing. It felt like a dream come true. Eventually, I would completely take over the editing of both the Too Mad and Too Mad 360 channels. I worked full time until the beginning of 2023. In the time leading up to when I had quit working for him, Too Mad had become heavily addicted to ketamine and DMT, and it became increasingly difficult to communicate with him. I found it extremely challenging to create any narrative with whatever footage he would send me. It also became clear that he no longer had the same drive to create videos, and I decided it'd be best for me to find another client, which he understood, albeit with disappointment. I tried my best to consistently communicate with him after this and keep him company as best I could, as I understood he did not have many people to talk to and was worried what he might be doing left alone for too long. He told me that he was seeking therapy and was working on bettering himself. I found this very difficult to believe, as I don't think he even knew what that would entail. Over time, my frustrations with him grew, and I eventually found it impossible to talk to him. I now understand that many other people have had the same experience. Something I would like people to understand is that no matter what the subject matter was, or what it was you were trying to bring to his attention, Too Mad would only ever respond to you in a cryptic, meme-like speech, which he would then have to interpolate into something understandable. This was the case with work assignments, personal stories, basic questions or requests, etc. The crazy, unintelligible personality you watched escalate over time in his videos is exactly who he was in his personal life. This is what made it so hard for anybody to try and help him with his addiction and any other troubles, as not only could he not listen, he would derail anything you were trying to say into a nonsensical mess. This ability to communicate only became worse as his drug abuse became more constant, ultimately resulting in a completely different Too Mad to the one I had first been a fan of and eventually became friends with. A crazy and erratic personality, yes, but ultimately a talented, funny, creatively ambitious, and at times deeply insightful person. The response to Too Mad's death has been equal parts upsetting and unsurprising. I will not defend him from anyone he harmed through personal attacks and emotional abuse. His behavior towards women in the space I find particularly disgusting. I did not find his incessant edgy trolling within the past year funny or acceptable. Although his passing pains me personally, to those who were hurt by him, and find relief that he is gone, I understand you. I can only imagine what it was like to be on the receiving end of constant harassment from someone as cynically relentless as he was. I am, however, emotionally torn. Watching him project his mental deterioration in real time over Twitter in the past year has been very unsettling to me. Knowing his self-destructive behavior was a result of desocialization, drug abuse, and an inability to understand and communicate with the people who wanted to see him on the correct path. I, like many others, spent countless hours trying to help him get his life in order, trying to explain to him why his behavior could only end in disaster, but to no avail. I cannot stress exactly how far gone he was towards the end. He would frequently send me several screen-long rants about the discoveries or theories he had come up with through psychedelic trips, which could result in the transformation of our world, giving examples of physics equations and anecdotes from famous scientists like Einstein to back his points. He had become manic and had severe delusions of grandeur. I wish there was a way he could have gotten the help he needed. I wish he didn't handle loneliness and confusion with drug abuse. I wish he didn't treat people the way he did while having so much potential and wasted talent. I wanted more than anything for him to text me out of the blue one day with a positive, coherent plan of what he wanted to do with himself next. I hope that his family finds peace, and I hope people can take some sort of lesson away from all of this. Rest in peace, brother. This is where many expected the story to end. 10 minutes after the announcement of his death, a familiar face popped up. I can finally say it. Too Mad was a rapist and a pedophile. Over the past few years, he tried to murder me multiple times for helping the police and detectives in multiple states to investigate a lot of horrible things he's done. He wanted to take out multiple innocent lives by getting behind the wheel and going head-on on a freeway while being high on drugs. He didn't succeed once as he overdosed before killing anybody, so he tried it again. Despite him trying to murder me and multiple innocent lives, I've been trying to help law enforcement.
You can overdose, but not necessarily die. And how did he save himself if he didn't have anyone to help him?
to make sure he's safe, doesn't get hurt, and doesn't harm anybody. From this, there were a few corroborating testimonies. Robert Ross posted about what happened at TwitchCon. This is a lot. I witnessed firsthand Tumad's threats on James's life during TwitchCon. He couldn't even go home because he knew his address and was en route to Vegas after threats. He had to use our hotel room to hide out while waiting for law enforcement. Can back this up too. He was scared for his life at the partner lounge during TwitchCon Vegas and talked to security at the event because of threats made towards himself. James elaborated on his perspective. When my friends and colleagues say that my life was in constant danger, they're not talking about just threats. Within a short time frame, I had a bullet hole put in my office window, was told to wear a concealed bulletproof vest when I'm in public, witnessed a SWAT team with ballistic shields outside of my home, and had to cooperate with an anti-terrorism unit when the rapists made implications of people's lives being in my control at TwitchCon, leading to the entire convention center being surrounded by police SUVs. This isn't even all the things I, my colleagues, and my close ones had to endure, just to give a perspective. I don't think I need to explain why I was not talking about it publicly, but if multiple people coming forward confirming what I said isn't true enough, a lot of information is now public records and can be accessed by anyone. There was never a lawsuit at any point. There were court orders that led to multiple cases, civil and criminal. Once again, there has never been a lawsuit. A lot of these things are public records and always have been. It was never about money. He lied to the public, and some morons ate it up despite court cases being public records. The justice courts in multiple jurisdictions deemed it necessary to provide restraining orders to protect the victims and witnesses and those around him. The burden of proof is on the prosecution, and it was met in full. The courts issued multiple permanent restraining orders for many of his victims as he was vicious, unhinged, and violent, going out of his way to hurt not just his victims but those who were close to him, all just to inflict maximum damage on everyone he's hurt. Tumad has been caught destroying evidence, sending death threats to witnesses, and fabricating stuff to brainwash his audience. The judge shut down his lies during the hearing, and all of this is public records. Just a reminder that this guy got caught hiding in the court's cafeteria when he realized he would have to see one of his victims in person again. This is the same guy who was dancing on the grave of a murdered child just a year ago. This is the same guy who secretly recorded multiple videos of him committing crimes, including SA and pointing a gun at one of his victims. He shared those videos with friends, but was mortified to find out the court had gotten a hold of them. This is public records once again. I was told the arrest warrant was supposed to go just before the final overdose. There were multiple reasons why it took so long. The main reason being that the investigation involved many jurisdictions in multiple states, and the amount of everything they had to go through has been insane. Outside of direct messages, phone calls, and live streams, he tweeted over 17,200 times since August alone. Also, some people interfered with the investigation, and I'm waiting on confirmation whose names I can bring up today. All while a lot of information is public or will soon be made public by the authorities. Please don't bring up the victims' names and don't wish ill will on Tumad's family. Jamesky claims that Tumad illegally owned firearms. However, he claimed on my live stream that he didn't own any.
So you don't own any real guns. That's what I was gonna say, because you're a Canadian citizen. You're not, and you're in California, right? So like, what was the?
Yeah, I don't own any guns.
But apart from that, these are some very heavy accusations. This 13-year-old in the mental hospital was determined to be a girl named Misty, who Tumad apparently had some level of contact with. Jamesky said that he continued to prey on the vulnerable even after the police got involved, including a 13-year-old in a mental hospital. If you look at her posts and his posts, you can see that the two clearly interacted publicly. Tumad had reposted a video from her account of this apparent mental institution, and he also posted a tweet of her outfit. Now this is definitely weird and something to be concerned about. A 23-year-old being online friends with a 13-year-old is odd. But as for any inappropriate contact, there was none at the time, and she herself denied it when the accusations initially came out. Another person who spoke about this drama was just a Minx. Minx quote tweeted James and called his tweet insane, while clarifying she supported the lawsuit and investigations into Tumad. James then responded accusing Minx of interfering with the investigations and providing confidential information to Medea. He says Minx knew there was never a lawsuit and that she switched sides constantly. He then uploads 2 clips of Minx talking about Medea.
I think he's just trying to cope because he has none left to live for, which I understand because he has none. Yeah, I hope he gets help too. And by help, I mean I hope he learns how to tie a noose in a video game.
The second clip shows her revealing publicly they could use her phone calls to track him. Then Medea calls her on stream confirming that he's listening.
Well, answering his calls, this dumbass doesn't realize when I answer them, I can track his location, not me personally, sorry. The police can, and see where it came from. If I don't answer it, I can't. And that's what they advised me to do. They said don't talk to him, just answer it, and then you just show us the call and they can track where he goes to right now. Oh look, he's calling again.
Minx claimed the only way she could have interfered is by the report she made to the LAPD of him stalking and threatening her or mentioning other cases. James posts a clip of her doing this, which she disputes unsuccessfully. These two were really going at it, and it's clear behind the scenes there have been a lot going on. Minx posted some images from the lawsuit and alluded to releasing the lawyer's name. The most notable screenshot posted by James, meanwhile, are pages of Two Mad posing with various guns, of which many include verifiably fake guns, as I said before. If he did own any real guns, there was no evidence based on these tweets. Following this, a few girls also came forward, claiming they had been harassed by Two Mad with incessant messages, much in the same way he did to Goldie Bell. Keep in mind, he didn't know these girls at all, he just did this at random. These statements left a lot of room for speculation. Where was the proof of pedophilia? Where was the proof that this bullet hole in the window was from Two Mad? Where was the proof of the SWAT team arriving, apart from this blurry image? Detractors of James saw him dancing on the grave of a dead man, skirting around a defamation lawsuit, because, well, you cannot defame someone who is dead. Others saw Two Mad's prior behavior and instantly believed these claims. It would be weeks before James posted his follow-up evidence, but it did eventually come, in the form of a 52-page document. The document opens by painting Two Mad as a narcissistic crazy person, one who didn't even trust his own intentions and thought he may commit a violent crime against Jameski or against someone else.
That I'm still like madly infatuated with this fucking bitch.
Why?
Because it's like I touched her that one time and then she sued me, and that's why I must get my ultimate revenge.
Ultimate revenge.
Yeah, a lot of people like to scare themselves and thinking I'm like a harmless person. I could be, right? But it's worthwhile due your due diligence. Make sure that doesn't happen. But I think if I go into schizo mode for real, what's more likely is I'm gonna do a mixed skillet or like getting a bunch of crimes before I go and commit murder.
I try to avoid that.
I definitely try to avoid that. 100%.
For the unaware, McSkillet drove his car over the speed limit against traffic and killed 2 people in 2018.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking kill this. Are you stupid? No, I mean, I don't mean this. What do you mean? Come on! I understand that you're in the end game of life when you've just begun, and you don't have any anger towards anyone ever. But like, you have to understand, I'm not fucking married. Like,
I think this is probably the most fair allegation that James makes, and is just an extension of what we already knew. Two Mad was clearly a deeply mentally ill person, and from these clips, I don't think you can claim all of them are jokes. The guy definitely was out of his mind. The rest of the document is full of a lot of claims. That 13-year-old in the mental hospital named Misty is never mentioned. He does claim that it's public knowledge Two Mad had expressed predatory behavior, and shows that through a few different tweets. And while these messages do look horrible, it's my belief that in these contexts, Two Mad was making some very crude jokes. There's no proof in this document or elsewhere that Two Mad had any inappropriate contact with a minor, and we've never seen any evidence of such. However, James claims that he's been working with multiple victims of Medea for months on a criminal investigation, people he intends to keep anonymous to protect their privacy. This would be separate from the civil case with Goldie Bell, and in his words, the government was already preparing everything necessary for the prosecution. The criminal investigation had nothing to do with the civil case, and criminal contempt related to violating the civil order. What the government knew, or even what this is about, is not explained in detail at this moment in the doc. What is talked about is details from the civil trial. James claims that at one point, Two Mad read a statement written by ChatGPT, which was then quickly shut down by the judge. He even has a court transcript for this. He goes back to talking about Goldie Bell at this point, and the various clips of Two Mad saying, "I'll do it again," as well as the moments from my stream in which he admitted to plying Goldie Bell with drugs to make her more susceptible to his advances. Hey Two Mad, quick question. When you tried to give weed, was it to sort of ease her into finally giving you coochie? That's for 5 from Pullbun.
I think so. Yeah, I feel like that's obvious though, right? Like I don't usually, I've never done that before, but that's kind of why you do drugs. Like I remember when I was like 14, I was like, a girl rejected me, and I was like, I should smoke weed. I did it. I'd do it again.
You know, but you know you can't, bro. They're gonna use this thing
I
forward.
can't. I know they can use it. Y'all. I'm sorry. Okay, my bad, dog. Well, I'm paying my lawyer top dollar to explain it to them. That's just humor.
Ultimately, what this part of the document does well, in terms of things that can be proven, is make Two Mad look unhinged. It shows that in his final days, he was so drugged out he didn't even trust himself to not do something horrible. That, in and of itself, makes Two Mad basically impossible to defend, which is why I'm not going to do that. But as for the multiple other victims James claims exist, they are nowhere to be found. On page 22, he shows a DM of someone, who knows who, messaging another person, who knows who, about Two Mad, where they say they matched on Tinder. The other person says they matched on Hinge. What this means or proves, I do not know. All it shows is that someone claimed they matched with Two Mad on a dating app. James also claims Two Mad went as far as to meet multiple of these girls in person. It includes a blurred out video of Two Mad supposedly meeting some girl.
See, I get bitches. See,
Even if I'm to take both of these extremely out of context materials seriously, all I can deduce is that Tumad met a girl on a dating app and then met her in real life. This is the most proof we get, by the way, apart from some gross tweets that Tumad made. To make extremely strong public accusations about pedophilia and say there will be more details and then never reveal any of those details beyond a few screenshots that could be chalked up to jokes is very irresponsible. I understand Jamesky claims that there is evidence he cannot reveal because the victims don't want to be identified, but you could always censor names much like he did for Goldie Bell. If he censored it for her, why not censor it for them? Well, this leaves us with a few possibilities. The first is that these victims are real. Tumad is guilty of all of this, and they refuse to let Jamesky publicize any proof, even with the addition of censoring their names. The second option is that Jamesky preemptively tweeted about these allegations believing they would want to go public, and they did not, putting him in a difficult position. The third option is that James believes Tumad to be a creep based off of these screenshots, but has no actual proof beyond that. The fourth option is that James is intentionally lying. Whichever of these possibilities it is, making a tweet claiming that Tumad is the worst thing you could possibly be after his death, and then never revealing details is retarded, and should make you question what his motivations are and what happened behind the scenes. James claims there's an investigation that happened behind the scenes, which is why he's recorded calls to the LAPD. But if that investigation was actually underway in a serious manner, James doesn't prove it, and he probably never will. James also claimed publicly that he saved Tumad's life and prevented a mass tragedy. I have no proof of this. Did Tumad do horrible things, bad things we know about? Yes. Is he a pedophile who groomed people and sexually assaulted multiple people?
Right.
I honestly think Jamesky thinks this, and I don't know that he's lying, but I don't have evidence of it either.
Right, yeah, like, specifically, obviously, like, okay, we're pretty much accepting now, like, the pedophilia thing, like, he's not providing proof for. He's still kind of claiming it's a thing, right? But
he's saying because the victims don't want their identities public, he can't release it.
Yeah. Right,
But,
yeah.
But I don't know Jamesky, so am I to trust that? I don't really know.
What I'm more interested in is getting context into the scenarios where he claims that he saved Tumad's life, right? Or prevented tragedy, right? Like, what is the context of that, right?
Yeah, they're saying he's saying he prevented a match like 4 times, basically, right?
Right, but he's also saying that he intervened to save Tumad's life in the past, which is...
By the way, guys, I might actually do a change to my hotbar. I'm gonna save the pickaxe. I almost never use the pickaxe, or rarely for like pieces of iron hanging out. Of course, it looks better, but I really want both buckets. It's a bit uncomfortable to be swapping. I mean, it doesn't make that much of a difference. I can just swap them, even if I can't hotkey. I don't know. I'll see. Anyways.
To me, because it's like, what does that mean? You just called the cops on him and then they went to do a wellness check? Like, what is that?
In this document, James accuses the LAPD of corruption and incompetence. On page 33, he says that the Southern California police in general are notorious for their misconduct and not doing anything in their power until it's too late. He says that if you check the Wikipedia article for the LAPD alone, the section about their corruption and misconduct is half of the entire article. However, throughout this, he fails to show even one instance of police incompetence, never mind corruption. He claims that when Tumad violated his restraining order, they refused to act unless the court told them to.
We're not gonna go over there and break his door down and take the guns. It's gonna be interesting.
But this is actually what the police are supposed to do. It's called obtaining a warrant. A warrant is signed by a judge and is basically a permission slip for them to go inside someone's home. The police cannot indiscriminately bust down someone's door unless they believe there's an imminent threat to someone's well-being or life behind that door. For them to bust down someone's door just because James said so would be actual incompetence and corruption and would probably result in some kind of suspension for officers involved. Frankly, if there was enough evidence for arrest, he'd be in jail if he wasn't dead. On page 3, James called Tumad a criminal, actually guilty of committing a Class C felony to be precise. Not sure why, because Tumad has never been charged with a felony and is not a felon. Unless James means he committed a felonious crime and thus should be a felon, in which case he should be far more specific with what he means here. As for what that crime may be, it's never proven. But James claims this separate criminal case was just about to close in. We already knew Tumad was going to be arrested. The government was preparing everything necessary. The criminal investigation had nothing to do with a civil case. This is a ridiculous thing for me to believe. I'm supposed to believe James knew he was going to be arrested? How? Did the police personally inform him him of every step of the investigation? Is he a detective? The amount of knowledge he supposedly has is pretty absurd. He claims Tumad had illegal firearms and the police were investigating it. On page 36, he said, "I'll make it very clear for the last time the investigation into his possession of illegal firearms was conducted by professionals in real life, not Twitter detectives. The existence of real firearms had been proven many times, and authorities were just trying to figure out where they came from. Tumad tried to dispose of those firearms, and it made the investigation significantly more complicated as a result." Okay, so I'll make this clear, very clear. If the police had proof Tumad not only illegally owned firearms on U.S. soil, but was also doing it despite the restraining order, and was trying to dispose of them, he would have been formally charged and arrested, full stop. There is no reason for any alternative. But James has an explanation for this too. You see, the cops were actually trying to catch whoever sold it to him first, and then take the dangerous schizophrenic man's guns. On page 37, he writes, "Imagine how complicated it is when the end goal, from the law's perspective, is to destroy the supply and not the customer, because you will only solve one problem and not be the source of many. I think it goes without saying that it's obvious that if there's somebody out there who can supply firearms to psychopaths like Tumad without actually being noticed by authorities, this is a huge source of problems. That's why the investigation into Tumad's firearms was so extensive, and the main reason why nobody was allowed to talk about it." Jamesky's claiming here that the police are not catching Tumad for having illegal firearms so they can wait to catch the bigger fish. This is an insane allegation, and that's actually clear police misconduct if true. Unless the FBI is investigating Tumad and he's a member of an organized crime family, it is super illegal for the cops to not take those guns, especially if they believe he's a dangerous person. Having guns is a violation of his TRO, and if they're illegal guns, then that's also illegal. The cops would not wait. This is not the FBI. They're not investigating the mafia. And once again, how would Jamesky know this? Does he personally know the chief of police? Is he a detective? Is he being clued into their every move? It's possible Tumad possessed real guns, but if the police had proof he had illegally obtained weapons, he'd have been in jail and caught a charge, full stop. But James claims he spent 6 figures on an investigation to the point where he had to sell his car to pay for it. But you don't pay the police to investigate someone. They do that with taxpayer dollars. So who did this? Who are these real-life professionals, not Twitter detectives that James is referencing? Well, the only thing that would make sense here is that James hired a private investigator and paid them to investigate Tumad personally. But apparently that PI couldn't find enough for the cops to arrest the guy at any point in time. If the police have reason to believe a schizophrenic, retarded Canadian person has illegal firearms, they will arrest them and then figure out where they're from, not the other way around. One of the initial claims that Jamesky made on Twitter was that Tumad had put a bullet hole through his office window. Well, a YouTuber named Henry Resilient was actually able to obtain a copy of the lawsuit Jamesky filed against Tumad, and in it we get a bit more explanation of what this is about.
"We found a bullet hole in office room of my house in Los Angeles. Witnessed a full SWAT team raid a house across of where I reside and had my ex-roommate's family address used for false swatting attempt. Neither I or my roommates feel ourselves safe anywhere we go, and especially at our home."
It seems that in reality what happened was that James found a bullet hole in his window and assumed it was from Tumad. I mean, the guy lives in Los Angeles. Depending on where you live, it's not entirely unlikely that bullets are whizzing around. The same applies for James's claim he was swatted by Tumad. The funny thing is, James didn't even get swatted. The house across from him did. James just saw the SWAT team and assumed that Tumad called him there, but got the address wrong. Additionally, if there was proof he swatted anyone or shot Jamesky's window, it would be a criminal investigation, not a civil suit like James filed. Swatting is an offense punishable by major jail time, as is shooting someone's window in an attempt to kill them. If the police or anyone had proof Tumad did either of these things, he would have been in jail long before his death. There wouldn't have been a waiting game. We don't actually even have proof that a swatting happened. The police actually could have been there for any reason. But James carefully worded his public tweets about this so as to make it as extreme as possible, to make everyone think that Tumad personally swatted him. So what happened at TwitchCon? Multiple of James's friends came out and said they could confirm that James was in serious danger because of something Tumad did or said. On page 8, James writes, "During TwitchCon Las Vegas, Tumad made ominous threats towards me and the public. To my knowledge, he didn't explicitly make a statement that he planned to shoot up the convention center, and I have no idea where this rumor originates. However, he did make numerous concerning threats, some of which directly referenced me and other people he's held a deadly grudge against. The convention center and the public were aware of his threats before I had a chance to speak to any first responders. When the threats began, I was told urgently to talk to people at the central station, where they acknowledged that the sheriff and convention were already aware of the situation. According to the investigation, Tumad was actively looking for me specifically, but implied that others would also be affected using me as a reason. James even claims he was placed under police protection during the ordeal to hide from the threat of Medea Sadiq. During that night, the authorities deemed it necessary to shelter me at a remote location to ensure my safety." He then shows a message from him at the police station. Apparently he was there at 5:41, and then he was still there 40 minutes later, and then he left at 6:30. How do I know he was at the police station during this time when he was talking to the cops? Well, he filed a police report at 6 o'clock, and the address for the report is the police station. There's no detail here apart from the fact James claims some threats were made, and that's literally it in the police report. Now, James does have some unhinged videos of 2Mad from this time.
Kill. Do the Mario. Kill? Who? You know. Burn them all.
And given how generally unhinged 2Mad is, it's not surprising James felt threatened by him in some way. But the main problem here is, once again, the lack of evidence around statements he makes about what happened here. James claims the investigation also determined he was in a state of psychosis during his last live stream before going to Las Vegas, and that he talked to himself. How would anyone know he was experiencing psychosis without the evaluation of a medical professional? How would this be declared literally anywhere if the guy was never arrested? And additionally, how would James know that the investigation determined this? Do the police typically inform civilians of every step of the prosecution so they know police business inside and out? Well, the answer is no. We also have no indication James was held anywhere or under police protection. I think, in reality, he was just at the station. That is the remote location. If the police are willing to put someone under protection because they believe with a credible source or reason that their life is in danger, it's also typical that they will, mobilize a police response to arrest the guy who was armed and dangerous. Do you think that happened? No, it did not. But according to James, 2Mad turned around before he got there in his secret car. I had to wait for a while to be updated on whether it was safe to return home, and I spent most of my time at a friend group's Airbnb the next day. The investigation found that 2Mad did not use his primary legally registered Tesla with a real license plate to enter Nevada. The investigation was aware he had two nearly identical Teslas, one of which was bought via private sale and wasn't registered to his name, making it more challenging to track down 2Mad. However, I've been told that after 2Mad realized the level of police response to his actions, he decided to drive back home and make ominous paranoid posts with various threats at the end. So 2Mad had a separate, identical Tesla he purchased illegally, which is also a crime. You can be fined or arrested for driving a car with a plate that isn't registered to you, and you can easily be pulled over for having your registration out of date. Never mind owning an unmarked car that doesn't exist in the system and isn't registered to you. Is this guy a double agent? Is 2Mad Jason Bourne? If there was proof of any of this, don't you think the dude would be in jail? And now that 2Mad is dead of a possible overdose, where is this extra car? Where are these extra guns? Now keep in mind, there is still a possibility this is real. Maybe he did have an extra secret unmarked car, and maybe he did own all these illegal firearms. But James didn't provide proof of any of it, and if he wants to make this claim, he needs to for the general public to believe it. Additionally, keep in mind every time James says the investigation, he's not referencing the police, usually anyway. It's probably his private investigator he hired. And this document gets even crazier as time goes on. One major claim by James was that Isabella and 2Mad were never actually dating. Now, I don't know if they were official at any point, but it's clear that at some point they did know each other and were hanging out regularly. She admitted to willingly going to his home before the alleged assault took place, so this doesn't really make sense. And according to James, she was never paid for sex. On page 44, he writes that the prostitution was also entirely made up by 2Mad in an attempt to discredit the victim in the public eye. The investigation fully debunked it, including the fake messages he posted on Twitter that his fans took as gospel at the time, which is brought up later again in this document. Now, it's possible the messages are fake, and 2Mad is the master of faking messages, but this is never proven. It's not proven later in this document. 2Mad multiple times claimed his relationship with Goldie Bell began with him paying her for sex. He even posted these messages to corroborate this claim. Goldie Bell herself never even claimed 2Mad faked these messages in her own court case or on Twitter. I guess it's possible he fakes them, but I'm gonna need a little more than the guy who understands nothing about the criminal justice system to believe it. On page 35, he writes that the court instructed the police they were supposed to arrest 2Mad. The authorities always argued it was a different police department's job. This is the definition of weaponized ignorance and incompetence. The instances provided throughout this document are just a few examples. There were countless instances that were way worse. Alright, so I'm gonna have to do a little work to dissect what Jamesky is saying here, but here's what this means. As per 2Mad's restraining order, he was not supposed to contact Isabella or harass her online. Despite that, he tweeted about her multiple times, and as a result, that can be seen as a violation of the temporary restraining order. Goldie Bell's lawyer then filed paperwork claiming that 2Mad violated that order, and he should be held in contempt of the court. All of this is publicly documented. What's also publicly documented is the strain between 2Mad and his lawyer. Towards the end of the court proceedings, 2Mad's relationship with his lawyer was strained. It's not clear why exactly, and ultimately it's held under attorney-client privilege, but we could guess 2Mad wasn't paying him properly towards the end. Whatever the case, in court his lawyer argued 2Mad may not even be mentally competent to stand trial. Therefore, serving him this contempt order is an issue because he may not even understand what's going on. He asked for a continuance in the case to make preparations before 2Mad is formally charged with the contempt order.
I'm stating to the court that I don't believe that he has the capacity to understand the nature of the proceedings today and cannot proceed on his behalf. This is covering his ass. This is some CYA stuff. I don't understand why 2Mad wouldn't understand it being served, but also 2Mad cannot proceed in pro per to go forward with the arraignment. So Too Mad needs a lawyer for the contempt hearing because it's criminal.
Now keep in mind here, just because Too Mad was served does not mean he is convicted. He was served the contempt order, but the judge had not ruled on it yet. If he was convicted, it's possible he would actually get some jail time. Now at that later date, Too Mad's lawyer spoke to Goldie Bell's lawyer, and they actually mutually decided to drop the contempt order, meaning he would not be arrested. No warrant was ever issued, so he didn't need to be arrested. Too Mad's lawyer then stops representing him at the end of the case, and Too Mad represents himself. In court, at the final moments of the case, Goldie Bell states in court that she has continued to be harassed by Too Mad and fears for her life because she believes he owns real firearms. She even says that she believes he swatted her. Too Mad denies this, saying he has not directly texted Goldie Bell since 2022 and has no desire to harm anyone, including her. Too Mad also says he doesn't own any firearms. Goldie Bell's lawyer rebuttals, saying that he does, submitting the video from the front door, which we now believe is a video of Too Mad with a fake gun, and submits a video of Too Mad on his balcony where he supposedly fires a gun into the air. Too Mad claims this video is fake and is edited for YouTube. Goldie Bell's lawyer has no evidence to the contrary, and as a result, he doesn't even argue. So Too Mad is not arrested, and instead, the restraining order that Goldie Bell requested at the beginning of the case is basically upgraded to a restraining order for a period of 3 years for the harassment, not for any violence or threat of violence, and once again, Too Mad is never ordered to be arrested. James Key's problem here is that the court didn't arrest Too Mad, but a warrant was never issued. The court case was concluded without any need for him to be arrested. James Key paid 6 figures and went into debt to get this guy behind bars and still couldn't do it. What does that tell you? Well, in the eyes of the law, Too Mad is innocent of owning a gun or making attempts on anyone's life. If there was evidence to convict, he'd be arrested and charged. Ultimately, I'm not that concerned with going after James Key. If he lied, then he'll get his in due time, but this document is bad and ultimately leaves more questions than answers. If you want my personal opinion, James is a very paranoid person who believes that a lot is happening when it just is not. On page 33, James shows a money spread of police reports. A police report, by the way, just means someone claimed a crime was committed and told a police officer. It's not proof of an active investigation or proof of someone being charged with a crime by the government. Now for my video, I actually had someone call up a few police departments. Here's a quote of what the Culver City PD said about the report filed to them. On June 26, 2023, Isabella and James Prime came to the apartment lobby to report criminal threats made by Isabella's previous intimate partner. She was saying that she met him in November 2021. She said they were together for a month to the police. Claims he had possibly sexually assaulted her, came in to report threats from messages he had sent on social media. Took it as a courtesy for Inglewood PD. No follow-up. For the record, every police station we were able to contact said basically the same thing. In my opinion, at the end of this, there are 3 distinct possibilities. 1 is that James Key is knowingly lying, and 2 is that James Key has no understanding of the criminal justice system or chain of evidence or anything. And possibility 3. Somehow, some way, everything in this document is true, and he just refuses to post evidence of all of it. Also, the California police are the worst government body in the world, and everyone involved needs to be sent to the moon. Either way, based on this document, his word is basically nothing. You can believe James wrote this all and conducted his $100,000 investigation and had to get rid of his car for the right reasons. You can believe it's because he's been obsessed with Too Mad for years. I don't really care. What I do know is that he made some extremely strong accusations off the bat as soon as he found out that someone died, and then he didn't prove any of them. The final update on all of this is that Misty, the 13-year-old, also recently sent out a message, once again saying she was never groomed by Too Mad in any way.
Jeez.
One of the things that stuck out to me the most from my interview with Too Mad was when he told Gokanaru and I that he had no one helping him through the most trying times of his life. Too Mad began his YouTube career as a loner. Alone in his bedroom, he had no friends, and could only fathom sinking his time into playing Overwatch. He died alone in his apartment with no friends to help him, high on ketamine, playing Overwatch. Too Mad is not innocent. We don't have proof of him being a rapist or file, and this is something I hope James Key can account for in due time. But what we do know is that he became absolutely obsessed with this girl. He begged her for attention. He slammed her with incoherent memes and diatribes about how she needs him, and he's the only path forward for her. He definitely pressured her into sex repeatedly, and whatever you want to call the interactions of that night, what he personally described to me is already pretty over the line. And he tried to do the same to like 20 other girls. He obsessed over them, he sent them random messages, and I know if they agreed, he would have met up with them.
Wait,
Probably high
this song, it's from Death Note. I'm pretty sure.
Ketamine, and who knows what would have happened there. Thankfully, they were smart enough to not play into his behavior. He was also a very deeply lonely person. No matter what, he couldn't seem to break down the barrier of flesh and air between him and other people. When he did try to, he deeply hurt many of them in ways some described as sociopathic. His empathy for others seemed to be at an all-time low, and his regard for himself was only in that he could continue behaving like a schizophrenic online. He tried to cope with his reality with substances, which actually only pushed him further from people and into a hole he couldn't climb out of. No one's advice impacted him whatsoever in his final days. Nobody was able to get through to him. He just wanted to rot. In his final months, Tumad identified a lot with Light Yagami, a sociopathic genius who was always 23 steps ahead of everyone else, acting to save the world. But ultimately, the problem with Light was his ego and callousness.
Oh my god, wait, I didn't expect I didn't expect Chalky Tom to start talking about this. It's so funny.
Death Note to do the right thing. He did it because he thought he was better than everyone else. It clouded his judgment, and it led him to do things that no one could forgive. No matter what he did, Light was always alone. He had no genuine emotional connection with anyone.
Damn.
I guess it makes sense why Tumad resonated with his story so much, even if at the time he couldn't realize how that would end. I think Tumad, Medea Sadiq, whatever you want to call him, should be remembered. You can't deny his influence, but he was a very complicated person, and ultimately his shitty behavior, inability to cope with the world around him, and drug addiction led to his untimely death at the age of 23 years old. For those he hurt, they have a right to be thankful he won't hurt them anymore. For those who liked him as a person or enjoyed his content, they have every right to miss him too. As for the moral of this story,
don't do drugs.
I don't know. Don't do drugs or something.
Yeah.
Don't be an asshole. Don't isolate yourself from everyone in the world. Because
Boo.
no matter how much you convince yourself that you're all you need, that will never be the case. You need other people around you to feel human. Clearly, Tumad didn't feel that. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching. And until next time, good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
He said it. What an outro. Dude, that was so emotional.
I'll see you in the next episode. Tumad out.
Oh, it keeps going. Nice. Okay, this is... Listen, okay. I need to put this in words before I keep saying the last 30 seconds. Talkitam demanded for actual proof, and it could probably exist, but yeah, I think what we get from this is that James is bullshitting, but yeah, it can exist, so that's the possibility. So, but I have to say this is a nice tribute. Yeah, tribute. I think it really fits Tumad as how he was. So I like this ending. Like, how could you think? Imagine being one of those teachers that have this guy join your class, your virtual class, after everything that's going on with the pandemic and stuff. He joins your class. He starts making up shit. You will never guess he died over those, like 3 or 4 years later. Like it's insane. Man, I feel bad. Very unfortunate. And he's just there overdosing himself. I mean, it's not the actual video, but Jesus, man. What? This was, this was also very objective and very thorough. I think I don't know how to say it. I think thorough. Yeah. I think Trakitan did a great job with this video, and it's probably gonna be my favorite video from Trakitan. I'm not gonna lie, or at least one of my favorites. I don't know. There's a lot of people that I like seeing to learn about them. I have to see this one, but I don't know many of these people, so they're good only to learn about them. But when you know someone, and it's their story ends in such a tragic way, like I don't know, this video resonates with me more than most of Turkitan's channel. Like, yeah, I don't know who Ronnie Radke or this guy. I wanted to watch it, but I just couldn't get into it. But not too much stories.
The original
interesting.
How she needs him, and he's the only path.
Dude, and
I guess it makes sense why Too Mad resonated with his story so much, even if at the time he couldn't realize how that would end. I think Too Mad, Medea Sadiq, whatever you want to call him, should be remembered. You can't deny his influence, but he was a very complicated person, and ultimately his shitty behavior, inability to cope with the world around him, and drug addiction led to his untimely death at the age of 23 years old. For those he hurt, they have a right to be thankful he won't hurt them anymore. For those who liked him as a person or enjoyed his content, they have every right to miss him too. As for the moral of this story, I don't know. Don't do drugs or something. Don't be an asshole. Don't isolate yourself from everyone in the world, because no matter how much you convince yourself that you're all you need, that will never be the case. You need other people around you.
With this part, I said, yeah, don't do drugs. Yeah, don't. Okay, Max, sorry.
To feel human.
I was gonna say, this part is well, I mean, I can kinda understand. I totally understand too much, but I mean, I kinda relate. I don't think. I don't know. It's curious too. A few hours ago, we saw the Bobby Fischer video. And it's, I mean, I'm comparing Bobby Fischer to Too Mad, the guy from YouTube, but I mean, yeah, the people at their worst, they don't have anyone. That's what they have in common. Damn, I want to watch the outro again.
Clearly, Too Mad didn't feel that. I've been Turkey Tom. Thanks for watching. And until next time, good night, girl. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you in the next episode. Too Mad out.
I'm interested in the comments. Each of them wants to Skype tonight with this video. The fact that they took down the largest piece of evidence. Wait, what you mean? They took down? Who's they? Does it refer to YouTube taking down the video, or is it someone else? Or is it something else? I mean.
for a very...
And recording his singing while talking. Oh. Because of direct email. Yeah, I saw this and I thought it was in... Nah, yeah, now I get it. Belle Dolphin casually jumping in. I mean, yeah, she probably relates. She knows everything about online stuff. Yeah, this comment right here. I feel like the old Chumat will enjoy the ending of this video. It perfectly represents how he will post the last video if he knew ahead of time about his death. I mean, yeah, that's just straight up exactly how I picture it. I mean, I will sneak in the death note on it, but I guess it was already snuck in like 2 minutes before the outro. Ouch. Jesus, this comments. Yeah, like literally no one else has gotten him to talk. There's another comment here. I've watched Tom for a while and I knew he was a good investigator, but I never realized how good of an interviewer he was. Insanely good at phrasing accusatory questions without offending him. This is... I also realized how good Turkey Tom is, like, asking questions or giving information out of someone properly without being... well, he can depending of what he wants, he can either sting or not. And of course with Chumat he didn't choose to sting, he was just trying to get him to talk. And yeah, Turkey Tom does a great job at that. I vividly remember during his breakdown people were telling Chumat to not end up like how Edica was. And he said he will not hit them fully, but he still does in a way. Yeah, I think he just didn't understand. I mean, I guess it's kind of similar, but at the same time not. Like, he didn't understand what overdosing meant. He did it once and he still thought he can just recover from it, and he voiced how he thought he could survive, like he wouldn't go through it, but I think he deeply just didn't understand it. he just thought nothing will happen, and he went for a second time. I mean, he probably consumed too much. He probably consumed too much more times than two, but it only got to overdose him twice. Him and Light Yagami both died at 23. It had to be intentional. I've seen this one everywhere. He's probably trapped inside the Overwatch code. He's gonna be hunting the servers. Ow. Redditors celebrated Tom's video getting deleted and seriously referred to him as the Leafy of today's YouTube generation. A man who puts out meticulously researched 3-minute, 2-hour-long documentaries about often controversial people is apparently equivalent to a dude who made 10-minute roasts about literal children. They also proudly proclaimed not watching any of his videos so as to not support him in any way. I mean, I kinda see it. Chucky Tom definitely has an influence from Leafy in the personality matter. Leafy is just personality. He never made. I mean, his videos were just simple, but they were entertaining. But he wasn't like, you know, it was just him. His personality, of course. Tokitam has both the personality and the content. I mean, I'm saying it like if his content is bad, but I'm saying he didn't have to do much work to get it done. While Tokitam is pulling out, this through. How do you say it? Oh. Hold on. I'm gonna stop sharing my screen.
Thorough.
Doesn't the thorough? The guy from One Piece. Thorough. Yeah, I think it's thorough. But no, yeah, I mean, I do see the comparison. If there's a current Leafy, I'd say it's Lorix. Lorix is more Leafy than Turkey Tom. And I don't know if that's supposed to be good or bad. I mean, still Lorix is not as... There's just not another Leafy. It's just one Leafy. You can't replicate what he did. But yeah, Lorix is also a bit controversial just by his personality itself. Yeah, well, he literally avoided at all costs bettering himself. Yeah. I haven't even finished the comment, but I'm resonating with it. Watched it already. Also, this was probably the realest Taki Tom video I've seen. The level of effort and the obvious emotional connection to the story made for my favorite piece by Tom. It's really evident now that the internet, as we have known it is changing so drastically that it's unrecognizable compared to what it once was. With the downfall of so many creators through their own means or through the platforms they've used nurturing them, or just some of the great OGs retiring. Oh, I don't know what he's talking about now. We're at the end of an era. This one's got some. I don't know whose sketches. Jinxie Queso? Guy? Okay, well, Guy, I don't know. Okay, well, I thought this was gonna be about something different, but he started going a little bit on the side. I don't know what he's talking about, but I just, yeah, I won't put too mad. I won't put his importance to like an era. He just doesn't fit in anything that we've had. Like, yeah, Turkey Tom referred to him as like the one that still held 2016 YouTube. He mentioned Filthy Frank and Showed Idol. So I mean, we already know the three names, those two and Leafy, even though we already know Leafy was ridiculed by idols, but yeah, it's just but he doesn't even fit to that. Bevel said it best. He set a new trend with his videos. He influenced the 2018 2019 editing, and then on 2020 and 2021 he's putting out the funniest content about the pandemic rates, the Zoom class rates. I mean, yeah, I mean, this. I know this is something everyone says, but I have to say it too. How young he was, because it's literally for 2 years he makes content about a video game. For another 2 years he does like random editing, memes and stuff. For another 2 years he does stuff about the pandemic, and from there it just goes downhill for another 2 years. It's just, yeah, it's crazy. Let me keep reading a little bit more and see what people has to say. This reminds me. Oh wait, this is a good comparison. I didn't understand the comparison earlier with Erika, but this one is great. This reminds me of the whole Erika situation, who clearly displayed mental health degradation to thousands of people, yet no one took enough action to actually save him. Like, I mean, I think for both cases, it just comes to a point where they're alive, but you just can't do anything. You will have to move the world to save them, and it just becomes impossible. Like theoretically you could, but yeah, it's very hard. Like, you could theoretically, I don't know, start getting info from where he is and start like having those services of like getting checked up or whatever, because it took like almost a whole week for his corpse to be found by the checkup people. And yeah, it's just theoretically you could save them, but it's they make it impossible, and they don't want to be safe. So you can't do anything about it. How am I getting emotional over an I missed the rage edit of Chumad? He was a messed up dude, but man was he hilarious. I don't know, as a woman I can't really feel bad for this guy. Intentionally a bad person, I thought he was funny for it. I mean, I see it when because when you're bad when your bad mental health state is making you do things that are wrong, and you don't want to be saved. It's not only doing yourself harm, it's also doing other people harm. Like if you're messed up and the people offer you help, it's not only for your effect but for theirs. I don't think they actually felt like I think, for example, James, I don't think he felt fearing for his life or whatever, but I was gonna say something. Yeah, he did hurt people, and he won't take things seriously, never. So I don't think. Yeah, I don't know. I understand if people can't feel bad for the guy, but I mean, you can't make up shit about him. Ouch. Okay, I'm gonna play the outro just one more time. I really like it when he starts associating
him whatsoever in his final days. Nobody was able to get through to him. He just wanted to rot. In his final months, Tumad identified a lot with Light Yagami, a sociopathic genius who was always 23 steps ahead of everyone else, acting to save the world. But ultimately the problem with Light was his ego and callousness. He didn't write the names of criminals in the death note to do the right thing. He did it because he thought he was better than everyone else. It clouded his judgment, and it led him to do things that no one could forgive. No matter what he did, Light was always alone. He had no genuine emotional connection with anyone.
Yeah, well, now that I hear this again, I guess when you really don't want it, you don't. They both have the same feature of like they could have those things, the social help they need, but they just don't want they don't want it. They want to do something else for their own appeal, I guess. They want to do what they want because they think that's what the only thing they need. Wait, is it? Oh yeah. It's 17th April. No, I don't like this date anymore. Anyways, I'll let it play.
互いの退屈しのぎになったじゃないか。いろいろ面白かったぜ。I guess it makes sense why Too Mad.
Well, now that I think of it, I don't think it would have been fit to add the Death Note to the last edit. I guess the Death Note part in Too Mad's mind is really when he's just too far gone. It shouldn't be what defines him as a person. If when he starts to relate to light, that's not what he should be remembered for. That's what I think.
Resonated with his story so much, even if at the time he couldn't realize how that would end.
It is
I
the
think
perfect
Too
end
Mad,
to the
Medea
story.
Sadiq, whatever you want to call him, should be remembered. You can't deny his influence, but he was a very complicated person, and ultimately his shitty behavior, inability to cope with the world around him, and drug addiction led to his untimely death at the age of 23 years old. For those he hurt, they have a right to be thankful he won't hurt them anymore. For those who liked him as a person or enjoyed his content, they have every right to miss him too. As for the moral of this story, I don't know. Don't do drugs or something.
I'll skip this one.
To really, I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll see you in the next episode. Too Mad out.
The ending is just so heartbreaking, man. Like when he's got, like that's there, he's just maneuvering to whatever the fuck he's doing, pulling shit inside his body. It's just literally the bottom of someone. I don't know, it just hurts me to see, I'm not gonna lie. Anyways, enough of this. Oh, I wasn't... Okay, I might be retarded. I wasn't even showing it. Alright, let me see if there's anything else to watch. I'm watching right now Sab's stream. I really don't understand why he's doing this journey, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if Sab completes both journeys, of course I'm only gonna talk about the Overworld one. I think the only Nether Roof, Nether Farlands journey that is like important is Selenador's, because he was the first one and that's it. I'm not to discredit or anything. I'm gonna listen. Yeah, is this Selenador? I think Selenador has his own music. Lists. Search. Long haul to the Farlands, full album. I'm gonna check something else. Hold on. Oh damn. Wait, there's something interesting. Hold on. This is awesome. Oh my god. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna watch this.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for clicking on this video. This
You're
one's going to be
welcome.
pretty special. Today we're going to be covering a subject that has become really popular in the year 2024, and that subject is cheating in chess. But we're going to go a whole lot further. Today I am announcing my direct participation in the organization of a first ever live chess event of this type. I am helping organize a one-on-one high-stakes chess match. We're going to get into all the details in just a moment. First, I'm going to give you an update on some massive cheating drama. Then I'm going to announce this one-on-one match, tell you all the stakes involved, and as always, we are going to analyze a few chess games. Sit back, relax, and enjoy this one-of-a-kind experience. This all begins with the 14th World Chess Champion, Grandmaster Vladimir Kramnik, who over the past few months here in 2024 has been posting a lot about cheating. And Vladimir's posts are always very fascinating. Some I completely disagree with and think are wild and crazy, and some I actually kind of look and listen to. And that's kind of part of the problem, is that it's a little bit all over the place and not fully perfect. But he has been posting a lot about cheating every single Tuesday. He plays on chess.com and calls it Cheating Tuesdays. He doesn't even call it Title Tuesdays. And he's fighting, in theory, what should be a good fight for fair play in chess, for stronger anti-cheating measures. But in particular, one of the people that he posts about a lot is Jospum. And if you don't know who Jospum is Jose Martinez. Jose Eduardo Martinez Alcantara is his full name. He now plays under the Mexican Federation, but he is Peruvian. And Vladimir Kramnik posts about him a lot, saying, you know, Jospum left no chance, as expected. And they've played many games against each other. And actually, Jospum has won a lot of the games that they've played against each other. But in all of Vladimir's posts about anti-cheating, this man's name appears a lot. And Vladimir, even on a post of Jose Martinez having a film crew at his house. A film crew went to Jose Martinez's house, and he still finished second place. Still posted a bunch of his games, went deep into the analysis here, and still does not fully believe that Jospum is playing fairly. In fact, he played him in a tournament, and this is what he said at the end of one of their games. And I apologize if the volume is low. So Vladimir plays against Jospum and says, I will not be playing against him anymore, and I'm going to resign if I play against Jospum in one move. I'm not going to play. But then he says, offline with pleasure, I will play with him. Offline with pleasure, I will play with him. And by the way, Vladimir's a man of his word, because he resigned against Jose on the next game they played in one move. Vladimir played one move, and then he resigned. That is what he did. And this is the head-to-head score of Jospum versus Kramnik. The only game that Vladimir has beaten him in was January of this year. They played, I guess they played a couple of games. Jose has won a lot of the games. He's a very good online Blitz player. Jose is rated 3100. I mean, he just is. All right? And he's beaten Kramnik a lot because maybe Kramnik's a bit older. Maybe he's a little bit slower with the mouse. Maybe playing online is tough. You know, that's right. But anyway, what did he say? Offline with pleasure. And so, ladies and gentlemen,
Did they play?
may I present to you the first ever live event that Gotham Chess is organizing, along with Divas and Pepe from the Spanish-speaking side of the chess world, David Martinez, Pepe Cuenca. The Clash of Claims. Vladimir Kramnik, Jose Martinez. Here is the information.
I've heard of
June
this
7th to
guy
9th,
before.
in Madrid, España, in the Gran Via Casino, they are going to play 18 partidas. I don't know how to say over the board in Spanish. That was the end of my Spanish. They're going to play 18 games
Yeah, I don't
over
know
the
either,
board
I'm not
and
gonna lie.
18 games on computers face to face with
Presencial?
a high-stakes prize fund. We will be broadcasting the games live in Madrid. I will be in Spain. Spanish-speaking audience, see you there. And this is it. This is just the description. And you can read this. You can pause if you'd like. I'm not going to read it to you. You know how to read. This is what we are organizing. And like I
But
said, we're also going to analyze some
did
chess
they
games
say
today.
yes?
Shout out to the Clash of Claims. Shout out to David Martinez and Pepe Cuenca from the Spanish-speaking audience. They have been amazing. And I'm so excited to be a part of this. And let's see it. This is literally the equivalent of 1v1 me IRL. I mean, this is like what you used to say to people in video games when they would beat you. You would say 1v1 me in person. And now they're going to get a chance to 1v1. There's going to be a prize fund. There's going to be interviews. If you want to sponsor...
Okay, I don't know if I want to watch the whole 25 minutes. That's a highlight. I'll
the
probably
event,
watch
you've got
it.
a company, reach out. I have a business email in the contact. Reach out. I mean, seriously, like, we're trying to make this thing big, and this could become a big series. This type of one-on-one heads-up type of stuff. They have heads-up poker. We could have heads-up chess. Now, I did promise you in all of my videos, we're going to analyze some games. Why was Vladimir Kramnik so frustrated playing against Jose Martinez? That's a great question. It's a great question that we're going to find. And by the way, this was an official game. Vladimir Kramnik resigned in protest. And by the way, after resigning in protest, he got an email from chess.com that he was, I think that was a violation of some sort of rule. Like, you can't deliberately resign a game. But these were the last two games that they played, and Jose won this one, and that was it. So we're going to analyze both of these games. We're announcing the Clash of Claims, and I can't wait. And yes, if you're reading that and you think it sounds eerily similar to the Clash of Clans, yeah, great game. It's an awesome game, and it's played by 100 million people every month. So if we could even get a fraction of that in chess, that would be really, really swell. I'm super excited for this, and here we go. So Jospum opened with e4, and Vladimir played c5, the Sicilian defense, and Jose played the system with c3, h3, bishop d3. Jose plays this system all the time. It's one of the most absurd and stupid-looking systems against the Sicilian defense I've ever seen, and
And he just... Oh, that's why people highlighted this. His mic cut off. Dude, this is a recording.
Test. Okay, that was really weird. My microphone just died. I guess my microphone did not my microphone, like, I got a notification from my Windows that it didn't like the USB device.
All right. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else I want to watch. Anyways. Thought this was gonna be something more interesting. I mean, it was interesting, but I don't think I need a 25 minutes video. I mean, I didn't keep watching. Maybe they did say something meaningful. He did. No, I keep getting the same fucking videos. Nothing new. I guess I'll watch this one and I don't know what else. Yeah, just this one for Turkey Time. Oh, I've seen this.
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking Thank you. Please pretend. Do it off stream.
At least pretend.
Okay, I'll put it in a glass. Is Pepsi okay? No soda. I didn't know it was like that.
Guys, mental health is a really important issue. A lot of people don't really take it seriously.
What is this intro?
Like me, I take it seriously. I'm an advocate for mental health, for depression. I'm an advocate for you to be depressed. But I do take it very seriously, and that is why we all need to come together in this trying time to support Hassan Piker because he's going through a hard time, guys. Support Hassan Piker's mental health, please.
Please support Hassan Piker's mental health.
So Nick came on, we do tea time with Nick, and he showed me these girls. They were trying to be J-pop. They're still young, and it's like cute, but it's also very cringe at the same time.
Strawberry! And then you repeat back, blueberry! You're gonna say, Betty John! Are you ready?
Yo! But a big part of what I talk about always is like how insane and unhinged people get on TikTok and on Twitter and like immediately
Why is
dox
he
people,
covering this on like
which
a
these
podcast?
people had been doxxed.
No.
Right? So like on the one hand we were just like joking and making jokes about how cringe they were, but also on the other hand we were like, how insane. Like please do not like I can't believe people dox these people. It's crazy. So what ended up happening is, you know, I ended the stream and then the next day I found out that like people were canceling me and Nick, saying that we were responsible for the demise of this J-pop idol group.
Nick is not green and Hassan together at last. This is what I wanted the entire time, guys. Okay, this is the collab of the century. I'm the biggest fan of Nick is not green. I'm the biggest fan of Hassan Piker. So seeing them come together, it's so beautiful. I couldn't be happy. Together at last. This is what I wanted the entire time, guys. Okay, this is the collab of the century. I'm the biggest fan of Nick is not green. I'm the biggest fan of Hassan Piker. So seeing them come together, it's so beautiful.
I gotta add the subtitles. What did YouTube pick?
Biggest fan of Nick is not green. I'm the biggest fan of Hassan Piker. So seeing them come together,
Nick
it's so beautiful.
is not green.
So Hassan at one point was one of the biggest
it did sound like a thing.
Technically, he still is. I mean, the dude gets like 17,000
What is that
live
name?
viewers. He's doing super well for himself. But that's nothing compared to where he used to be. Hassan used to average like 40 to 50,000 live viewers on live stream. He was absolutely destroying the game when all the riots and stuff were going down during the election season. He actually peaked in live viewers on November 3rd, 2020 during the last presidential election at 226,000 live viewers. Live people watching him. That is absolutely insane. That is absolutely bonkers. You know, whatever you think of him, you kind of got to respect the fact that he ever got there in the first place. You know, despite the fact that him getting there was like parroting leftist political takes and spreading misinformation, encouraging cancel culture, okay? Despite the fact that's how we got there, you gotta respect the grind a little bit, okay? Just a little bit. Give him the smallest bit of credit over here, guys, okay? But things are trending down for Hassan Piker. He's been losing viewers and subs for quite a bit. I believe he lost 6,000 Twitch subs in 1 month a few months ago, and that's due to a few major factors that are going on right now. Firstly, the misinformation he's been spreading is actually catching up to him. It was out of control for a while. One great example is during the conflict in Ukraine, he spread a lot of misinformation, like claiming that Russia would never invade, and then had to walk that back.
Russia was deploying units across the Ukraine border. U.S. intelligence said that they were going to invade. But Hassan and his intelligence team of absolutely no one says no.
And we got a lot to talk about. I was right about Ukraine. That's right. War is not imminent. Oh, shock. I think maybe I'll tell my editors to do this, but I think I'll just change I'll change this every day to Ukraine has still not been invaded by Russia. Every day. Change it to Russia still has yet to invade Ukraine. And it's like day 11 at this point, you know what I mean?
And I think
Like
this is the point in time where
someone got banned.
And it's like day
fake Minecraft.
Russia still has yet to invade Ukraine. And it's like
I
day
didn't say what he
11
said.
at this point, you know what I mean?
And I think this is a point in time when a lot of people realize that Hassan is not a political commentator in a serious sense. He's not educated about these issues. He's just a guy who screams on Twitter. And hey, we're all people who scream on Twitter here, okay? I'm a guy who screams on Twitter. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a retard. My haircut looks like, what is it going to be this week? Rebecca Sugar or something like that, okay? I know. But regardless of that, I think it's fine to be a fucking idiot if you're not going to pretend to be something you're not, right? But Hassan is a fucking moron that pretends to be educated about a lot of issues, and it's bit him in the ass really hard. He claims to do on-the-ground reporting. Keep in mind, he has no, like, actual source for on-the-ground reporting for any of the places he reports on. He just posts from Twitter and calls that reporting. That's, like, his major groundbreaking reporting over here. On-the-ground, respected journalism at Hassan Piker Industries, okay? When there was an attack on a U.S. base, Hassan immediately said that it was an inside job by the CIA.
Wait, what? Attack on U.S. consulate in Iran happening now? False flag. 100%. MEK false flag. MEK actors. 0% chance that is so fucking sussy. Oh no. Oh, that's what's going on in Iraq? The American base that was under attack? No fucking shot. When I say MEK, I just mean CIA. I said MEK, but I mean CIA. Rumors saying the missiles were launched from Iran? I mean, dog. Come on, bro. Like, come on. You think... Like, think about this. The Iranian government, after, like, years of crippling sanctions, despite fucking following the denuclearization agreements under Donald Trump, still got more sanctions and still got fucked over time and time again, who are still trying to, according to the U.S. State Department, very close to finalizing the denuclearization deal this week, ends up bombing an American base? Like, really, dude? What the are you talking about?
Hassan then called viewers who questioned this narrative insane warmongers.
Yes, dude, I'm wrong, okay? It's probably Iran. You're right. It's probably Iran fucking blowing shit up for no reason. You're right. Let's believe that instead. You got it. It's Iran doing it 100%. Iran's the one doing it. They're irrational. God damn it, dude. I'm so annoyed. Like, one fucking dub for the American intelligence, and they never shut the fuck up. These goddamn stupid, pathetic little sniveling cowards living in the Imperial War that regularly are like, I love war! I love war! I fucking love murder! I want more war!
Yeah, the warmonger is the guy who's questioning you. And during the Israel-Palestine stuff, he was still a member of the Leftovers podcast with Ethan Klein, and he managed to torch his biggest friendship during this by being an asshole. Ethan was not totally condemning every Israeli, saying they deserve to die. Meanwhile, Hassan's chat was because they live on stolen land, and when these people were calling Ethan a piece of shit, they were like digging through his wife's stuff, trying to find, you know, who she killed in the IDF or whatever, which I don't even think she got anyone, to be honest with you. They were basically saying that Hassan is hanging out with a subhuman, and people in chat were calling Ethan a subhuman, and Hassan was okay with it. He was like, well, I can't do anything about it. Keep in mind, if you insult Hassan even slightly as a large streamer, like XQC or someone like that, he will cry about it and cry about it endlessly, okay? I mean, just recently, he spurred the fuck out at Ludwig for even making a video with him in the title and thumbnail where he wasn't even critical of Hassan. He just had him in the title and thumbnail. Imagine being that mad about that. But this is the kind of thing you deal with Hassan Piker. He's a very sensitive person. But if you're sensitive and Hassan makes fun of you for that, then he's based, right? He's cool, actually. And then Hassan's insane fan base started attacking Ethan over all this shit. And he just, like I said, he didn't even stop him. He didn't care.
Listen, everyone in my periphery, everyone in my circle, all the leftist people that I watch, that I'm part of, that watch this show, because I consider myself part of that side, are all pretty much uncritically accepting of Hamas propaganda and uncaring about the rewriting of history right before our eyes about this stuff. So I'm not seeing a lot of people, even though you might look at the popular media and say, you know, everybody's supporting Israel. Popular media's defense of Israel is cartoonishly dumb and evil. You know, burn them all to the ground. They have the right to defend themselves. Bomb God, like psycho. Okay. But on the left, I don't see anyone saying what I'm saying right now. I just see the opposite. And so that's why I feel that I need to say it. If you're going to extrapolate from this that I don't care about Palestinians dying, then you're definitely reading way too far into this. And you're also, in my opinion, really callous.
And this led Ethan to basically detach from the leftist space entirely because of the treatment he got from Hassan and Hassan's various sycophants like Frogan, who repeat whatever he says unquestioningly. And if you ever wanted to peek into the mind of the average Hassan Piker viewer, well, now we actually have it. We did a scientific study. I got a lot of researchers and on-the-ground reporting to conduct this, and we managed to find one through this study that is a very good case study for the kind of people that watch Hassan Piker. They're fucking stupid, crazy people. Shocker, giant shocker, I know. So Hassan recently traveled to Australia to hang out with I Did a Thing and Boy Boy, two pretty big creators who do a lot of interesting stuff. For example, they basically infiltrated an American intelligence base in Australia and did a whole video about it. Not with Hassan, keep in mind, that was just I Did a Thing and Boy Boy, but I'm just saying that was...
1 second.
Cool video. So, like, these guys do make cool stuff now and then. Well, Hassan decided to do some collab content with them, and one of these pieces was an IRL stream. During that stream, one of Hassan's viewers approached him and chastised him for drinking Coke Zero on stream.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream. Boycott.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking it. Boycott that, please. Hassan. At least pretend. Do it off stream. Please.
Okay, I'll put it in a glass. Is Pepsi okay?
No.
No soda. I didn't know it was like that.
So the reason this fan is mad, in case you're wondering what the this even means, is because Coca-Cola operates in Israel because they're a giant global company. I mean, like the most famous soda in the world, okay? Pepsi lovers owned, okay? Pepsi sells destroyed. Coke Chads stay winning as always, but Coke operates everywhere, and everywhere includes Israel. And according to this website that I found that talks about how people should boycott Coca-Cola, Coke operates on stolen Palestinian land. And so this person from Hassan's chat who approached him in real life believes that by drinking Coca-Cola, you are profiting off of this stolen land by supplying Coca-Cola with the $2 you spent on that soda. Keep in mind, Hassan Piker caters to these people regularly by engaging in cancel culture and encouraging people to be criticized over the most nothing shit ever. So obviously this kind of thing is what his audience cares about. These are the kind of people who like him. And the performative activism here is so transparent too. Like, she even says to him in person, she's like, well, if you're not gonna stop drinking it, then at least pretend to stop drinking it. Like, this just shows to me that she doesn't actually like understand why this is important, why this boycott matters, and she doesn't even really care. She just wants him to pretend about this issue to validate her feelings and make her feel safe in her home, that she's not personally drinking Coke Zero, okay? And so I posted about this on Twitter saying you reap what you sow, because this nut job is exactly the kind of audience Hassan has managed to cultivate for months and years at this point, right? He simultaneously will call out people on the right for making edgy jokes while also laughing about cops dying and supporting edgy jokes when they play to his political side. But all of the misinformation he spread, the audience he's cultivated, and his lost connection with Ethan Klein is really starting to pay off. By pay off, I mean backfire with declining stream numbers, and he's very sad about it. I'm sad. I think the streams are bangers, but people just don't see them. We used to be a community. I hate what my community is becoming. I swear, Twitch streaming isn't about the actual content. It's about whether people want to pay attention to you or not and clout. All that shit was banger and 13,000 people watched like I'm gaming at 8 p.m. I'm done. I hate this job. I'm not streaming today. I'm going to kill myself. Wow, so it seems like Hassan is finally coming to terms with the fact that the quality of his content doesn't actually matter. What people want to watch him for is to see him parrot the same dipshit talking points that they personally believe in and get to have regurgitated to them to make them feel good, okay? They don't actually give a shit about finding the truth. They don't care about solving these issues. They just care to see their favorite giant, streamer Hassan repeat what they want to hear back to themselves. That's basically it, right? And now, some of them have actually wisened up to how much of a shill he is. The more critical members of the audience have dipped, they're leaving, they're not interested anymore because he's not the #1 lefty on YouTube anymore, right? Leftism is not the coolest thing in the world anymore. He can't ride that trend, and he has to actually work to make content. Boo-hoo! Now you have to actually make good content on stream and try, instead of putting on a video and then leaving the fucking room with your chair for 20 minutes straight. Now you can't just eat your lunch and watch someone else's video and say nothing about it. You have to actually try. Wow, that's sad, dude. I feel bad for you. Your life is really hard, man. Streaming is really hard. It's socially draining. You really are a lost soul, man. I feel bad for you. Send this man Lexapro in the mail right now, okay? Save him. Now, just to be very clear and transparent, because I don't want to spread misinformation, that last message was taken out of context, apparently. It had nothing to do with streaming numbers, just to get that straight. It was about, like, some other joke someone had told, and he was just, like, parroting it, about taking a heart monitor in the pool, okay? He's not saying he wants to end his life because his stream numbers are doing bad. Regardless of that, Tim Pool was posting saying, "Don't hurt yourself!" Like, dude, I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Hassan would do that anyway. He probably loves himself too much to hurt himself in literally any way. I just don't see it happening.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say, you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream.
Shutting down the mental institutions in society has had a profound and negative impact on the public at large. It's had a profound and terrible impact. Like, if a crazy person like that came up to me, I would immediately be like, "You're so right. That's completely true. I'm so sorry." And I would tell them whatever they need to hear in order for them to leave. We have to figure out one way or another to get them to de-aggro this person.
And now it seems to me like Hassan is trying to actually escape the only politics thing that he's been locked into. And he'll probably get some level of success on that kind of stuff, actually. And you know what? I support him doing this kind of like more lifestyle content where he just hangs out with people. If he wants to do that stuff that's not political and is just him hanging out, having a fun time, that's probably for the best. Maybe we'll get less of him acting like a tart on stream and I won't have to talk about him every week. But the problem he's going to face is that he's built his entire brand up until this point on politics, really, on people liking his takes, right? And at that point in time, months ago when he was streaming, if people are going to watch other stuff he does, it's because they like his takes, right? They don't really like Hassan for Hassan. They like him for the image he projects on the internet. And the struggle is going to be that he's not going to get the same kind of views if he's not parroting these shitty takes, right? If he does IRL streams, he's going to dip below 10,000 viewers. He might even get as low as like 4,000 or 5,000, which is still amazing streaming numbers, but it's just not the kind of stuff that he wants to be getting, and that's why he's so upset about this, right? He seems like a pretty numbers-obsessed person, I would say. And also beyond that, if he wants to expand into a more normie audience, he also has to deal with the fact that a lot of people just don't like him as a person because of his repeated behavior. Ethan Klein's audience certainly isn't going to be inclined to watch anything Hassan does for a while, regardless of if he's like parroting shitty political takes or not, and is just like hanging out being a normal guy with I did a thing, right? He's going to have a hard time accessing those people because he's turned off a lot of normies to his stuff with how crazy he acts. Given he seems to be a pretty numbers-focused dude, until that works out, we can probably expect to see a lot more messages of him complaining that he's just not getting the numbers he wants to get. Very sad. I really feel bad for him. I know streaming is a really socially draining job, so hopefully someone can once again get him on antidepressants real quick, and he'll be fine in no time, guys. Okay, we'll save Hassan Piker. Me and you personally, we're gonna save Hassan Piker. Me and you, bro, we're gonna save Hassan Piker from himself. Anyway, that's about it. I don't know if this Red Bull has anything to do with Israel.
Wait, I'm gonna...
If it does, be sure to let me know because I will be drinking way more of it. See you guys all in tomorrow's video.
No, Jewish Tom.
And be sure to become a member. For $5 a month, they get the member.
Alright.
Like, I don't know what William is my recommended. What the fuck is train left tier list? I guess I can watch this.
Over the last year, we all saw one of the biggest YouTubers on the platform, Dream, get falsely accused of...
Okay, I didn't know. I never saw a video from Lyrics on his main channel. Apparently, he's more sophisticated.
Over the last year, we all...
I mean,
saw
same
one of
with
the biggest YouTubers on the
Lucky Dom, I
platform,
guess.
Dream, get falsely accused of life-ruining allegations that nearly destroyed his career. He was guilty until proven innocent, and the only reason he barely made it out was due to his last-minute response, where he was able to point out inconsistencies and showed evidence that was undeniable in order to vindicate himself. It was a humbling experience for thousands of people who instantly labeled him guilty without even hearing out his side first. But still, because of how long these allegations were spread, it will now follow Dream forever for the rest of his life, despite him clearing his name. It's the most recent example of how someone can be just as much of a victim due to false allegations, serving as a good learning experience to ensure that hopefully things will be different next time. And that was just a little over 3 months ago. Yet already in the same community, his best friend George Not Found got accused of sexual assault. But thankfully, this time around, things were different, and no one made any of the same mistakes as they did last time.
What the fuck is wrong with you? You're a serious criminal.
What the living are you thinking in that moment? You gotta be out of your fucking living mind, drunk or not.
This isn't a Twitter thing. This is real life. This is someone's life. It is a crime.
Yapping.
They're so young. They're so young. And you're so fucking old. What are you doing? They're kids. They're teenagers. I don't think we should allow a second opportunity when we're dealing with teenagers and children.
He printed this out, that's funny. Okay, that's really funny.
George Not Found is a 10 million subscriber Minecraft YouTuber who recently has had allegations come out against him that he sexually assaulted another creator named Ladybugs. But here's the catch though. Couldn't guess this one. It's a complete false allegation, coming from a manipulative, malicious liar who just wants this guy's career destroyed. And it actually worked. His best friends have turned on him, he's lost brand deals, hundreds of thousands of followers, and his reputation will now forever be fucked. All over this woman twisting, manipulating, and in some cases just outright lying about the guy to fool the internet that he sexually assaulted her.
My story is about power and age and consent.
But it starts off with Bugs going live on March 9th, telling her story how at VidCon last year, she was sexually assaulted by George Not Found. She claims when she was freshly 18, George, being a much older man, took advantage of her when she was vulnerable and drunk by inviting her to his hotel room and insisting on her to drink alcohol while playing drinking games, where then he went on to touch her underneath her shirt out of completely nowhere.
I was drunk in a hotel room with other people around me when it happened. Out of nowhere, I felt him slip his hand under my clothes, sitting next to me on the couch in front of everyone, and that his hand was inching further to places I hadn't asked for it to be. I was scared, and I felt sick, either from the alcohol or from his touch. It didn't matter. My mind was a blur. It was the first time anyone had ever touched me.
But even before George's response, there were many things off about this initial stream. First, that Katie was apparently freshly 18 and on the market when George preyed on her.
I was freshly 18 and had just graduated high school a few weeks prior.
I don't know what metric she used here to determine the freshness date on her body, but she turned 18 on her birthday, January 2nd, and last year's VidCon was June 21st. That's your 6 month in. You know, a couple weeks into being 18, you still want to give yourself the freshness label, date, whatever, sure. A month, you're pushing it. But 6?
I was freshly 18.
Also, there's this weird focus on George being this much older, bigger, and much more influential person.
To be honest, I mean, well, 6 months, of course not. But I mean, 1 month? I don't know, I'd say probably like 2 to 3 months. Yeah, 6 is 3 months is the pushing it, but 6 is just, yeah, you're 18 and a half. You're closer to 19 than 18.
Significantly older.
Well, I don't think it's the most important thing. I mean, if she's of age, that's just the law.
8 years older than me and far more powerful.
Like, yeah, sure, I guess he's got more subs than you, but I mean, the The guy was 26 at the time, and you were 18. Who cares? I don't know how this has become a relevant part in the first place in this situation, that a 26-year-old Courtney...
I mean, I'd say it. I see why it's weird. Why is it say? Why is it said it's weird? But I will just call it like I don't know if desperate or whatever, because this happens constantly. Like the age limits being very, I think most, I don't know if Hollywood actors or whatever the fuck I've heard that it's very normal. They just hook up with girls that are like 18, 19, 20. I think one of them, was it Leonardo DiCaprio, or was it another guy? I don't know, there was a popular guy, and they were that was constantly getting pointed out because he would just date them for like 3 years and then get another fresh new one or whatever. It was very weird. But yeah, I mean, they didn't even do anything. He literally touched her tummy. I mean, I know what the story is about, but I want to see if Lyric says anything new.
18-year-old is a problem? Like, that anyone's supposed to care about that? I mean, come on. At worst, like, what? You called a guy a little bit creepy and say, if that was my daughter, I wouldn't want her with this 26-year-old. But she's trying to use this to imply he's some kind of predator. Listen to this. She's talking as if 18's the new 8.
Later that night, when I left, I received Instagram DMs from him. And in my Instagram bio, in bold, was my age, 18, confirming he knew how old I was.
And with this having more power thing, I think Destiny puts it pretty well, noting that there's power imbalances in nearly every relationship or hookup. But just because there's a power imbalance doesn't inherently make it predatory or abusive. It's only if the person who has the power abuses that power. Just because you're a big YouTuber doesn't now mean people who work 9-to-5 jobs are now beneath you and you can't hook up with them because it's inherently an abuse of power. That's
very
ridiculous.
true.
The only time this would be a problem is if he said he'll give you a shout out if you have sex with him, for example. Because yeah, then he's abusing his power to try to get sex. But that's not what George does at all.
I figured that's just how things were, that was the price I had to pay to be there.
Are you serious? You felt like this was your price to pay for being around him? So already there's some questions raised just with her first allegation stream, especially given that all of this is just her own testimony. Not one screenshot or text was shown to let us know that she even ever interacted with this guy. But George then releases his response video, putting into question a lot more things about Katie's allegations. First bringing up that Katie outright lied about George being the one who insisted on the drinking games, showing text that it was actually her and her friends who asked them to play.
Another thing that she talked about is how we insisted that he drinks more and that we insisted on playing drinking games when this isn't the case. And they had also been the ones that were asking to play drinking games. So instead of us insisting that we play it, they were actually the ones that were asking us. And you can see that in the clip. They had actually texted multiple times, specifically wanting to play this drinking game that we had played the night before.
At the time, all of us girls were already really drunk from the party we were coming from, stumbling and everything. There was more alcohol in the room, and we were encouraged to drink some more as they offered the bottles to us. They said they would join us in drinking, and insisted on drinking games, and already drunk, I obviously completely complied.
And also real quick, when she says all of us girls were stumbling from how drunk we were from the party we just came from, her own friend, who was actually there with her at this party that they were all stumbling drunk from apparently, came out with her own side and said that they weren't even drinking at all at this party.
Went back to the hotel, and that's where we came from. It was just a casino party, no one drank. People claimed that we came to the hotel having already drank. We didn't. We went back to the hotel, didn't drink, went to their hotel room, and that's when we started to drink.
At the time, all of us girls were already really drunk from the party we were coming from, stumbling and everything.
No one drank.
Stumbling and everything.
Then George brought up that when he touched under Katie's shirt around her waist stomach area, that it wasn't out of nowhere at all, and Katie left out and omitted the fact that they were already cuddling with each other for over an hour at this point, and she was smiling, laughing, and giving no indication that she was uncomfortable at all.
As I mentioned before, we had previously been cuddling on this couch for around an hour, but I did place my hand on her waist under her shirt. The way it's phrased makes it sound like it just
On her waist. And if I remember correctly, then people start to say, wait, he just had his hand on her waist after an hour of cuddling, and then she made up he fondled her breasts.
Out of nowhere, when in reality we'd been cuddling for over an hour at this point, and it was not out of nowhere.
And skipping a little ahead for this point, after George brings this up, she then concedes that it did happen, and that she did choose to leave it out of her response, even saying that not only did they cuddle for over an hour, but they were also spooning. If you're already spooning with a girl
Oh,
for over
spooning!
an hour,
I didn't even know. I mean, it's still not sexual, but you've got your all of your body is pretty much connected.
she even admits herself that she was laughing and smiling during it. Yeah, you got every green light in the world to make the small advancement of what, like a tummy touch or tummy tickle under her shirt, or even potentially even more. Like, dude, are you kidding? Spooning.
Out of nowhere, I felt him slip his hand under my clothes, sitting next to me on the couch, in front of everyone. Out of nowhere, out of nowhere, out of nowhere.
So already, her initial allegation story is crumbling entirely. She lied about being freshly 18. George wasn't this creepy older man type figure. He was 26. He didn't take advantage of her when she was drunk.
I mean, when you put it to the perspective of like people on Twitter, 26 is very old for them. Don't tell them about Hollywood actors.
They were all drunk at the same time and having fun together playing drinking games, which Katie lied about George insisting on when it was actually her friends. And lastly, she lied about George touching her out of nowhere, completely omitting the context that they were cuddling and spooning purposely to try to make him look as predatory as possible. But it makes sense, you know, it's a better headline to leave out these details when trying to ruin someone's career. This girl is the furthest thing from a victim. Actually the exact opposite. She's making George a victim of complete life-ruining accusations. And we're nowhere even close to being done yet. Katie also says that she was so traumatized by George tickling and touching her tummy that she was too scared to move or even breathe.
I didn't speak or move. I remember being afraid to even breathe.
But in her own text that she leaked herself for some reason that I can't comprehend. It shows her texting her friend the day after saying that she was fine with it and chilling. Her friend texted her, "Hey buddy, I wanted to double check with you that George didn't make you uncomfortable at all last night. I saw he was getting really touchy with you, so I just wanted to double check, smile." And she responds saying, "Maybe, bro, I have no clue. Like in the moment I was chilling, but thinking back on it, I'm sweating a little bit like damn." A stark difference from saying that you could barely even breathe in this moment.
I remember being afraid to even breathe.
And even being the most charitable, she then says this in this text, which causes its own amount of problems, but she says, "And I also don't know if I was chilling in the moment, cause I was drunk." Wait, so do you have a foggy memory of the night now? You described every last little detail in your allegation as if it happened yesterday. Like it read off like a fucking Rick fan fiction. That's how much descriptive detail you went into. But now you have a foggy memory and you don't really remember whether or not you were chilling or not. And you know, quickly touching on the over-exaggerated language she uses throughout this, I mean, this is complete appropriation.
I live this every night and every morning. With every touch, I relive that room and painted a victim of a crime that I never chose. It is a crime! I felt dirty in a way that I couldn't wash off.
Classic.
A black and gray striped long sleeve, Nike shorts, Calvin Klein sports bra. That's what I was wearing. That outfit was stained on me. I just wanted to disappear, but I didn't, because I realized that this is a problem bigger than me.
I have a dream.
Is this a forgiven world?
I love lyrics.
I hope for every touch unasked for and every person belonging to that touch rots in this world unforgiven. It pisses me off that they can hide behind their power while victims are left helpless, no matter what scenario. It pisses me off that he thought he had the right to do what he did. That he did it even in my silence.
Who's getting the pings? Is it me? I don't think so.
No matter how many times you hurt, just know
It's hers, okay.
Even if you
I mean, I knew it wasn't mine, but
no matter how many times you hurt,
she had the Discord pings and didn't leave them out.
you'll find room in your heart to love. And I hope you experience love. You know how much I love you! Because you know I fucking I love you now.
To any guy who dates this girl after this, you deserve everything coming towards you. This is every sign in the universe you're gonna get telling you to stay the away from this woman.
My story is about power and age and consent.
No, your story is about you being flirty with a guy one night and regretting it later on. But unlike most normal people that this happens to, or they just move on with their life, you had to masquerade and pretend to be a victim to try to destroy this guy's life and career over your regrets. After George's response video, though, Katie then fired back on Twitter with the most unhinged shit yet. At first, I think her strategy was trying to go into this situation with a vulnerable, small, little, weak, crying girl to get everyone's sympathy, but that's all completely gone now. She's mad, and she wants blood. I mean, this response reads like a fucking ex-wife in divorce court. For now, this is what I have to say. He admitted to touching me, that I was drunk, that I verbally didn't consent. In my mind, the conversation is over. Yeah, this is what I meant. This first sentence is complete headline fun. She's completely ignoring the context that calling with a guy and even spooning for over an hour gives him the nonverbal green light to go and make an advancement petition with your tongue, or like around your waist area under your shirt. And also that you weren't the only one drunk. Everyone was drunk at this place too.
And at this point, I was pretty drunk, and so was basically everyone at the place.
No one tried to get you drunk and vulnerable to prey on you. If anything, like your friends are more to blame because they're the ones who suggested drinking the alcohol and playing the drinking games. But this is either her purposely playing dumb as a tactic or just genuinely this brain rotted by Twitter that she thinks that every time a guy is to make an advancement on a girl, they have to explicitly ask verbal consent to touch, to kiss, to do anything, to have a hug. This isn't real life. This is Twitter. Go to any bar this weekend and from this girl's book you'll see 20 rips. I prepared proof on the idea that he wouldn't admit to it, that he would deny touching me or being there, but he admitted it, that I was drunk and he touched me in front of everyone, that I never said yes, nor did he ask, and I'm still asked for a response, proof, explanations. Frankly, I think it's fucking insane. If you still need more after hearing him admit those two simple facts, then nothing I can say is going to change your mind. Oh man, dude, this week's episode on Black Mirror. And there's a lot of irrelevant details and sections of this response that aren't even worth going over, like the fact that if George knew whether or not she was 21, which again, who cares? I don't know how this is taking up such a big space of this conversation. But there are some great highlights here, like how Katie just flat out lied about a message from one of the guys who was there in the hotel with them. She claimed they said, "I'm currently watching George, 26, cuddle with Katie," to make George look worse and even more creepy that his own friend pointed out how uncomfortable he was. But it's not even the guy she claimed it was. This guy didn't even send this message.
He shows a text message that he says is from him, from the night where it happened, where he said this. So I reached out to my friend who talked to me, and it turned out that he actually didn't send it.
There is a text that is claimed to be from you.
Yeah, I didn't send that text. I found out about it when you sent it to me. But yeah, no, that wasn't me. I don't know where they got that from.
And then after George confirmed it wasn't this guy, he then asked Dream if he could get into contact with Katie to ask what was going on and what happened to her. Who was the person who sent this message, or did she just completely fake it? And her explanation and response was saying that it was an accident and that she got confused.
So I had Dream reach out to get some clarification. So they replied back and essentially just said that it was an accident and that he was going confused on who said what.
How do you get confused on who said what when you can literally see the name or number on the person who texted you? You are literally the one who had to blur out the name.
Yeah, that's just she faked the message, and then when they asked her like, who is this, she just went, oh wait, no, this is not at the end that's relevant. After she made people believe it is. And what you mean get confused? This has to do with her situation. It has to be someone that was in the room.
Number. How did you get this mixed up? Who is buying this shit?
feeling confused when she said what?
She didn't get confused. She tried to pull a fast one, like she's been doing this entire time, and was hoping that people wouldn't call her out on her lies. And you want to know the most black-pilling part about this, though? It worked. It worked. Her response got the vast majority of support and nearly 70,000 likes. It keeps going, though. This whole we cuddled section of her response is absolute gold. Katie goes from saying that she was so scared around George that she didn't even move or breathe, to now saying that, well, you know, yeah, I did cuddle with him, but, you know, that's just me when I'm being drunk. A lot of the cuddling he may have felt was personal. It was just me being drunk.
I didn't speak or move. I remember being afraid to even breathe.
After being caught lying, this girl has completely backtracked her entire initial allegation. He took it a step further in front of everyone, all because he assumed things and assumed he had the right. The gall of a man to assume, after spooning with a girl for over an hour, that he could reach in for a tongue. Lock him up, throw away the key. Katie then says that she actually did get up, but to get more alcohol after getting sexually assaulted. And then after getting more alcohol, sitting right back down next to George, crawling back into his arms to continue getting sexually assaulted, I guess. Yes, I got up and sat in the same spot, getting up to drink more, etc. Mentally, I believe in a room on a sofa with people on it. You just sit back where you were when you get up. No, not if you're getting sexually assaulted. No, actually, you don't. You don't do that.
She's scared to death or whatever, and yeah, she gets back up to the same spot.
Mentally, I was also drunk, and even if I were to move, that would be an obvious hit to his ego, to him and everyone in the room. Oh, gotcha. Okay, so he chose to keep getting sexually assaulted for the sake of his ego. Yeah, dude. You should have led with that. Come on. Okay, now I get it. Thank you. I'm in disbelief even one person bought this story, let alone the vast majority. I didn't want to embarrass him or myself. I know it's a dumb thought process. I acknowledge it. No, it's not that it's a dumb thought process. It's that you are completely full of shit and are lying. You were clearly into him that night, which is why you were giving him signs to keep making advancements on you, because you enjoyed the night. You enjoyed yourself. That's why you even stayed afterwards to keep cuddling and spooning with George and having a good time after your own friends left. Your best friend left because they were throwing up. And you were so into George that you didn't go help out your best friend who's drunk and throwing up because you were so...
Yeah, you have a very good reason to leave if you're actually like fucking scared or anything. I don't know, if you're the only one that's still there, that you're more than willingly being there because you want to.
You weren't this scared girl who couldn't move or breathe. You moved very fine to get more alcohol and back into his arms while spooning with the guy. And you could breathe fine. You were able to breathe. But then the night came to a close, you woke up, you spoke to some of your friends, and then regretted it afterwards. And now are going on this campaign to try to destroy this guy's life over just you regretting the nights that you clearly were consensually and giving him signs to make advancements on you. I know this sounds forward, but that's all this is. But my absolute favorite part of both Katie's stream and written response on Twitter is her taking up the role of the Martin Luther King Jr. of sexual assault victims, giving her commentary on the current state of society that we live in. These situations always end in victimhood. If I didn't do this, she shouldn't have worn that. She shouldn't have been drinking. She was asking for it. We are embedded into a society to cover for assault. It's what we are built on. I want this situation to circle back to the original point, to make aware of the reality that girls face in this community, that many people are forced into silence. I just don't want victims to feel like they have to prove themselves to people to be believed, that they are only valid if they had proof. I believe you. Katie believes you.
This nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal.
Imagine you actually got back Allie, and you have to sit here and listen to this girl act as if she went remotely through anything even comparable to what you went through. Getting all this social validation, pretending to be a victim, for getting tickled by a guy she was cuddling with for over an hour. There is not a bigger piss in the face to real victims than this. But then when you thought it couldn't get any better, Katie Bugs, I'm not joking, then goes on to lecture other people who make false accusations condemning them, saying that it hurts real victims like her. I also want to note that those who make false allegations to deplatform someone or to seek attention are scum. You are the reason people choose to never come out for stories. You are the reason there is distrust in coming forward about these situations. I hope you rot. What can I even say? What am I? I'm nothing. I have nothing. And then she finishes by saying she's going to be taking a nice week vacation off after maliciously trying to destroy someone's life over nothing. Hope you enjoy that vacation in the Bahamas. But I've been holding off on one specific post to read out for the perfect time. I think it's probably right about now. Moving back a little in the timeline, after Katie's first allegation stream, before George even responded, he put out a tweet saying that he will be replying very soon. And Katie didn't like this. She then quote tweeted him saying this, which is so funny to go and read back on, given all the context we now know. This amount of confidence should be studied in a lab. We are waiting. Pull whatever you can find. I also have screen recorded everything. I planned on using it to support my case if needed. But please.
By the way, we never saw anything about screen recording or any chats or whatever.
On my behalf, if you will, because we both know what happened. That's why I could sleep at night without scrambling for screenshots to try and twist.
Yeah, I know that wasn't me. I don't know where they got that from.
That's why you're scared, because me and every other creator knows the truth.
People claimed that we came to the hotel.
Her own friend.
We didn't.
That's something you have to live with. Yes, I was naive, but I have room to change, to grow up. 8 years exactly. And when I'm your age, I'll be 10 times the person you are. And you will always be the 27-year-old still acting like a child. I'm not scared.
This is some anime like protagonist, main character speech, like against a fucking billion, and it's just someone trying to make themselves a rape victim.
I've been waiting for so long to say this. You're a fucking coward. Goodbye for now. Despite all these things, though, the provable lies, the contradictions, I mean, even her own friend coming out and giving a different story from what hers was. But the public response from the majority of fans was this. I don't want him to be deplatformed. I want to see footage of him being attacked. 11,000 likes. Electric chair. 8,000 likes. Abusers will lie. Men with power who target young women lie so that they can remain in power and keep wielding their power against young women. Remember that when you watch this. He is going to do everything he can to stay in power. Dude, did I click onto the Harvey Weinstein documentary? What the fuck is happening? They even added VidCon to get him kicked off on the roster this year, and it worked. But it wasn't just fans saying this. Even the people closest to him and multiple other creators in the community all completely threw George under the bus.
What the living fuck are you
Who is
thinking in
this?
that moment? Oh, what can I get away with? You gotta be out of your fucking living mind, drunk or not.
They're so young. They're so young. And you're so fucking old. What are
This
you
one
doing?
is Shelby, right? I mean, Shelby's situation at first, it was like, I mean, you can just, you know, I thought it was a bit, I mean, first of all, she did include some unnecessary details, like Wilbur was like Geneg, how do you say it? Hygiene? Is it I don't know how to say it, but yeah, he wasn't healthy or whatever. He had ants on his room or whatever the fuck, and she included some of that or something, and it sounded like he's nasty, but that's another like relevant. But the biting thing, I guess I see why it's bad, but I also don't understand if, I mean, I guess she had a safe word. She said it and he didn't follow it. A safe word should be like supreme. It's not something you can play with, thinking it's quirky to disobey. But I don't know if he really did that. If he disobeyed the safe word, I would have thought she did something at the moment, but I mean, yeah. And the fact none of his friends realized, because she said he hid her marks of the biting because they will notice or whatever, but they also didn't say anything. They also didn't notice a single thing I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna say. I don't know. It's weird, but yeah, I don't think Wilbur is a bad person, and that was only Shelby. I think I saw something else on Twitter which he hasn't addressed, which was like actual rape with getting someone drunk or something. I don't know. I didn't say, but yeah, I don't think Wilbur is most likely a bad person, but Yelch is just getting shit on for no reason. I don't know why Shelby is supporting this.
I think that if you have been caught clearly irresponsible with this position of power over teenagers, I don't think we should allow a second opportunity when we're dealing with teenagers and children.
I can't, bro.
That is disgusting to say. Many
Who is
people
this?
are told, you especially told that you just
Who is
your mind. You just
Nihachu
and
or
that's not true.
Niku?
Just because they're 18, you think they're the same as a consenting adult who's 30, nearly 30.
I literally cannot. It's just so fucking wild to me.
You are never entitled to keep it forever.
Okay, so wait. So yeah, the age of consent is set at 18, and when an 18-year-old consents, they don't find it appropriate. Wait, just 1 second. I got.
Dream, who's his closest friend, for some reason did an impromptu Twitter space, completely disavowing George.
I think that he did something fucked up. I think that what happened was fucked up. I think that it was terrible. And I think that I feel terrible for any involvement that I had. I feel terrible for Katie. I think that Katie deserves all the support that you can give her. It is a terrible situation. It is a terrible thing. The pain that she feels.
He sounds like a fucking second grader who got in trouble in class. What is this? It is a terrible thing. Pain is not good. Gold star, dude. Gold star. Thank you.
I care about people. I want people to talk to me if they have anything, any problem.
This guy is seriously breaking down in tears, crying over this.
I never want to hurt anybody. I never want to do bad. I never want to do evil. I never want to contribute to anyone's life in a negative way. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Katie. I really am.
This shit was a complete joke. Either he wholeheartedly means all this and is just that pathetic to throw his best friend under the bus for a tummy tickle after spooning with a girl, or this is all just another tactic for sympathy baits to try to get out of the situation the best ways possible. But not only Dream, George's second best friend, Sapnap, put out a tweet saying this. First things first, I want to say that I support Katie, and I think it's incredibly brave to come out and share your story in front of everyone, and I hope you're taking care of yourself and are doing well. Incredibly brave? This girl's trying to destroy your best friend's life over nothing. And this is what you say? Because of this, I waited before commenting to organize my thoughts. And after seeing all of the facts, it is very clear that Katie is a victim and everyone should support her.
See, I don't understand why are they taking the. I think Yoch ended up retracting and like saying, or I think he made another like not an apology, but a more like justification or like defending himself. But his two friends straight up fed into what they wanted to hear, even though they probably knew he didn't do anything wrong.
And stand by her 100%. What facts have you seen exactly? And how in your investigation did you not notice that George proved this girl to be a complete liar? These have got to be the worst two friends in the fucking world.
I don't know. I think I always thought that our friendship is just like really genuine. So I think that's one of the biggest things, that we have like a bunch of genuine friendships, and we are just genuinely having fun with each other, and I think that's what people like.
So his two best friends fucked him over completely. He's lost hundreds of thousands of followers on all platforms. Mr. Beast took him out of his ad campaign, and numerous other creators have come out in support of
Okay, but why was it Yoch specifically on the chocolate bar ads? I mean, what does George have to do? All of those people are, all of these people are in the team. I guess this hand is from, what was her name? Yes, her. I forgot. Oh, Chris. So Chris is not in the picture, but George was.
Ad campaign, and numerous other creators have come out in support of Katie, dogpiling him, destroying his reputation, all over Phantom Tummy Ticket. It's gotta be the greatest cancellation period of all time. And I would pickle her. But the two main notable creators who I think had the best coverage on this,
Max GG's and AMC.
with just about 100k followers, and AMC with over
Yeah.
starting with my British cousin. My friend! He puts out a tweet saying, "Rotten hell, you fucking piece of shit. I saw how you ruined my friend's life. Nobody should
What
be
happened with
puns?
puns?
You're going to spout with your stupid PR team backing you useless
He got
things.
cancelled
I wish
too.
you and your little freak friends who are complacent and abuse the worst lives ever. You are all fucking horrible and your content sucks dick. Rotten hell for assaulting my friend George. And plus, I make better Minecraft videos than you. This one's probably my first one.
There's actually only this much.
I can't watch this. I think when you make when you it's like, oh, it's ironic, so if you don't find it funny, it's because you don't get it. I think it's just it's not fun.
You're fucking gag. But thank God he gave us the live stream version of this, making for the best thing to come out of this entire situation.
This is a fact. I'm not telling you the fact. No, not something that you can create an argument about. I was there, and she cried in my fucking arms. This 19-year-old girl, 18-year-old girl, she cried in my fucking arms because of what you did, George Raphael. And to try and use me, my friends, or anybody else as a scapegoat for your fucking sexual abuse is disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. My friend cried in my fucking arms about this, and you're on stream denying it all, denying the fucking hurt that you caused to her. You and all of your abuse sympathizer friends, you are all fucking horrible. You are a 26-year-old man, 27 now, trying to fucking put the blame on 18-year-olds that you don't fucking know. What the fuck is wrong with you? You are a serious criminal, and a girl cried in my arms because of what you did. Weeks later, show loads of love to Katie. Go and watch her vlogs. They're so fucking good. They're so good. These are timeless videos. Timeless. These are the only videos I feel like I could show my children. These are so fucking incredible. Bully, she is an incredible story.
It's always like I saw there was another allegation, and after the allegation was done in the end of the thread, the victim or whatever was advertising their content, and people were like, go to support her content so she can get through this or whatever, and it's just
Incredible
Jesus.
filmmaker, incredible person.
Like, what's the point of life? I was disassociating.
These are timeless videos.
I'll show it to
These are
my
the only
children.
videos I feel like I could show my children. These are so fucking incredible. I understand that many people are angry at my friend group, and I'm going to be honest with you, I don't give a fuck. I've never given a fuck about any hate that I receive. That video of you crying is hilarious. Thank you. I think it's so funny that my friend was sexually assaulted, and I stood up for her, and you think that's funny. Fucking, you are a sick in the head. Go fuck yourself. Anyways.
Yeah, that's kind of it. That's all I wanted to show for him. But now AMC, with her huge following, made this tweet before George even released his first response, saying, "Silence is not consent. It will never be consent. I hope you understand whatever bullshit response you and your PR team magically come up with, it will never take back the hurt you've caused on someone who was young and should have been safe in your space as a 26-year-old man." Literally saying that there's nothing you can do. You are instantly deemed guilty. There's nothing you can do to stop it. You guys thought Nick is Not Green was bad for his super mega coverage? Welcome to Minecraft.
This is not some petty drama. This is not some Twitter thing. I'm not putting my voice into drama that is just a stupid little thing that's gonna blow over tomorrow.
He did.
There are victims involved in this, and you guys are treating it like it's Twitter drama. It's not. This is a serious thing. It is a crime. It is a bad thing. I swear to God, there's some people online that could watch someone literally murder someone, and they'd be like, oh wow, now he's getting cancelled.
You can only pray and hope that these people end up getting accused one day as well and have to deal with the same stain.
Dude, thank you. He said it. He said it. You know, I've thought about it before, and you know, that's why I got a bit happy with. I mean, at first I thought it was a bullshit, Willwood's thing, but then the argument piled on, and I think it spiraled. So I just said, you know what? Yeah, he is guilty, and I mean, I guess that makes me happy since he's part of that group of content creators who say stuff so their audience validates them and gives them more money and whatever. That group is like Tommy, Tubble, and whatever.
Other people. You know, guilty until proven innocent is going to be a real bitch to deal with when it comes around to you. In a world of cruelty, you can be kind. Look after yourselves. Good guy energy.
Crime!
And these are supposed to be the good guys in this situation too. Destroying this guy's career and life for literally nothing, and they won. Like George now for forever will have these accusations following him for the rest of his life. Anytime you search his name, he's always going to have sexual assault allegations for the rest of his online life, career. Anytime he wants to interact with a girl in the future, she's going to be able to Google his name and find out that he's been accused of sexual assault before. It's exactly what happened with Dream, if not worse. It's the same situation, just a few months apart. But you know, it's hard to show that much sympathy to Dream or really anyone else, everyone in this whole Minecraft community, because of the way they go about handling these situations. All
Yeah,
this lately
they have
has
it coming
completely
for
brought to
filling
light that this whole Minecraft scene is full of
those
complete
audiences.
snakes that will throw even their closest friends under the bus if it means that it helps restore their public reputation socially. All of them are in desperate hope to not get eaten by their audience, and they'll do anything to make sure that doesn't happen. And this is why you can make the argument that a certain amount of this is deserved, because they all take part in feeding this monster of an audience, and then act surprised when it comes around to them. It's their time to pay the tax. Perpetually enabling this behavior to keep it going, forever calling out other people for the smallest, most insignificant things, trying to destroy their career over nothing at all. And you know, this is going to happen until it eats everyone. Even George, I didn't harp on it too much, but this guy was pretty pathetic throughout this whole entire situation. I mean, he would bend the knee multiple times and apologize way too much to a girl who wants to end you and end your life. Like, what the fuck was this tweet? This is the problem, and honestly, the reason why a person like Katie even made her allegation in the first place is because you guys promote this culture, enabling this behavior, allowing a person like Katie to come to the surface and accuse you later down the line. So until any of you guys figure out how to grow a backbone and spine and defend yourself from clear bullshit accusations, this will continue forever and will never stop. So, the choice is yours. And that's where this story ended, but out of complete left field, weeks after her first initial allegation stream, Katie then went live to make yet another response where she changes her story again, claiming that George now groped and fondled her tits.
The one biggest thing that I want to clear up, it is fucking sexual assault, okay? I'm not gonna apologize, say that it isn't sexual assault, that I'm not a sexual assault victim. The touching that he has admitted to.
By the way, let me make a comparison. 200. Wait. She lost followers when she went live. Some people started to follow her. They got the notification and they said, "You know what? I actually don't care about this girl." Even though it was only like 2 weeks later. So 208,000, and we're at 34, 23. 208,000, and right here it's 200 or 1,000. Like I didn't increase that much.
Katie then went live to make yet another response where she changes her story again, claiming that George now groped and fondled her tits.
The one biggest thing
Yeah,
that I want to
7,000.
clear up,
Okay.
it is fucking sexual assault, okay? I'm not gonna apologize, say that it isn't sexual full
But
stop.
yeah, notice this.
The what?
Oh, never mind. Wait, 334. I mean, maybe it's different except, and it's not all like on a roll.
Biggest thing
334.
that I want to clear up. It is fucking sexual
333.
assault, okay? I'm not gonna
Okay, 336.
say that it isn't sexual
Never mind. I
assault,
think
that
I
I'm not a
misread.
sexual assault victim. The touching that he has admitted to many times. He felt up my tits. He stuck his hand
Wait, no,
up my
I'm not crazy. Hold on. I mean, yeah, it probably was at the start of the stream, and this is a later excerpt.
Admitted to many times.
Yeah.
He felt up my tits. He stuck his hand up my shirt, under my bra, and felt up, fondled, whatever you want to say. He felt up my tits.
Mind you, up until this point, it's been understood that the main allegation is that he touched and tickled her stomach/waist area, but at worst was inching towards places that she didn't want. But yeah, for some reason...
Yeah, he said the tummy, she didn't specify, she said under her shirt, so he specified, he said on the tummy, then she didn't say anything about it, and then it's when weeks later she makes it up.
Detail in her third shot of this, weeks later.
I'm upset because
Yeah.
I was on a couch, 18 years old, drunk, on a couch with other people in the room, and he sticks up his hand and starts feeling my tits. That was my fucking story.
That wasn't your story. This is the first time you've ever brought this up. It's really weird. Throughout this whole hour-long stream, she acts as if she's been saying this the entire time.
No, I'm not upset that he tickled me. I'm not saying that he assaulted me because he tickled me or because he was close to me. No.
I mean, that's literally what you said, though.
He disguised it with a simple, "Are you ticklish?" That was my fucking story.
How are you going to be mad at people for
And who tickles someone by the tits?
your inability to communicate your own story correctly? Mentioning where the guy touched you when you're accusing
Of
someone
course it was the
sexual
tummy.
assault is literally step one. Aside from this, though, even if
In
this
the
did happen,
face.
who cares? Like, let me remind you that you were cuddling and even spooning with this guy, laughing and
Okay,
smiling.
well, it is a bit of a jump. Sure, you were spooning, but I mean, it is a bit of a jump if he be fumbled the breasts. But after all, it's like, I don't know. It's still understandable, yeah. Or it's not too far fetched, but it's very different than just the tummy, which is what they said at the
got up to
start.
drink more, went back into his arms, and now
Yeah, and she didn't. You know, they keep mentioning the expressing orally what they have to say. When if you're coming back to it, you did consent to it.
assault when he touches your tits a little after you were spooning with the guy for over an hour? Come on. Maybe if you started smacking them or groping them aggressively, then yeah, I'm with you. But no, everything we know about this guy is that he was taking small, like little slow advancements towards you to see how you reciprocate, and then seeing after you would positively respond, and you would keep going. Even with this new detail, this isn't even close to sexual assault.
He felt up my tits.
Also, it's crazy that this is the same person. What happened to your vacation that now you can come back and shout about how George was groping your tits and not a tear gets shed? But in your first allegation stream, you could barely go a sentence without turning on the waterworks.
Fucking cry me a river.
In this hour-long stream, though, Katie responds to a lot of the critiques that people have been levying at her, and apparently is taking accountability for her line. First, addressing the text that she said was from George's friend.
The screenshot, I will acknowledge, that was a complete miscommunication. There's a screenshot I said was from his friend that wasn't there for the assault. It's a real screenshot. What I got wrong and what was miscommunicated was who it was from.
So who said it?
From instead of the guy who left or wasn't there for the assault, it was from the girl.
Yeah, she's doubling down on the fact that it was just a miscommunication on her.
And the girl,
That's
like
the real
a
reason why
friend?
she got it wrong.
But
Despite
her friends are saying this didn't
her
happen.
being the one who literally had to censor out the name or number of the person who sent the text. But get this, Katie then continues to say that the girl who's the real one who sent the text.
And yeah, you can't mistake it. if you have it, Alan.
Messaged her when she posted it and told Katie that it was her, not the guy who she was claiming it was. But for some reason, Katie never corrected the record and continued to let that lie float around despite her knowing that it was wrong.
I got a message from the girl that actually sent the text and was like, it was a while after I already posted my response and was like, you kind of mixed up who the text was from, but I'm sure it won't be a big deal because it was only one of the minor things you said, which obviously we've seen that was not the case. But I do acknowledge and own up to the fact I completely was wrong about that.
No, you're not owning up to this. You're taking the only option you have left after being proven to be a liar. Apologizing after being called out isn't a genuine display of taking accountability. It's damage control and attack with the devil. You do it every opportunity to just make a little reply under your response to clarify that you got this wrong. But you didn't. Probably because you knew it would make you look worse. But ironically, that actually would have helped you because you allowed George to be the one to point out this inconsistency, making it actually worse for you and hurting your credibility more.
The amount of miscommunication, misinformation that is spreading is one of the biggest reasons I feel like I just don't even really have anything to say anymore.
You are the misinformation.
Misinformation that is spreading.
But Katie then addresses people pointing out that she wasn't freshly 18 and says that it was actually a typo in her script that was supposed to say freshly out of high school.
Also the fact that I said...
But she's, I remember she said this has to do with consent, age, and whatever. She did say age.
freshly 18, which is something a lot of people are mad about. When in reality, I was 18.
But yeah, this is a bit dumb.
My bad. What I meant to say in that original stream where I said I was freshly 18, I said I was freshly 18 and just out of high school. What I meant to say was I was 18 and freshly out of high school. I just put it in front of the wrong thing.
This excuse would work if this was the only time you refer to yourself as freshly 18 in your allegation. Because in the script, it's at least plausible that she could have misplaced freshly before 18 instead of before graduated, making the sentence flow as, I was 18 and I just freshly graduated high school instead. It's a flimsy excuse, but it would have at least worked. But you can't use that reason for the second time you said it.
They knew that I was freshly 18, and they also knew I was very young.
There's no mention of high school at all in that sentence. You just flat out say that you're freshly 18. I think when crafting this lie for her response, Katie only thought she said freshly 18 at the beginning, but just forgot completely that she said it twice in the stream. Dude, this girl can't even come up with a good lie.
I'm sorry, I do get frustrated with that because people are mad at me saying that I'm a liar because of these things instead of acknowledging the fact that he fucking admitted to doing what he did to me. And we're worried about the fact that I said I was freshly 18 when I meant to say I was freshly out of high school. They knew that I was freshly 18 and they also knew I was very young. When I meant to say I was freshly out of high school. Freshly out of high school.
Just completely shameless. First, she tried to pull a fast one in her allegation that she was freshly 18, got called out for this not being true, and then made up a second lie as an excuse to cover up her first.
I'm not a liar.
And this is where Katie really starts to scramble to defend herself. Despite her being the one who admitted that they were cuddling and spooning for over an hour, she now claims that it was simply just friendly cuddling.
We were on a couch, sitting up. We were all on a couch. Everything and anything you could consider cuddling, I saw that as a friendly, like, drunk, what you do with your friends. I was doing it with my best friend that was right next to me as well, you know?
She wasn't giving him signs at all. It was just friendly cuddling. You know, two people of the opposite gender who've only known each other for, what, 2 nights? They friendly cuddle all the time. And not only friendly cuddle, but have spooning sessions, too. Friendly spooning sessions.
And again, I believe any touches were more initiated by him, but again, that's just hearsay.
Look at how nuanced Katie is becoming. She's learning. Yes, it's hearsay who initiated the touch, true. But I guess my question is that why has your hearsay changed on 3 separate occasions now, every time you reply? First, you made no mention that you and George were cuddling at all and that he touched you out of nowhere. Then you said you did cuddle, even spooned, and that a lot of the touch was initiated by him, which means, yeah, the majority was George, but that's still admission that some of it was initiated by you. And now it's that any and all touches were initiated by him and him only?
Any touches were more initiated by him, but again, that's just hearsay.
Katie threw a Hail Mary with this next one, though, where she says that she's actually asexual, so therefore it's impossible for her to ever even enjoy being touched in the first place.
And
Classic.
everyone's saying, well, you could have gave non-verbal consent. I will tell you right now, if I was given the opportunity to give even non-verbal consent, my answer would have always been no. I'm asexual. I don't like sexual stuff. I'm on the spectrum of asexual.
My bad, Katie. I didn't know you were on the spectrum of asexuality. This changes everything now. My support is with you for being on the spectrum in more ways than one.
I'm on the spectrum of people
I was gonna say.
why did you come
I was waiting for him to
why
say.
didn't you describe it? Because I saw what Shelby did. I saw the effect Shelby had on me. Realizing that someone I looked up to went through the same thing as me, you don't understand what that does. I wanted to be that for other people.
And for someone who's claiming that the only reason she did this is to inspire other girls to come forward with their stories, she gives the worst advice possible. Saying that if you're a victim, you shouldn't go to the police to tell a story. No. Instead, broadcast it live on Twitch like me.
For people saying take legal action, do you know the odds of winning an assault case? The system you would like to believe that is always for you? The amount of fucking injustice that happens with our system is insane. And you sit here and see someone come out about their story, and your immediate thing is, well, take it up with the law? Like, that will serve any justice. So, fuck you.
True. Getting people prosecuted through actual legal means, not Katie's style. But getting Twitter likes and Twitch subs while doing it, that'll surely help with your rate.
No matter what I say, no matter what proof I come out about, people that don't want to believe will never believe. They will never believe, no matter what comes out. It's because they don't want to believe. They will continue to find excuses to not face reality.
I don't know why, but this last response actually really surprised me. Like, I already knew this girl was a combination of stupidity and malice, but just to shamelessly get on camera and to lie to cover up your last lie about the freshly 18 thing and to say that it was a typo when she just knew that she was just full of shit from the jump. I mean, damn, dude. That's some Walter White shit. Katie Bugs is a wolf hiding in sheep's clothing, masquerading as a victim to lie and falsely accuse George, ironically victimizing him now. George not found is the real victim.
I've been belittled, blamed, validated, been called a liar, been called Amber Heard, been called
Amber Heard.
even though he sat there and admitted it. Again, it's not false allegation. It isn't fake allegation. It's not fake allegation. I'm not a liar. The way I've been treated is fucking insane. And I'm not afraid to say it's fucking insane. The hypocrisy that has surrounded this situation is fucking insane. I'll get into just the blaming of me. That is insane. My goal when I came out about this was for it not to be about drama, for it not to be about tantrum. It was about my journey as a victim. And again, I'm asexual. I would have never liked it and then regretted it. I would have never liked it to begin with. I don't understand believing the one thing to go to the other. Even the fact that fucking reporters
Wait, so
messaging
okay, cuddling is not inherently sexual, but you don't see a straight man doing it with other straight men. So she did it. She cuddled with a man, even though she doesn't like men. And that wouldn't be normal since you get my point.
asking for my fucking take on it all, or my comment on it. Actually fucking choke. Are you joking? It's insane. Watching thousands of people comment on your sexual assault story, people use it as a talking point on a YouTube video or a podcast, it being made into clickbait. It's insane.
I forgot he made this. Anyways, we'll say something about the Mama Max Destiny reacting to it. The Destiny's chat is gonna. I have to say it. I literally don't have anything else. couldn't watch it all.
Feeling cuddling automatically meant it to turn sexual. I didn't know it was an invitation. I wasn't gonna push him off in front of everyone. He took it a step further in front of everyone, all because he assumed things. But she got up and got back over and over again, right?
Yeah, she did. Like, is this not completely retarded?
I was there 3 weeks after Katie was assaulted by George about 4 weeks or whatever, and she cried in my arms. This 19-year-old girl, 18-year-old girl, she cried in my arms.
The recoil.
You're supposed to do the with no lyrics.
My friend cried in my arms about this, and you're on stream denying it all, denying the hurt that you caused to her. You are disgusting people. You and all of your abuse sympathizer friends, you are all horrible. Seriously. You are so
Dream just released a live 40-minute Twitter space talking about George not found in the allegations with Katie? It's all true. George isn't a bad person. I care about people. Eventually started crying, entered the Twitter space, and deleted it. What's going on? New review on this Dream Orbiter George not found. You will get mad.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually bored of this. I'm gonna... Wait, how long was I not showing the screen? How long was I not showing the screen? Well, I mean, nothing important was showing, but did I just forget? Anyways, I was gonna say I'm gonna stop. No, that's great show. I was gonna say I'm not interested in still watching more of this. This has been enough.
Apologizing after being called out isn't a genuine display of it's damage control and action. With every opportunity to make the world go quiet.
Okay, I didn't show it for... I don't think I showed anything of it. I might be stupid. Anyways, yeah, I was gonna say I'll stop watching about this. It's just annoying. I mean, I already saw a couple of weeks ago. I don't know why I'm rewatching. I mean, not rewatching, but watching over the same stuff. But yeah, and it's just it just makes it hurts to fucking see how what the Minecraft YouTubers community has come to. It's just backstabbing and appealing to audience and whatever. We need Technoblade back, you know. God damn it. Maybe I have to reset my game since it's lagging so much. In fact, I'm gonna do it. And I don't know how long will I be walking for. Maybe 1 hour more. Or no, actually 2 hours. Or wait. Okay, so either 1 or 3. And maybe I go for 3. But I just don't want to watch anything as of like TV or, you know, like series or whatever. Let me check this video. It's weird, I go from Minecraft to chess.
Ladies and gentlemen, probably the most notoriously talked about name in the world of chess is Hans Niemann. Hans Niemann just went through a wild ride in 2022, and it's currently late November 2023, and he is back to competing actively in chess tournaments across the globe. He is currently playing a tournament in Croatia. It is called the Tournament of Peace. It's a nice name, but Hans Niemann did not show up to Zagreb, Croatia with peace on his mind. He has played 7 rounds of this tournament and has 6.5 out of 7 points, with many brilliant games to display. He has gained something like 20 elo. He is performing at an elo of 3,000 and 3 after 7 rounds of action. The last time that I made a video title that said Hans Niemann won with 100% accuracy, I was trying to gas the man up, as the kids say, hype them up, but Hans Niemann did not feel that way. He thought I was maybe playing into the insinuation. So Hans, and any Hans fan out there,
Wait.
this is...
Why is my water? My water is bugged. Does that happen when you reload? That's odd. Nice.
An open message to all of you. I'm trying to hype Hans up, and I'm trying to bring some of these epic games to all of you at home. All right? And in today's video, I'm hoping to do exactly that, as Hans detonated a sensational game of chess upon us. Let me know in the comments if you'd like me to cover some of the other games. This video is just getting one, because I don't have enough time. I don't have enough time. I want to give all of these games a fair amount of time. Then he tweeted, the man is cooking, and we need a bad boy in the chess world, if you ask me. We need a guy that's going to talk the talk, he's going to walk the walk, and he's going to get some good results. So Hans played Grandmaster Robert Zelcic, who I believe is a 30 or 40-year-old Grandmaster from Croatia. He's also played a lot of very good players, Cheparinov, Sokolov, Ivanchuk, so do let me know, and I will cover those games. But this game, oh my. E4 is how Hans started. C6. Karo-Kan defense, played by Robert. And by the way, Robert doesn't have a photo on chess.com. Anytime a player doesn't have a photo on chess.com, I make an open plea to chess.com to reinstate the photo. Now, one more thing really quick. I'm going to Toronto to cover the Champions Chess Tour Finals. If you live in Toronto, or you know somebody who lives in Toronto, or you're in Canada, you want to come to Toronto, December 7th, link will be in the description. We're doing one last fan book event for the year. D4, December 7th. Tickets on sale now. D5, Karo-Kan defense. Hans plays E5. This is the most principled way of playing. It's the most aggressive way of playing. And we know Hans is like a pirate, right? He's gonna try to make things interesting and exciting and aggressive. He's like who's the pirate from the anime? Luffy?
Yeah.
Luffy, right? He's like that. They even look the same. C5 played by Zelcic. There are two main lines here: Bishop to F5, as well as C5. And Black chooses C5. This is one of the ways to instigate against White's center. But White plays Knight to F3. So the critical line is D takes C5, accepting the pawn and basically saying you're not going to get it back anytime soon, so good luck. But in this game, instead of that, Hans plays Knight F3. And there are two lines here for Black. One of the lines is to take on D4 right away. If that happens, Hans might play Knight. He might play Knight takes D4, but he also might play Queen takes D4. There's this new edgy line that's becoming a little bit more popular. Knight C6 attacks the Queen, and then the Queen comes to F4. I don't know if that's what Hans had in mind, because after Knight to F3, Black did not take on D4, and instead played the move Knight to C6. So, yeah. Knight C6, and now Hans took on C5. So, all of that for nothing, right? Like, you know, D takes C5, and maybe Hans thought his opponent would play E6 and would not play Knight C6, but by forcing his opponent to play Knight C6, DC is now played, and Hans says, no, I'm no prick me dainty. I'm not just giving you the pawn on C5. You're not just going to walk all over me. You can't have the pawn on C5, as a matter of fact. If bishop takes C5, bishop C5, Queen A5 check, I will play B4. So that's not possible. And if bishop E3, Queen A5 check, either C3 threatening B4 or Queen D2, and Black's not going to win this pawn back. So White essentially says, you know what?
Say, sorry?
4 or Queen D2, and Black's not going to win this pawn back. So,
oh yeah, I see.
White essentially says, you know what? I ain't giving you the pawn. You had a chance, you played in a way that blocked your bishop, and now I'm not going to give you the pawn back. So Black plays Knight to H6. This is the critical move. Trying to play Knight G4, trying to play Knight F5. Both moves target the bishop. Knight F5 also targets the bishop if it goes to D4. Knight G4 also targets the pawn. White has many options here. White can actually take and damage Black's structure, but then White will lose support of C5, and even though you do damage Black's pawns and maybe weaken the king, it's not for everybody. White plays C3, right? So a couple of ideas behind C3. Number one, the bishop will be glued into the center and therefore defending everything. Number two, you will play B4. and you will create this big cluster on the side of the board. Zelchus plays knight f5. As you can see here, Hans already kind of, I mean, from the time usage, seems like on his own, right? I don't think he would spend 8 minutes in the opening if he wasn't on his own. So knight f5, and now bishop d4. Now, all of this has been played before. Essentially, white now hangs on to both center pawns and says you can't have them. Black, meanwhile, will develop his bishops and castle, and then probably undermine with b6. And the computer evaluates this position as equal, but it's a little bit hard to play with black because you're a pawn down. So, like, at the end of the day, after a while, any human here is going to just, you know, malfunction a little bit and get a little bit aggressive, try to do something, and maybe it won't work. So bishop d4, bishop d7 played by black. He's still not thinking, right? Rook c8, b6, bishop e7, maybe f6 in the future. A lot of ideas. And Hans plays bishop e5. Bishop b5 technically hangs a pawn. Technically. It technically hangs a pawn because now black can play knight takes e5, which is a move that he cannot play normally, but in this case he can play it because the knight defends the bishop. And if you take this knight, then he's going to take your bishop, preventing you from castling. So Hans decides to not engage in a theoretical discussion. He spends a few minutes on this move. I mean, again, he also could be bluffing, and this could have all been his preparation. But you could play like a3 here, then try to play b4. So Hans plays b5, bishop b5. Now, again, black could do nothing. Black could just like play bishop e7, but then if you do nothing for too long when you play black, you're going to have a really tough time winning the pawn back. So I will take, maybe take, and then, you know, play knight a3 and hold my queen side together. Yeah, instead of engaging in all of that, Hans plays bishop e5, forces this move, basically. Knight takes c5. Very big decision. Do you take on d7, or do you take the knight? So, bishop takes d7 is possible, but then black goes back, and the pawn is still hanging. Then you have to play b4, at which point black will play rook c8. You can castle, but black is going to also develop his pieces, play b6, and smash these pawns in the future. So believe it or not, instead of all that, knight takes c5 is what white chooses. And my question is, how is Hans Niemann ever going to castle? How's he going to castle? With black also pressuring his bishop and pressuring his pawn, like black's next moves are very obvious. His next 3 moves, right? So what is Hans going to do here? Well, Hans plays a4. That move makes sense. You either force the bishop to go back to its hole or to hang out on a6 trying to prevent you from castling. He does go back to d7. I guess after bishop a6, he just didn't like b4. And it's very simple. You will just get hit with b5. You can play knight takes d4. White will go here. Who's stopping b5? Like, by the time, you know, suddenly look at this. That's not very pleasant. So instead of all that, instead of dealing with Hans's pawn avalanche, he goes back to d7, and Hans... What? a5? What about castling? Why did Hans spend 24 minutes, 25 minutes, 24, 25 on what? That's a weird move. You know, I might even message Hans. I might be like, what? a5? That's not a move that I as a human... I mean, I'm looking at this, right? Bishop to e7, then I'm looking at b4. But that's why I'm commentating the tournament and Hans is playing it, right? Like, this is what looks good to me. Why on earth would you ever play a5? So, bishop b5 number 1 is a question, but that's actually not a huge deal because it looks like black, but b4 is still very strong. So, it's not really the problem that bishop b5 is happening. It's more the problem of, like, what's happening now? Right? Like, why? Okay. a5, wow. Okay. a6 is what was played in the game, by the way. a6 was played. So... castles. Finally. Hans down 28 minutes on the clock, but the position is kind of a fresh position, and Hans has a little bit of space on this side of the board, right? Black plays bishop e7, I already told you, this is black's idea. Hans takes the bishop. Hans takes the bishop because traditionally, in most situations, a knight will be the better piece to trade. But also, if Hans waits a little longer, this bishop will go to b5. And then it will live there and there is no b4, there is no b5, and the bishop is very powerful in this deck. So Hans trades, and will he take the pawn? Excuse me.
Be right back. Okay, back. By the way, I'm watching something else. Also chess related.
I'm good. I'm good.
Wait.
I retire.
Oh no, no man, no. How much? let's say this.
I'll be perfectly honest, I wanted to kill someone for a long time. It's like an urge, and it was kind of a time that I could get it out.
You wanted that sick fuck.
Steve was pretty much excited. It definitely wasn't his first time. It was like, yeah, it's awesome, you'll get used to it, Chris. It gets addicting, but we'll take care of it.
When an inconceivably brutal crime rocks the small town of Mount Vernon, New Hampshire, police and residents alike are desperate to stop the monsters before they can strike again. But as the haunting case begins to unravel, they soon realize that no one could have prevented the truly evil acts that were about to be set in motion. As it would turn out, a group known as the Disciples of Destruction would stop at nothing to make their twisted dreams of violence, horror, and gore a sick reality. And yet, not everything went according to their plan. The killers soon learned that one of their victims was actually still alive.
I'm one of those type of gentlemanly chivalry sort of guys that you don't even hit girls, let alone go out and treat them badly. If the girl's in the hospital, obviously she probably got injured or something.
Chris, it's funny you should mention that because I want to let you know she is going to survive. Fortunately.
That's good.
Yeah, that is real good.
Home to around 2,000 people, Mount Vernon is most notable for its quaint and quiet reputation. With little to no crime, it was never expected that the tranquil town would be the setting of one of the most shocking murder cases that the nation has ever seen. Among the community lived the Cates family, including 42-year-old Kimberly, her husband David, and their daughter, 11-year-old Jamie. They resided among a beautiful neighborhood located on Trow Road, where the growing forestry made for a peaceful stretch of land. Kimberly was a pediatric nurse and David was an engineer. But the most fulfilling job that the two shared was being parents to the bright and outgoing Jamie. They were a happy family, but sadly, they could not have foreseen the horrors that were in their near future. It wasn't uncommon for David to travel on occasional business trips, leaving Kimberly and Jamie at home. But he'd installed an alarm system inside of the house that would contact the local authorities in the unlikely event of an emergency. And to further their peace of mind, Kimberly had also made an agreement with one of their neighbors, promising to keep an eye on each other's property. Although, due to the town's low crime rate, the idea that residents of Trow Road could be targeted victims of crime was never considered. Before David left for his trip on Saturday, October 3rd, 2009, the house's alarm system had unexpectedly malfunctioned, rendering it inoperable. Despite this, the family remained unconcerned. But as David walked out that door for yet another work trip, he couldn't have ever imagined that the world he knew was about to be tragically ripped away from him. It was another typical weekend for the mother-daughter duo, where they made plans to shop at their local mall the next day, and possibly stop by Jamie's karate studio. At least, that's what Kimberly had messaged to David before she and Jamie went to bed around 8:30. Jamie would often sleep in her parents' bedroom while David was gone, and this weekend was no different. From the hotel in Maryland, David messaged his family a good night. Around 4 in the morning on October 4th, 2009, a chilling 911 call was made to a local dispatcher. The voice was that of a little girl, soft and quiet and very hard to hear. But what the dispatcher could make out was the whimpering cries of a terrified child, begging for help. Unable to gain a clear understanding of what the little girl had been saying, a police officer was immediately sent to the address of 4 Trow Road. Upon arrival, the officer briefly searched the exterior of the home while waiting for the other squadrons to show. Before he was able to make a full circle of the property, he noticed a slight movement out of the corner of his eye, coming from inside of the house. Inching closer to the home, he peered through a kitchen window, where he located a vague image. Someone appeared to be hiding behind the counter. Locking eyes with the petrified little girl, the officer was overcome with a wave of horror at what was before him. The girl was lying on the floor, her entire body coated in blood, and a portion of her foot had been severed. Someone had maimed the vulnerable child. Breaking down the front door, the officer finally gained entry inside, where he found the little girl, shaking and paralyzed by fear. Horrifyingly, she was attempting to scream and yell. However, nothing was coming out. When she could finally speak, she quickly gave her name, Jamie. The officer immediately carried Jamie outside, where he asked if any other people were in the house. She responded by saying that only her mother was in the bedroom. However, in a heartbreaking plea, she begged him not to leave her side. The officer comforted the young girl, stating that he needed to search the residence for anyone who may be hurt, and promised that she was safe. Just outside, another officer made their way to the petrified Jamie, where they could see that not only had her foot been severed, but she had suffered multiple lacerations to her head, legs, arms, and torso. When asked how she received the injuries, she responded by saying, "Some guy had a knife and another one had a bat and he hit my mom." Horrified, the officer asked if Jamie had any idea of who the perpetrators were, and although she couldn't identify any of her attackers, she recalled that one had been bald. However, she also told the authorities one of them said, "Get the jewelry." She then told the police that she survived by pretending that she was dead. Soon, additional help had arrived, and it was then that they discovered all of the appalling contents waiting within the home. Authorities were able to follow the blood-stained footprints across the hallway carpet that led all the way back to the master bedroom. What they found upon entry could only be described as a chamber of horror. Not a single member of law enforcement could fathom the massive amounts of blood that had encompassed almost every inch of the room. And then they found something even more disturbing. The officers could barely stomach the absolute atrocity that was before them. Lying on the blood-soaked bed was Jamie's mother, Kimberly, who had been savagely murdered. Severely wounded Jamie was immediately rushed to the hospital, but there was no telling whether she would survive. Following the sickening discovery, the authorities were left with a mountain of questions. Most importantly, they needed to uncover who had unleashed such an evil attack upon a mother and her child. In an attempt to establish the motive, they began to search the house, and they discovered that various items of jewelry had been taken. In addition, they found that the basement window had been broken into, with the screen laying neatly on the ground. Along with this, the air conditioning unit that had been placed in a window above the deck was missing. Yet another potential entry point to the home. South of the residence, tire tracks could be seen along the dirt pathway, and foot imprints were located within the front yard. As word of the brutal attack spread, the tight-knit community was plagued with fear. But what became even more frightening was the haunting whispers making their way to Mount Vernon from the nearby town of Brookline, only 20 minutes away. Apparently, a resident had been visiting a friend's house on Sunday, October 4th, and was introduced to a pair of young men, also from Brookline. Initially, the gathering seemed to be a harmless occasion, but that would quickly take a dark and unexpected turn. Within a short amount of time, the new friends had divulged a sick and twisted secret. They claimed that they had just killed a mother and her child, while another set of friends watched. The other patrons sat in disbelief as they listened to what they thought had been a scare tactic from the two, or a cruel joke. But as you'll come to find out, the truth behind this harrowing case would only emerge after a series of horrific findings. It's possible that the high of committing the crime had worn off, so the assailants were attempting to relive the attack and experience that rush again by describing it to friends. They likely enjoyed the attention and shock from the others, and were potentially confident that there was no evidence linking them to the crime, suggesting that they may have believed that they were smarter than police. However, they weren't smart enough as authorities caught wind of the chilling rumors, and were in a mad dash to track down the mysterious young men. They would turn out to be 19-year-old Christopher Gribble and 17-year-old Stephen Spader. One day after the horrific crime, they were each brought in for questioning. It was rather odd that Christopher, of all people, had been asked to talk with the police, considering his background. A longtime Eagle Scout, Christopher was a proud member of the Mormon Church and was working towards his goal of becoming a missionary. He'd been homeschooled from an early age, where his parents worked tirelessly to instill the proper values. This had also coincided with Christopher's time in the Boy Scouts, where he'd given back to his community, supposedly building a shed for the Brookline transfer station, a drop-off site for waste and recyclables. Although things weren't always as picture-perfect as they seemed. It was no secret that Christopher had struggled with the social portion of his life, where making friends became an almost impossible task. The few that he did have recalled his awkward demeanor and tendency to ramble during conversation. On top of this, social cues were somewhat of a foreign concept to the Eagle Scout, making for a rather difficult childhood. Human beings have a fundamental need to connect with other people. When someone is unable to or has great difficulty forming even platonic relationships, this can be a red flag for a personality disorder. Nonetheless, he carried on with his aspirations of one day becoming a Marine and enrolled in the U.S. Army Cadet Corps Group in Nashua, New Hampshire. There, he won the Academic and Good Conduct Honors Award. Unfortunately, the excellent student would find himself failing out of the training course in 2008. It was around this time that Christopher's friends and family noticed an odd shift in his behavior, and you'll soon find out exactly why that is. The date is October 5th, 2009, only one day after Kimberly's body has been found. The detective reads Christopher his Miranda rights before jumping right into the much-anticipated interrogation. The following never-before-heard interviews have been analyzed by a qualified team, including a licensed attorney, a licensed clinical psychologist, a former licensed professional counselor, and a licensed professional counselor.
What time do you get up Saturday morning? Probably 10-something. Okay. Me and Steve plan to go around and look at some yard sales. Okay.
The pair of friends had supposedly visited a couple of local yard sales, but were unable to find anything worth purchasing. Following the unsuccessful shopping spree, Christopher drove Stephen back home. But this wouldn't be the last that they see of each other on this day.
As you get close to Saturday evening now, you guys making plans? Saturday night, weekend night, you're gonna go do something? We were gonna just all chill like in Walmart or something. Mm-hmm. Who do you chill there with? Who do you hang out with? You guys? Me, Steve, Billy, Quinn's a friend of ours, but he couldn't get out that night. Okay. He tried and, he ended up having to stay home. Okay. Is that what you guys actually end up doing? Well, we went over to Walmart, but Billy, I guess, had stuff to do, so he didn't get there till later.
When the detective questions Christopher about whether that's actually what they did, Christopher avoids answering the question directly, which is a red flag for possible deception. He may be trying to buy some time to think about what he should say. In addition, he mentions two new people, 17-year-old Quinn Glover and 18-year-old William Marks, also known as Billy, who'd been part of a friend group with Christopher and Stephen, although Billy and Christopher had only just met a week prior.
You and Steve went to Walmart, and then Billy met up with you at some point? I think we did. I'm pretty sure it was this Saturday when we did. Okay.
Christopher uses a selective memory statement of "I think," and then a qualifier of "pretty sure," which are additional red flags for possible deception. The event he's describing was only 2 days ago, so it's something he should remember and be certain about. He may realize that if he wants to play it off as though he has a bad memory, then he needs his memory to be poor on days that don't involve crime and murder. However, the detective will likely be able to confirm or deny Christopher's recount of events based on possible surveillance footage or eyewitness statements, which Christopher may be realizing now.
And this is sometime around midnight that you meet Billy? Yeah. How long were you guys there beforehand? Well, we didn't stay completely in Walmart. To be honest, I didn't really put it to memory much. Yeah. I remember we were hanging out, but I don't remember doing much of anything.
Someone who's being deceptive is more likely to give evasive answers. They want to leave open the possibility to change their story if needed, such as if a detective presents evidence that they were actually somewhere different than they said. If a suspect gives a definite alibi with no room for alterations, then it'll be much more difficult to adjust the story later on. In addition, Christopher may feel like he needs to be cautious about what he says in case one of his friends gives a different account. Next, he states that they made their way to another friend's house, 19-year-old Autumn Savoy. At Autumn's, Christopher recalls that they watched the popular show Dexter, and he begins to describe his fascination with the series.
The basic principle, I think, is he's, addicted to blood and stuff. He really likes blood and kills people too because of that, which probably sounds really bad in a homicide investigation scene where you're watching that, but being honest, like, we find it really entertaining because he works as a blood expert for the police department, and he goes out when he finds people that they either can't get evidence on, or somebody who's done something really incredibly evil, generally murderers, oddly enough. And he goes out and he kills them in this ritualistic fashion, but it doesn't really like show him killing them or anything.
What comes off as somewhat creepy is Christopher's interest in the character, and the fact that he's going into such detail about the show. It seems that he doesn't think this will make him look at all suspicious, even continuing to state that they watched several hours of the show before he and Steven slept in his car, which the detectives find to be rather odd.
It's just not serious.
There's only like 2 couches inside, and so we just hung out in the car because it holds in heat pretty well.
The pair had supposedly left Autumn's place around 7 or 8 in the morning before Christopher drove Steven back to his house. They met again later that afternoon at 1:30 and visited more.
It's just, I mean, it's not incriminating. If anything, it sounds like he's trying to open out and say, you know, not to make things awkward. That's why he said, you know, ironically, we were watching this, whatever. If anything, it sounds like he's trying to like tell the interviewer, oh, you know, I can say this since it's not incriminating for me, since I'm not, I didn't murder anyone or whatever. But it's obvious he's doing that for that purpose, to like alleviate his case.
Local yard sales.
So it
turns out that they were in desperate need of money, and just as their luck would have it, Christopher stated that they were able to purchase a decent amount of jewelry for only $20 from one sale in particular. Now, we will find out exactly what they did with the newfound merchandise, while getting to meet our additional suspect, Steven. The detective asks similar questions to that of Christopher's interrogation, where Steven gives the same story.
I just went downstairs and discovered that someone at the mall, you and somebody else went down there and pawned some jewelry. Is that right?
I didn't. My friend did. Chris did.
Chris did. You were with Chris and you guys went there. Somebody recognized you as being there.
I knew when I was there.
Okay.
We went down to, to big pawns and stuff at the jewelers. I don't know why that's illegal.
No, it's not. We know part of what we've done. We're trying to create a timeline of where you were, so we can talk. What was it? 1 o'clock in the morning, you said you were at Walmart on 118 and Amherst. But we're gonna go back. We're gonna check that. Okay, he says he was here. He was there. Okay.
When a suspect acts defensive, such as Steven is doing here, this can be a red flag for deception, but his age may be a factor in his behavior. The logical part of the brain, known as the prefrontal cortex, isn't fully developed until around the age of 25, and even a few years later for men, which can partially explain why teenagers and children tend to act based on their emotions rather than thinking things through. It's also possible that Steven sees the interview as a big inconvenience for him.
Well, what did Chris pawn?
Let me see if I had some gold necklaces. Not even really look at it. Don't tell me this. She told me it was worth money. I needed money for weed. To be honest with you.
Okay. How many necklaces do you remember?
Only about 2 or 3. Like $130 worth of gold.
Christopher and Steven had only recently become friends again, after previously meeting during their time in the Boy Scouts. Years later, they would somehow reconnect, bonding over the same interests, and Steven, just like his friend, had grown up with issues of his own. As Steven's mother was allegedly struggling with addiction during her pregnancy, Steven tested positive for illegal substances upon his birth, but would go on to beat the odds, and was adopted by a loving family at only 5 days old. During his childhood years, Steven was a picture of happiness, outgoing and personable, given every opportunity in life. He participated in various sports and joined both the Boy Scouts and a theater group, all of which gave him the chance to make friends. But once he approached his teenage years, it was like a switch had gone off. In an instant, the once lovable boy turned cold and became uncontrollable. This would later be confirmed through one of his close friends, Autumn, who had much to say about the troubled young man.
I just knew Steve
was getting worse from talking to him. And then at some point, he went away. I don't know exactly where. When he came back, he was not the same person. He wasn't that emo kid who had issues at home. He was this kid who wanted to be a gangster, a big drug dealer. Like, it was odd because somehow he always managed to have money for drugs. He would sneak out at night. He'd quote-unquote borrow his parents' cars. Like, we'd hang out a lot. He was someone I could talk to. It was nice to have someone else who understood.
His mood swings could happen in the blink of an eye, leaving his friends and family to walk on eggshells. But even worse, Stephen was developing violent tendencies. His mother, Christine Spader, noted that at one point, Stephen had punched a wall out of sheer frustration. During a most memorable incident, Stephen and his father were having a heated argument, and the teenager, engulfed in rage, allegedly pulled out a knife. He started to associate with kids from different high schools, where he apparently joined a gang known as the Crips. Although his father, also named Stephen, believed this to be nothing but teenage nonsense. In addition, he would take recreational and prescription drugs in order to help with his supposed anxiety. Stephen's parents grew increasingly worried about their rebellious teen, and finally took him to see a psychiatrist in 2006. Stephen's behavior indicates that he was showing signs of having conduct disorder. Sometimes when behavioral problems are sudden and severe, like in Stephen's case, it occurs due to some sort of trauma or major stressor in the young person's life. And because Stephen was heading down such a dangerous path, his parents reportedly spent thousands of dollars in an attempt to help their son. However, he was eventually diagnosed with bipolar disorder and major depression. They would apparently go so far as to enroll him in an addiction treatment center, but were devastated to learn that he required a higher level of treatment than the facility could offer. Stephen was then taken to a residential treatment center, but left within a month, yet another failed resource. He even spent a few short days in psychiatric hospitals in 2008, and supposedly ran away with his girlfriend later that year, but was found in New York and returned home within days. It seemed that there was nothing left to try, but the devoted parents would never give up on their child, although not a single thing could have prevented the heinous acts of the monster that was about to be unleashed.
Back to early Sunday morning. There's no way that he could have been in Mount Vernon with
He's not there.
Chris and Billy?
No.
No? Alright, well, I got some more information while I was downstairs.
Yeah.
Billy's basically given it up.
This may be an example of the prisoner's dilemma, in which Stephen now faces the decision of whether to confess or to stick with his story. If Billy says nothing and Stephen says nothing, it's possible that there is not enough evidence to tie them to the crime, and they'll face no punishment. However, if Billy has talked and implicated Stephen, it's possible that Stephen could face a harsher punishment if he doesn't give his side of the story. But if Stephen confesses his role and Billy has admitted his part as well, they will likely both be punished. The prisoner's dilemma is such an effective tactic because Stephen is separated from the others. He doesn't know what they're saying or if they've cracked under the pressure. If he knew for sure the others weren't talking, he would feel more confident in keeping his original story. But the seeds of doubt are likely gnawing at him now, leaving him panicking about what to do.
I'd like to be let out, or I'd like to hear from the lawyer now. So you guys are going to start accusing me of doing something.
Well, I mean, I kind of accused you all along. I'm trying to tell you what I know and what I found out. And if you want an attorney, all you have to say is, I want an attorney. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, this is all voluntarily. I don't know why I can't get let out right now. I want to leave. I would like to leave right now.
I'm told that you're not leaving.
Why?
Because there's enough, I believe there's enough information to place you at the scene of the crime, and that you're someone that's caused this to happen.
Oh.
Okay?
Okay.
Are you asking for an attorney? You're asking me to leave, or are you...
I'm asking to leave, because I think this is bullshit. I came down here voluntarily.
Yes.
To voluntarily talk to you guys. Now, you guys are telling me that I can't leave, and I didn't do anything. I want to be let out.
Okay.
And I want to smoke a cigarette.
Okay.
Frustrated, the detectives must end the interrogation. It's possible that Stephen refuses to believe his friend has betrayed him, but, as we will later hear from Billy, he was ready to come clean. In the meantime, there are still a few things that Christopher's interrogators would like to cover.
And right now, I'm going to tell you that there are some other stories that are being told. You better think long and hard right now about what happened this weekend.
Okay.
Okay? Let's go back to Saturday night.
Alright.
What happened after you left your girlfriend's the party that you went to?
I was pretty sure I was back home, but
Okay.
I may have gone out with Steve.
The confrontation phase of the interrogation is now underway, but Christopher maintains his original story, although the detectives aren't buying it.
What do you know about what happened up there in Mount Vernon?
All I know is like this morning, like really early this morning, we were looking on the internet on the Telegraph to see what was going on, and there was something about there was a lady killed in Mount Vernon, and there's like a young girl that's in stable condition in the hospital. I don't know if it was me or one of Steve's friends or something. Somebody texted one of us or emailed us. I just remember that we heard that the girl was conceivably in the same class as one of our friend's sisters or something. So I guess she's about 10 years old, which honestly, I hope she's going to be okay. Because that's horrible to do something to a little girl. But
It's common in the read technique for investigators to ask what the suspect thinks the purpose of the interview is. Individuals who are being honest are more likely to use realistic words to describe the crime, while deceptive individuals may answer vaguely or use soft words like hurt or attack instead of murder. Christopher's use of the word killed here is in line with what a truthful subject might say. However, his reference to the girl in the hospital is vague. This may be an example of how most people who are being deceptive won't answer every question in a deceptive way. People will generally provide a mix of deceptive and truthful behaviors, but there will be more deceptive indicators when someone is lying, and more truthful indicators when someone's being honest. This is why it's important for detectives to interpret body language and verbal responses in conjunction with the actual physical evidence.
I mean, I know it sounds cold, but it wasn't a huge deal to me because I didn't know them.
Although Christopher has not been formally diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, it's always interesting when people such as psychopaths use language like this, because it shows their awareness of what empathy, or lack of, is, but also their ability to be manipulative.
Assuming that somebody specifically tried to kill them, like, that rubs against my conscience personally. I'm one of those type of gentlemanly chivalry sort of guys that you don't even take girls, let alone go out and treat them badly.
Christopher's statement here may be what is known as a convincing statement. Individuals who are telling the truth don't usually feel the need to prop up their story with convincing statements about what a great person they are, because they know the facts are on their side. On the other hand, individuals who are being deceptive may use these sorts of statements to bolster their image and persuade detectives to believe them.
If the girl's in the hospital, obviously she probably got injured or something.
Well, Chris, it's funny you should mention that because I want to let you know she is going to survive, fortunately.
That's good.
Yeah, that is real good because it's real good because she deserves to be alive, and so does
so does the lady, I'm sure.
You know? But you know what else is good? It's good because she could ID the two people that
That'd be
were
good.
in the house.
That'd be awesome. I hope you guys can do that.
Christopher's voice is slightly shakier, and he overall sounds less sure of himself here as the detectives attempt to break his confidence. And although Christopher states his relief that Jamie is expected to survive, he's likely panicking at the thought that she may be able to identify him.
Let's say it was a robbery gone wrong. Mom ends up dead. The little girl ends up seriously injured. People involved in it.
They're pretty nasty people.
What do you think should happen to those people?
Well, they should probably get sent to jail for the rest of their lives, or prison. I honestly don't know what's the difference between jail and prison.
Although Christopher's response sounds okay at first glance, it's a red flag that he qualified his answer with the word probably. Most truthful individuals would provide a firm response in a situation like this. If the officers had doubt about his involvement before, then they definitely don't any longer.
thing that seems to have led you to me is the car.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know, maybe a car like that was just seen in the area, and so you're checking out that lead. It's quite possible I was in the area. I could have been driving down that road right when it happened, which kind of scares me. Because what if they come out of the house and needed a getaway car and killed me for my car? That kind of makes me nervous. I probably won't drive around there too much anymore.
This statement indicates that not only does he know the exact area the police are referring to, but he won't go there again. This may have been a slip-up on his part, as Christopher was likely trying to convince the detectives that not only was he not involved in the crime, but he could have even potentially been the killer's next victim. However, in doing so, he seemingly confirmed that he had been in that area. In addition, asking the suspect to elaborate on their knowledge of the evidence is a common way to get them talking, and a possible opening for them to make mistakes.
Let's say you were on that road that night.
Assuming I was, that scares me shitless.
It should.
Because not only does it make me a suspect, obviously, since you're questioning me, but that really scares me that somebody who was willing to attack, even if they were just trying to get out of the house, a woman and a little girl, of course they're going to attack me for my car. Like, I've never had my car jacked, but I've been scared of it sometimes.
Apparently, while driving around on Saturday night, Christopher and Stephen traveled all the way to Mount Vernon. Christopher states that they eventually parked in a driveway down one of the back roads for a bathroom break, but he doesn't clearly remember where they were. Unsurprisingly, the detectives find this to be more than suspicious, but rather than confront Christopher just yet, they switch gears to a new topic: the gang. Stephen had recently formed the Disciples of Destruction, looking to achieve a sense of brotherhood along with financial prosperity. He recruited none other than Christopher, Billy, and Quinn, where the essential values of the group consisted of loyalty and violence, with the only way in being the commission of crime. The recruit would invade a house and dispose of anyone who may be inside. Seeing as Christopher was having trouble at home, he wanted more than anything to be part of something where he could freely express himself. Christopher had been accusing his mother of emotional and physical abuse for quite some time, claiming that she would allegedly pin him to the floor and pop acne on his back, spank him, and require him to carry a vacuum around the house. The accusations were never confirmed, but his mother did recall a time where she had spanked the child so hard with a wooden spoon that the utensil broke. She would later admit that she regretted losing her control, but has since denied any of the other allegations, and there is no evidence of them being true. Nonetheless, during his early teenage years, Christopher began to have dark and twisted fantasies about his mother, and wished that one day he would carry them out. Confessing his evil thoughts to a counselor at cadet camp, he supposedly stated his thoughts of wanting to cut his mother into pieces and listen to her scream like I screamed. The counselor, horrified at what they'd heard, immediately notified Christopher's parents. They were absolutely shocked at the confession and didn't wait long to bring Christopher in for a psychological evaluation. The psychiatrist concluded that he'd been displaying.
What did I hear? Sub. Wait, for real? Actually? Hold on. Are you for real? Oh my god. Is he live right now? He is live. Let me check. Wait, so he has been walking a lot lately, hasn't he?
Oh, Wolfie! Oh, God! Oh, I just punched him.
Oh, he almost died.
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a real problem.
Oh, he has 5 golden apples. Wait, so his wolf can now start
I feed him a golden apple.
dying. I think he did. He
If
just
anything,
eat.
that's the reason we're gonna have to do something. Okay. Is this the glitch we were talking about?
Wait, Sab, are you still here?
Am I duplicating sand now? What's happening?
I need to ask you something. Oh, and Venom is here.
You can dupe sand in the offsets.
So he just reached today.
Are you saying that it's falling?
Oh shit.
Wait, I have 6 blocks of sand. Oh! I have 6 blocks of sand. I don't know where that one went. I have 5 blocks of sand.
How long has he been walking for? So we now know his exact coordinates.
Can't bring too much torch. There we go. Oh, another one. Oh, 7! Interesting. Can I break this sand? I can't. Is it safe to stand on this sand? Yes. Okay, here's some, like, real lag. Here's some actual lag we're experiencing. Oh, hold on, I'm pressing F3. It's unhappy. Oh, yeah, something bad happens. Something bad happens. Something bad happened with the Fiji game. Now, okay, now here's a question. If I go back into real space, oh, will the lag fix itself? If I can move forward,
That's crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, now I'm back. Okay, it's no longer laggy. The lag...
Alright, anyways. I'm gonna keep watching him for a bit.
Okay, no it didn't.
Oh, this is cool. What the hell?
When I get near this
Wait, what?
Sand.
What is this? Is this?
What if I destroy it?
That's all.
That fixed it.
Current just spawned.
I started with 6 sand and now I have
something in my world.
Huh. Huh. Interesting. So I guess could that happen with environmental sand? Well, that's what we care about happening.
The Pharaoh's Curse?
The Pharaoh's Curse.
What happens if you place a sign on the paradoxical sand?
Oh! Uh-oh. again. Oh god. That makes no sense. I beg pardon. Oh, that's fun. Woo! Curveball. Oh. Okay, yeah, it's when you're looking at it. Oh, I'm out of sand. What was that one that was messing things up? Ah! Not duplicate the sand. Oh, it doesn't like something that's happening over here. Probably the entire island of sand is now ruined.
I want to see his reaction.
It ruined this whole island.
And chats. That's really...
Oh, dang it, we wanted to test the other elevated
that's
hidey
huge.
hole. Can I do that?
No, I have to be a subscriber. I'm gonna watch the clips. Wait, I mean, I can watch clips, right? 24 hours. Oh, let's see. He noticed.
Something's changed. Or is that just me?
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh my god.
That's not so bad. That's not so bad at all. It seems like we're moving in slow motion.
Wait, I have to see it again. That's a great reaction. How? When was the 4 pixel offset?
Or is that just me? Ah. That's not so bad. That's not so bad at all. It seems like we're moving in slow motion.
No way. So let me see live.
Bueno, pues esto parece que es una
Ay, Dios.
hidrógeno. ¿Pero qué está pasando? Se está liberando, chavales. Esto es lo que pasa en tu cuerpo cuando eres libre. Cuando llega el fin de esto es lo que pasa dentro de ti.
Cuenta nómina de ING. ING.es.
Oh my god. I can't jump.
The
Yeah, that was
4
weird.
pixel
The bed
offset
thing
was
weird.
on August 2020. Dude, so,
But
so much has happened since then.
hello,
He reached
Farlanders.
from 4.
My name is
Wait,
Kurt, and welcome
my
to a
plane.
very special
Shut up!
episode
Wait,
of
no.
Farla-
Still to hear double.
Yeah, that's the Wolfie thing, and it happened when we were walking west, and it wasn't just like walking on the north-south axis. Oh, I don't. I mean, oh, there's a pig right there. Let's murder him.
Hopefully his wolf doesn't die to this.
Smoider.
Oh my god.
Hello, people. Double the viewers I usually have. I assume you're here for floating point madness, which we are currently experiencing on many levels. Oh, that's a bad place to be. I'm gonna go there. That pig just died from gravity. Sorry, we're not on the other side right now. I'm hunting pigs. All right.
You may experience the emptiness with me if you wish.
Gart stream, Gart degree. Thank you very much for the sub. Welcome to the sub tub.
So he's around. We have
Even
the
on
exact
subathon
number.
timer.
Okay, here's the number. Let's run it on.
I mean, I guess that over there, I don't know if you can see, was gravel that fell. What are those two little pixels in the distance? And it isn't causing problems right now. In the lava there.
67%. So like
And again, I guess it's
2/3.
also not
And it's
something I'm
been
actively looking at, 'cause it is
like 11 years.
technically hidden under
So I don't
the
know
cave.
if for the subathon he's doing like a lot of walking.
You may experience the emptiness with me if you wish.
So I don't know if to expect another 4 years.
Hi, Droxy TV.
No, not 4 or
Thank
6.
you as well. Welcome to the emptiness.
Maybe it will be by
With those Bezos
2030.
butts.
I mean, he barely shows F3, so I doubt he has
he's doing it
shown
again.
anything else. I hope. Yeah, please don't die.
Okay, we know that
Don't let
happens.
that wolf
I think we've shown that happens. I'm just trying to see if there's any other type of land. Bleh, 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 this way. Yeah, so far we've determined that placing
That looks
sand
like red sand. That looks good. I know it's
or
not.
gravel kind of breaks the game a bit. I guess when it's floating. We've tried a boat. The boat seems fine for us. We've not done enough to see what happens when Wolfie teleports. But it seems like teleporting is more of a danger to Wolfie than it is to me at this point. of fire. How about it? Like, I don't think it does anything. It's just sticks to the block. I mean, it still does that weird thing. Oh Lord, we've ignited the atmosphere. I warned Oppenheimer about this. I mean, oh, yeah, broken.
Okay, I'm gonna just check the clip.
We're in safe mode now. It's been armed. Who's ready?
Oh, he pressed it.
Music
Oh,
starts
he's
playing in
going
game. What are we
positive
at?
set. I didn't know.
8,388,607.
And he was walking to 608. So he has like a big button for the F3. That's funny. I wonder, how does he know? Oh, he has a compass. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna keep watching this, sure.
Displaying traits of antisocial personality disorder, but was too young to be formally diagnosed. Despite the blood-curdling fantasies, the teenager was not considered a threat to society, or at least that's what was decided at the time. If these dark and twisted fantasies were expressed as just Christopher's angry thoughts towards his allegedly abusive mother, it would be difficult to have him committed to a psychiatric facility. In addition, inpatient psychiatric hospitalizations are typically limited to days or weeks at most. It's rare for patients to be committed for months at a time, unless they have a very severe mental illness. So, although Christopher displayed all the signs of likely being a hazard to society, it's difficult for his parents, his counselor, or his psychiatrist to do anything to stop him from someday acting on those thoughts. Sadly, in many cases, it's only when the person acts that measures are taken to prevent them from harming others again. Angry and frustrated, it seems to be of excellent timing when he and Steven had reconnected in 2009.
What would you do if Steve put you in a position, a pretty hairy predicament? Would you stop him, or would you follow him?
I would stop him.
And deal with the consequences later?
I would definitely stop him, because I don't put up with stuff from anyone to a certain degree. If he's gonna smoke cigarettes and he's almost 18, I don't care.
We're not talking smoking cigarettes.
So yeah.
We're not talking drinking beer if you're underage.
No, I'm just using
I'm
that.
talking serious stuff.
I don't think you really get the big picture. You are here for a reason, okay? You want to know what the other guys are talking about? They're not talking about cigarettes. So you better start thinking really hard and pull your head out of your behind and start telling us what happened on Saturday night, because it's not looking very good for you. People are talking about something different than what you are telling us. This was Saturday night. This wasn't 3 months ago Saturday night. This was Saturday night. It is Monday right now. There should be no question in your mind what you did. You just told us you don't use drugs. You don't drink. You have no reason to have this memory loss.
I just don't put anything into long-term memory unless it's a...
Let's take a deep breath and think long and hard about what happened Saturday night.
This is the prisoner's dilemma at play again, this time with Christopher being on the receiving end of it. He likely believes that his selective memory is a safe bet right now, as it leaves the door open for him to suddenly remember something later and adjust his story. However, what he doesn't seem to realize is that having a memory of extremes like this is highly suspicious. With this in mind, the detectives are hoping to back Christopher into a corner, but the teenager refuses to budge. Although this won't last for long.
Well, I can't tell you anything but what I think I did.
What do you mean, what you think you did? Don't tell me what you think you did. Tell me what you did, okay? Be a man and tell me what you did.
We got in the car and left. I mean, we don't do anything on Saturday nights. We just drive around.
The issue comes down to what was your role in what happened Saturday night?
Do you really think we did that?
I think you know who did something. I think you know what went on there. I think you have knowledge about what went on there that can help us with our investigation.
Christopher's question stands out as a possible indication of deception. Someone who's being truthful is more likely to adamantly deny any involvement in a firm tone of voice. But Christopher's is weak, and his question is clearly lacking any actual denial. The detective is also using an alternative explanation that minimizes the suspect's role in the crime by asserting that Christopher has knowledge of it, but without accusing him of taking part in the act itself.
You guys really think that we did it, don't you?
You tell anyone you did it?
No.
No. You didn't tell anyone you did it.
Why would you
So if I told you someone is telling us right now that you told them that you cut that little girl's throat, that would be a lie.
Yes.
That would be a lie.
I would never hurt a girl, let alone some little girl. That would be horrible.
Stop telling us, Chris, about why you guys went into that house. Because right now, it isn't a question if, it's a question why.
I
Stop
don't even know
talking,
what house. We were just driving around.
Who?
Just me and Steve.
You and Steve. And what happened next?
We drove around. We stopped maybe and took a break to pee, and then we got back in the car and drove around more.
See, here's the thing, Chris. You feel like you're giving us just enough to explain away what you think we might know, or things that we might have. And you're thinking that that's going to be enough where later on you can say, well, I told you that. Well, I said that. Well, I can explain that. You do not know all that we know.
No,
Rest
I'm telling you
assured.
what I know.
Rest assured, you do not know all that we know.
During the interrogation, one of the detectives has been stepping out of the room to retrieve information from the other interviews that are taking place with Billy, Quinn, Stephen, and Autumn. And little does Christopher know, his friends weren't as willing to conceal the truth.
It's okay to tell the truth. It is okay to say what happened, to tell the truth. Because society is going to draw its own version of this whole thing. They already have. You read the paper. You read the Telegraph.
It's just the paragraph online.
Okay, if that's all you read, fine. But I bet in that one paragraph, you can sum up what the reporter's attitude about the whole thing is. There's some animal out there hacking people up, killing people in their own home in the middle of the night. That's an animal. That's a killer.
Well, yeah.
That's someone that needs to be killed themselves. A guy like you, come on. You're not cruising yard sales on the weekend. Come on. No, you're not. That jewelry is going to be traced back to that house. And we're going to check the records of anything else you pawned off. Because you even said, they take your name, your license number, all that information. How much of that other jewelry and those other goods that you pawned off are going to come back to other burglaries that were just that? Simple burglaries. You sneak in.
The most I've done is I was like 9 years old. I tried to take a thing of Pokemon stickers from my KB Toys.
Stop minimizing.
Why is this detective so pushy? I have never seen a pushy detective. Like, not pushy.
I don't
like,
do that.
You may not have, but someone in that house did.
I was never in.
You were there.
Investigators again pose the alternate theory that gives the appearance of minimizing the severity of the crime. This is meant in part to keep the suspect talking, and eventually willing to admit to something, and eventually the truth of their role in the crime. Nonetheless, Christopher refuses to waver on his original story, invoking that as an Eagle Scout, murder is not a core value.
Chris, let me ask you this. You ever been to the National River? That mean anything to you?
I don't know which river the National River is.
You don't know? Been to the river lately? That mean anything to you?
No. I don't know.
No? You haven't been by a river lately?
Unless you're driving over one or walking.
Stop minimizing. Stop dancing around the issue. John has asked you a very specific question. Have you been to a river lately? Yes or no?
Fine, yes, I've been to the river.
See how easy that was?
Next to the hatch.
When was this?
I don't know.
2 nights ago?
Maybe yesterday we went and got.
What did you go to the river for, Chris? What'd you go by the river for?
I parked.
What'd you throw in the river, Chris? What did you throw in the river? What was thrown in the river, Chris?
I didn't throw anything in the river.
What was thrown in the river? I didn't ask if you did. What was thrown in the river?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I didn't throw anything in the
You're
river.
lying.
I don't know.
You're lying. We have evidence. You're lying. You know what happens to people who slice little girls in prison? You know what happens to them? Do you know?
No, I've never been to prison.
Yeah? Well, you know what? You're going to find out.
And arrest me.
My God, what were you thinking? What were you thinking when you were hatching away at her? Hacking away at her. Hearing her scream. We were smiling. You were smiling, weren't you? You are that sick. You are that sick animal that went in there with the sole purpose carrying that head. Because the other guys might have thought it was just a burglary. They're just gonna skim a little jewelry, go make a little cash. You're done with it. But you went in there with another plan. You went in there to kill. You liked it. That rush, that adrenaline dump. You liked it. So the lights came on. Reality hit. You saw the damage you had done.
The detectives have shifted from placing the blame on Steven to making Christopher the actual ringleader. They've tried playing him as the victim who simply followed along, but since that tactic didn't work, their next option is to evoke anger or guilt in hopes that he will tell the truth. It's possible that the investigators believe that he's the psychopathic mastermind, and that calling him out on it would appeal to his nature. Trying to paint him as a follower if he is the leader would, after all, be an insult to him.
If you were given that opportunity, would you offer an apology to that little girl for what happened to her and her mom? Would you?
Yeah.
Most people would tell a person that was severely injured they were sorry it happened, regardless of their involvement. It's part of an empathetic response. Christopher's answer lends significant credibility to the idea that he is on the psychopathic end of antisocial personality disorder, since lack of empathy is a key component of psychopathy. This statement labels him something of a deviant, whether he was guilty of this particular crime or not. Following the heated confrontation, Christopher decides that he doesn't want to speak with the detectives any longer. But over an hour later, he seems to have changed his mind. Not only this, but now we're able to hear from the much talked about Billy, who has been confessing all along. The detectives begin by reading Billy his rights, and quickly dives into his side of the story.
This is your chance to talk, Billy, so I'd like you to just tell us what you know about the incident. I don't really know much. I only know what I've heard from my teachers.
I don't think that hair is from him.
Okay, Billy. The information we have is that you were there.
The detective informs Billy that he's not the only suspect being interviewed at this very moment.
So why don't you go ahead and tell us what you know about the incident out in Mount Vernon? What I know, like, about which part? About your involvement in the incident. My involvement? Yes. My involvement was, I was just there. Okay. Who were you there with? Steve Stairs and Chris, I don't know what his last name is. You don't know Chris's last name? Like, I barely know him. I've known him for a week. Okay. Okay. And who else were you there with? Quinn Glover. Okay.
Billy is minimizing his involvement by using the word just. This is likely an attempt to lessen his punishment and possibly any feelings of guilt. Given how quickly he admitted to being there, it's possible that he either felt compelled to clear his guilty conscience, or he's a person who succumbs easily to pressure. In addition, when more than one person is involved in a crime, a psychological phenomenon known as diffusion of responsibility occurs. This means that each person feels less responsible for the crime because the responsibility is shared. If Billy is being honest and saying that he was there but didn't actively participate in the attack, he may have justified the crime to himself because others were doing something much worse.
I get a call or a text from Steve saying that he's in my trailer park I was in then, and he wanted to meet up with me. He didn't tell me why or anything, so I'm like, whatever's going on. So I met him down the street. So you're going to meet Steve? Yeah. And who's with Steve at this point? I think it was just him. And was he on foot? Was he in a vehicle? He was on foot. Okay. So what happened at that meeting? He told you going in bed. He was going to Walmart to meet Chris.
Apparently, Stephen had texted Billy around midnight. After meeting Christopher at Walmart, their next stop would be Quinn's house before heading off for the night. However, as we'll hear from Quinn himself, he wasn't all too thrilled to be joining the trio that night. Apparently, Stephen had informed him earlier that day of his plans to commit a robbery, whereas Quinn was a little apprehensive at the idea. Regardless, Stephen would ensure his friend's compliance and made his way to Quinn's house a little after 12 a.m.
There were text messages, there were calls. I told Stevie that my dad had caught me going out, which I didn't even attempt yet. My dad was downstairs, so I said it very softly into the phone, but he said, your dad caught you? And I said, yes. He said, I don't care if your dad catches you. I don't care if you walk out the front door.
You have to get out tonight.
Eventually, Quinn agreed to go along and even
Damn,
bought an
that's
extra pair
goal
of
line.
gloves per Stephen's request.
Sorry.
When did
Fuck.
you get the note
Brain
on-
drought.
When? Yeah. Oh, what time? No idea. No idea? I have no idea when we, ended up in Mount Vernon. Okay. I don't know, I was going around there. Alright. I don't remember much of that night. How come? I just tried to block it out. Yeah, I bet. Were you, using drugs that night? No. Drinking? Okay. Were any of the other guys? No. How did you come to target that house? It was their idea. I have no idea. Okay. At what point did they bring you into the idea and tell you what was going to happen? When they picked me up, or when I met them at Walmart. Okay, what did they discuss with you? They just discussed that they were gonna like try to just, I don't know, they kind of, I don't usually understand him. He doesn't make sense most of the time. Yeah, I've known him for a while. And when he says stuff that he wants to do, he usually doesn't mean it. Yeah. Because I don't know. He's just, that's just how I interpret it. But he's like, oh yeah, we're gonna go try to do this. Go try and do what? If you don't understand, just use his word. What we're gonna go try and do? Just make some money. That's his expression. We're gonna go try and make some money. Yeah. And that was Steven saying that? Yeah.
If Billy isn't a violent criminal, it makes sense that he's tried to block that night from his memory. It can be traumatic to witness such a scene, and oftentimes those who come along for the ride, like Billy claims to have done, could be somewhat afraid of speaking out or trying to stop the others from committing the crime. In addition, Billy may think that if he keeps the details to a minimum, it will make him seem less culpable and save him from having to answer uncomfortable questions. But what Billy may have known was that Steven, the supposed ringleader of the group, had apparently been discussing his urge to commit a brutal crime.
He started off saying, would you take a hit for me? Would you take the blame for me? He would wait for me to agree. And then he would move on and say, would you break into a house with me? Or would you steal something with me? And then he would wait for me to agree. And then closer to the event, he started talking about, would you kill for me if somebody was on my back?
Next, Billy explains that Christopher had driven the group of four to the address of 4 Trow Road. They originally planned to burglarize the house next to the Cates, but abandoned the idea out of fear that it would be too big and confusing. Christopher dropped his accomplices off at the residence, but quickly drove off to find an appropriate parking spot, deciding on a house's long driveway down the road. Around 30 minutes later, he met the three back at the Cates' home to plan their entry.
They couldn't figure out how to get in the house. That's basically what we were really trying to do. They were trying to figure out how to get in. Okay. They said they got in. No, I was over standing somewhere, looking out, watching for people. Okay. And who came and said they got in? I don't know. It was dark. I couldn't really see nobody, so I don't know who. Did you go into the house with them? Yes.
There is a noticeable delay before Billy answers this question. When someone hesitates before responding, this usually indicates they're thinking about what to say. Since this was a simple question and he should have readily known if he went inside or not, the pause was likely due to him considering what would happen if he said no. He may have pondered if he would get in less trouble. However, Billy rejected this idea as he may have realized that the detectives already knew he was inside. So lying might make things worse for him.
You're a little guy. You know how tall are you, Bill? I'm like 5'2". 5'2", how much do you weigh? 96 pounds. 96 pounds. Little guy that would be handy to have that on the window, right? The opening there wasn't a big opening, right? For the cellar window? Did they lower you into the cellar window? Yeah. Okay.
Next, we pick up with Christopher, whose confession is one of the most chilling that you'll ever hear.
Steve and I are very similar. Steven's better. Both of us grew up with problems in our families. Technically, we're both sociopaths. Legal by neuropsychologist's declaration. There should be a paper in the scripture case in the top drawer of a black dresser that says as much.
Okay. Sociopathy is not an actual clinical diagnosis, but rather a term that describes a set of personality factors. The terms sociopath and psychopath are sometimes used interchangeably and have many similarities, but there are a few key differences. Sociopaths may form some attachments to a select few people, while psychopaths are unable to have a genuine connection with anyone. Psychopaths are more likely to be calculating and appear charismatic, whereas sociopaths are more reckless and disorganized. Individuals with antisocial personality disorder may fit the description for sociopathy or psychopathy, but the official diagnosis would be antisocial personality disorder. Christopher's traits seem to heavily align with this disorder, which may not come as a surprise to everyone. Only days before October 4th, 2009, Christopher had sent a frightening message to his ex-girlfriend, Ashley Martin. "I've tried letting my nice side run things. It didn't work. Now the dark side of me will." Many people with antisocial personality disorder will describe having these two sides to their personality. They can be very charismatic and personable in many cases. However, it doesn't take much for the other side to emerge, which is often triggered by anger, stress, or if the person simply has a need to fulfill.
A few days ago, we decided that we were still low on cash. We couldn't manage to get jobs, and we were going to try and get another robbery. We weren't sure when or how we were going to do it. Saturday morning, when I was with Steve, he told me that him and Billy had been cruising around and had found a house out in Mount Vernon that looked reasonable enough. It was out in the middle of nowhere, and we were thinking we were going to go in there. When it was just me and him together in the car.
You and him meaning?
Me and Steve.
Okay.
In the car. He said, "Yeah, we're just going to go in there, grab some stuff. If anybody's there, we're going to kill them, have some fun." I agreed. We could do that. That sounded good.
This strongly suggests that although Christopher did not know the victims, there was a conditional intent to kill if people were present in the house. However, premeditation doesn't require a certain period of time to form as an element of murder. Only enough time to form the intent, consider the crime, and then act. This can be as little as a few seconds. But this may not have been the only crime committed by Christopher and Stephen. Apparently on Sunday, September 27th, only 1 week prior to Kimberly's death, a robbery had taken place in Brookline, right next to Stephen's house. The McNeil family had left for church at the same time they did every Sunday, and returned later that afternoon. It wouldn't be until around 7:30 p.m. that they noticed their back door to the porch had been kicked in. Along with this, they discovered that various items of jewelry were missing, in addition to an iPod, a piggy bank, and several other valuables. Supposedly, Christopher had known the family quite well, as they attended the same church, and Stephen was also well acquainted with them on account of the family's close living quarters. Although it hasn't been confirmed, it is most likely the previous robbery that Christopher is referring to here.
Billy was in on it too. He was all for it. We all had pocket knives. I had found a machete that my father owned, and Steve had mentioned he liked machetes, so I brought it along.
Okay.
And there is a Boy Scout knife, a straight knife, about 4 or 5 inches long.
Okay.
Thin blade. I liked it. It had a very nice handle, and it had a leather case that could go on your belt.
Yep.
So I chose that. We met up. Quinn was going to be on it too.
Okay.
Autumn was going to be our cover story. He said we'd get there whenever we told him. He'd say we were there from that time on.
Okay.
So that we had an alibi.
This information clearly shows preparation for the commission of the crime of murder and goes to support premeditation. Christopher also has an interesting deviation from the story here, as the knife he had seems to hold just as much interest to him as the upcoming story.
We looked around for a good entry point where we wouldn't make a lot of noise. We didn't see any alarm systems, so we figured we were probably set. All the doors were locked. We finally found one basement window we thought we could get Billy into if I could get it open.
Yep.
I used the black mechanical assist knife that I own to cut the screens. There were 2 screens between us and the window. And I tried to cut the frame out of the window, but ended up breaking the glass. At which point I basically bashed in the window, not the glass, but I managed to break it off with the handle that was on top holding it down. We couldn't get anyone else in any other way so far, and so we started sliding Billy in. Billy got in and was because he went over to the basement door and thought it was locked because he pushed on it instead of pulled. And so he was stuck in the basement and they were trying to get him out.
Okay.
Steve had the idea that we could take the air conditioner out.
Okay.
So I cut the panels off from around the side.
Yep.
And we moved the air conditioner over.
Take note of Christopher's wording here. He asserts his superiority over Billy, who most likely had an emotional response and panicked, whereas Christopher believes himself to be someone that would never get locked in a room. Continuing with the course of events, once Stephen was inside of the home, he quietly made his way to the back door, where Christopher and Quinn were waiting outside. They eventually found Billy in the basement and proceeded with their depraved plan. Upon their entry, they noticed that the residents had motion detectors. In hopes to avert the system, Christopher swiftly located the breakers next to the front door, cutting the power within a second. As they began to search for jewelry, an iPod was discovered in one of the several rooms, most likely Jamie's. Using the iPod screen light to guide their way, Stephen led the sadistic pack towards the master bedroom, where Kimberly and her daughter were peacefully sleeping.
When Stephen opened the master bedroom door quietly, he looked in, and he said that there are people, but we thought he said, there's no people.
Mm-hmm.
So he started to get a little bit relaxed and started talking, started to quiet us down. And then he shined the light on the bed, and that's when they woke up.
Okay.
The mother said something like, Jamie, is that you? Stevie threw the light. He went around to one side of the bed where the girl apparently was sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
I started to circle around to the other side in case something happened. The mom sat up in the bed, started asking who was there, what was going on, tried to turn on the lamp and it didn't turn on.
Yep.
When she did that, Steve started hacking the bed with the machete.
Okay.
They started screaming because they heard something. Apparently he missed them mostly. But I heard him hit the mom. And so I dove in and stabbed her a few times in the chest. Steve was just hacking away. He totally lost it. I was controlled, but I didn't really feel much of anything.
Yep. Okay.
I thought I would, but I didn't.
What were Quinn and Billy doing?
They stayed by the door. They didn't do anything. All honesty, we did everything.
Okay, I'm gonna pause. And I'm gonna check what to do. I'm gonna reach 62,500. I think I'll walk 1 more hour. It's either I think I'll walk I think I'll walk 1 more hour, sleep like 3, and then come back. I think it's the best I can do. It will be, 10 hours. Wow. Like 20 minutes for 2,000 blocks. That's 500 a minute. 60 seconds. 500 blocks. Wait, no, that doesn't make sense. Or does it? Wait, now that I think of it, yeah, wait. Alright, let's see. 12,500 divided by 3,600. 3.5 blocks per second. So if we do 3.5 times wait, I don't have water. Okay. 3.5 times 60, 200 blocks only. Okay, overestimated. Wait, no, never mind. 600, no. 200 blocks times 15. Oh yeah, 3,000. Okay, yeah. I don't know why I thought otherwise. No. I don't know why I'm showing my Streamlabs. I'm a bit dumb. Just thinking right now. Okay, that didn't work for anything. Okay, right here. Alright. Just one more hour. Alright, let me put on the another video. This one was like, yeah, I guess I want to finish this other one, the one with the Asperger kid. Okay, let's see.
Well, it was 11 p.m., so not many were driving by. Well, it was behind the pillar. So, like, here's the road. It was here. So people would only see a brief thing here and here. So, were you worried about them seeing it? I was worried about one of them stopping. What did you think would happen if Well, if they looked, well, it was quite dark under there, so they wouldn't have seen the guy, like they looked. They would have seen me holding a bloody 12-inch knife, wearing gloves, and wearing a mask to conceal my identity, a face mask. Okay. So you weren't doing it for COVID, you were doing it for hiding face? Partially. Looks a bit yeah, but no one stopped, and I'm just like, proves the bystander effect.
His laughter and offhand comments speak to his mindset, which is that nothing is wrong. Brian mentions the bystander effect here, which is the idea that the more people there are watching a crime, the less likely that anyone will stand up and do anything about it. There are a few different reasons behind this, but we know that it often occurs because people may be afraid that they'll be judged by the rest of the crowd if they step in first to do something. Ultimately, people are social creatures, and the vast majority of people chose to do whatever the rest of the crowd does. It's a rare person that steps forward alone.
I noticed you got a cut on your hand. Is that from... Oh, that was when I was doing gas, when I filled up. What happened was, because I don't want to be seen in a gas station with a knife poking out of my pocket, I put it in the car, in the back seat floor. When I'm done with it, I try and grab it, but my hand slips and grabs the blade, and as I pick it up, it slices these two fingers. Okay. And then, let's see. Yeah. And then, after that, I stripped his clothes. I cut open his belly. See his guts. They're really painful. Sorry, that was morbid.
One of the exceptional aspects of Brian's confession is the level of detail he provides. Together with his casual commentary and jokes, these details convey to investigators that Brian is being fully truthful about what he did. It's also worth noting that morbid humor has long been one of Brian's trademarks.
What about other kids in the neighborhood or a bus? He didn't really, he had a couple of friends that he had and she was elementary, but, he had a morbid sense of humor and would make jokes and I think, it's not funny. He goes, yeah, it is funny. You just don't get my sense of humor.
In an interview with prosecutors, Kylan Light, who's known Brian since the 9th grade and whose house Brian was visiting just before his arrest, says that being provocative is a hallmark of his personality.
When I first met him, he was very edgy, is the best way I can describe it. He loved to get a reaction out of people and say things that would make people have a double take. He wanted to go against the flow. His jokes were always in the realm of dark humor. Very rarely did he make jokes that weren't somehow relating to death or violence or destruction or breaking the law or just basically just humor that is considered dark humor. And I know a couple of people personally who just hate it.
No,
because
why did they
that's kinda
include
how he is.
this?
You either think it's hilarious or you hate it. And that's the people who think it was hilarious was a small percentage of people that unfortunately and embarrassingly included myself. And my very best friend of high school, Emily, was someone who hated him. And, she's a bigger girl and who would call her fat and call her pig and call anybody who looked like that things along the same lines.
I mean, he wasn't he was a bit chubby. But I mean, dude, why?
Like just spiteful, I guess. Just trying to like I said, get a rise out of people.
I'm not
Kylan
saying I
White
relate
is
to
not
him.
the only one who noticed Brian's love of sick humor. While in a youth diversion program 2 years earlier, Brian asked the other teens if they enjoyed a snack known as crispy meat bites. He joked that the recipe involved running your cat or dog through a meat grinder and then frying them up. Despite Brian's predilection for dark humor, Kylan's mom tells investigators that she never worried about her daughter being friends with him.
He didn't seem scary to me at the time. He just seemed unusual. Like in the way that my nephew and other people I know that are on the spectrum are just a little unusual. Like not a lot of eye contact, you know, things like that. But he never struck me as scary. Like I said, I actually let my daughter and her friends, not that I was in charge of her friends, but I let her sleep over at his house like a month, 2 months, whenever New Year's. And his mom, as far as I know, she ran a daycare, so I thought, you know, good with kids, whatever, you know.
Okay. Not only does Brian's mom run a daycare, she runs it out of her home. Upon discovering the severed head in her son's closet that afternoon, she had to scramble to get parents to pick up their children before calling police.
And I sent home all the children. I had a few little kids over, but I was watching. So I called their parents. I said, it's been safe in emergency. Please come pick up your children. They're safe. They're not hurt. Parents came. I hope everything's okay.
Back in the interrogation room, Brian goes into further nauseating detail about the post-mortem mutilation of Warren Barnes.
Destroyed his eyes by stabbing them.
Jesus. Dude, that's... You know, when I say I hate gore and all that stuff, you know, I've never seen anything, but I just can't imagine the horror of, like, cutting an eye. It just makes me ooze, like, and he goes ahead and does that. Oh my god, what a sick fuck.
Then I cut off his hands. I put those in plastic Ziploc bags. And then I cut off his right arm at this joint and at this joint. And then at this arm, I tried cutting it here, and then I tried cutting it here. But what happened was I accidentally broke his bone. This one was poking out. And so I left that one here partially cut. It's remembered here, bone sticking out. And then I left his body there. And then I took head, put it in a leftover box from the dinner a few nights ago. And then I took the hands, put them in the back, drove home, hid the hands and head in my room, cleaned the knife, threw away the garbage with the blood on it, and then the blood stain wasn't stained, it had splatters on it. I put it in the dish, in the washing machine. What did you put it in? I took the outfit I murdered him in. Yeah, I was wearing. Okay. In a washing machine, put it on high speed so it wouldn't effectively remove blood. Wash it twice.
You'll notice again that not only is Brian's level of detail remarkable and disturbing, he talks about the steps he took to avoid getting caught. These will undoubtedly be important elements to any eventual prosecution as it goes to establishing his state of mind.
Back up just so I don't lose track of what your mind is. So you cut him open, you cut his arms off, his hands off, all that before you went home?
Yeah, before I went home, I tossed the arm bits around. Like I took the right arm bit, threw it out, took the left arm bit, threw it out.
So it's somewhere around that bridge?
Yeah, but look in a, because I know crime scenes can be a very wide area. Mm-hmm. You're going to want to look in a 10-foot area. So like, this is a zoom in. So, here's the road. Here's where my car was parked. You're going, his corpse is here.
The interview continues to get more and more bizarre. In addition to reliving the mutilation in full pantomime, Brian enthusiastically goes over the dimensions and location of the crime scene, as if he's a police lieutenant giving a briefing to his officers.
Hope I'm being cooperative. Oh,
you're doing great. So you could have just walked over here?
I could have. There's no use while you were there? I mean, how many pieces am I looking for? There are two pieces of arm. This section and this section. In this general area. I couldn't tell you where they are.
Armed with information they've been fed from the interrogation, police officers descend on the area. There they find a scene that will no doubt haunt them for the rest of their lives.
It's right here. Yeah. Because there's an arm. Hey.
The female cop starts to laugh when she sees an arm. It's unfortunate that the family and the court will hear this.
Jesus.
There's an arm, there's another arm. There's another one. This is like something out of
Especially with the deputy chief.
Yeah, that's it. You're. That's exactly what he wanted. He thought to himself he's like a character from TV or anime, like.
You don't have any. Right here's a leg. Could be the upper arm or a leg.
Well, there's three. There, and there.
Pieces down there. I mean, it's a lab. Mess.
As police officers less than half a mile away take measure of the bleak crime scene under the bridge, Detective Norcross probes more deeply into the whereabouts of the rest of Warren Barnes' remains.
You took, was it the head and the hand? And when did you put that in?
Well, there's a 3 rule for bodies. I like to call it the 3 rule.
Okay, tell me about that.
3 days, the body starts to stink. No, 3 hours, rigor mortis sets in, the body stiffens. 3 days, the body starts to stink because of the composition. 3 weeks, the body is starting to seriously decompose. At 3 months, the body is unrecognizable. 3 years, it turns into a skeleton.
And may I ask how you know that?
I've always had a fascination with forensics and with anatomy and physiology. That's something I made up. That's something I don't want to sound like I knew bang something. That's why I coined the 3 rule.
You kind of remember it that way.
Yeah.
That's your way of remembering
Is it accurate?
Well, somewhat.
The he smiles like, hey, I got it. No way, dude. And I mean, I wonder how these investigators feel. Like, you know, I don't know if I will give this kid the satisfaction of like telling them like being interested on something. I mean, I guess after all they have to get information out of him. For example, he just said where the remains are. You don't want the remains out there in Ziploc bags for anyone to find. But it's just they're stroking his ego. But I mean, it's not awful. I mean, after all, he's getting prison for life, I guess.
Fascinating for a number of reasons, not the least of which is the remarkable display of skill on the part of Detective Norcross, who makes Brian feel as though she's mesmerized by his account of the 3 rule. She gives him a moment of validation at the end, and Brian's satisfaction is obvious. His ego is stroked and he feels that he's earned the approval of the detectives.
Yeah, so what did you have the head and the hand at your house?
The head, I put, because it was starting to stink, I was planning on throwing the head and hand away. On the trash bag, not in the kitchen trash, but they were both in trash bags.
The scariest part, they only found out because his mother called them. I mean, if he didn't keep the stuff, if he didn't keep the fucking human head on his closet, I mean, I don't know why did his mother searched his closet. I mean, thank God she did, but yeah, he was gonna get away with it.
The head was in trash bag, I hide it with the trash bag. Hands, I put in a trash bag as well. They were in Ziploc bags. And I was planning I was going to throw it off in some dish.
Okay.
The hands I would throw in a different spot, wherever.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I have it right. The head is inside of a trash bag.
It was.
Well, where is it now?
In the kitchen sink. My parents searched through my room and found the head and hands.
Okay, and so are the head and the hands in the kitchen sink now?
I'm not sure.
Okay, so they're in the kitchen sink now, because your parents put them there.
But they were in my closet.
As of now, investigators have only found a head, hands, and several pieces of arm. That leaves the mystery of where the rest of Warren Barnes is.
What exact kind of trash bag?
White.
White, like a kitchen one, or what? Like
A kitchen
okay. White kitchen?
That you put in a trash can.
Yeah. And then what about the hands? They were inside Ziplocs, you said.
Both in the same, both in a different trash bag.
Okay, the white kitchen trash bag.
Yes.
But now they're in the kitchen sink.
Yes.
And you talked about cutting, basically meat cutter. I know it's not easy just to cut off hands.
Oh yeah, it was with the knife. I was just.
So did you practice on anything else?
No.
Or how did you know how to do it?
No, I just went along with the process. The bones, I just pressed the blade down and went, severed them at the ligaments.
Okay. And how hard was it to do that? To get them actually
Not particularly. I was just more frustrated that I broke those bones.
So if you hadn't got frustrated, what was your... It sounds like what you did know. Did you have a different plan?
The original, because I always wanted to know what it felt like to cut up someone.
Okay.
So,
So why did you stop?
Because the arms were, that's it. That's all I wanted to know was like cutting off a limb. And I'm just like, okay.
Again, the mind reeled when
Just insane. And you know, I won't say it's. Yeah, I'm gonna say, just do it with an animal, dude. Go to the woods or some shit, and do it with I don't know, a deer or whatever. Or did you go after a homeless man?
confronted with the
old
nonchalant
man.
attitude Brian has toward discussing the murder and dismemberment of a human being.
And you said you studied criminology and forensics and all that?
Not college study or school study. It's like a hacking trip.
I understand. What, were you worried about, like, leaving evidence behind or being caught?
Totally.
Tell me about that and why you did that.
Well, I was figuring the police don't, this is not to be taken offense, but police, they don't seem to care as much about high-risk individuals, homeless people, prostitutes, etc. So I was deliberately looking for someone who lived that type of life. And I found a homeless person, and the original goal was just from there. But I was worried about the fibers on the outfit I was wearing that would be on his clothes and stuff. So I deliberately messed up the clothes.
This is an outstanding amount of premeditation for a youth offender. It's a shocking amount for anyone, but particularly because of his age. His executive functioning is years from being developed, and yet he's thought so much of this through. It's chilling to think what he may have been capable of had he not been caught.
Yeah.
Brian remains engaged, casual, and even jovial as he describes his mindset on the night of the murder. His detailed concerns about getting caught will make it very difficult for his lawyers to mount an effective insanity defense. According to Kylan Light's mother, Heather Gale, this isn't the first time that Brian talked about choosing a victim on the outskirts of society.
Anything else even things you've heard from Kylan come to mind?
She told me that he had mentioned that he was going to kill a homeless person because nobody would miss them and he could get away with it.
Yet once in an interview, Kylan tells a different story.
He never talked to me about wanting to kill a homeless person specifically, but he definitely talked to me a lot about, like, killing. And I was actually surprised because I figured that if he was going to do something like this, that it would be on a larger scale. Like, I thought he would, I don't want to sound vulgar, but I figured if he was going to snap, it would be like shooting up a store or something similar like that. And he had mentioned, like, not liking his neighbors, so I thought maybe something would happen there. So I was actually I was surprised that he had killed someone, but I was also surprised that it had only been one person.
So how long have you been planning or looking for someone to do this with before you found this guy?
About a year?
A year?
No, 6 months.
Brian's internet search history adds an interesting element to this as he looked up homicidal thoughts every day and how to cope with murderous thoughts.
I wonder what happens if I search that exact thing. Like, I wonder if for cases about murders and stuff, if they and you know there's such history and whether I wonder if they add it to like a set. I mean, I guess they can identify a set of things to detect, but I don't know if exact phrases. I don't know. It just sounds so silly to go on Google and search for this stuff. Like, I don't know. I would think he has. I would think he will learn first about covering his online stuff, and I mean he had a Reddit account, and Reddit, you know, it's not like underground internet, but you know, if you have Reddit, you've probably also heard of VPNs or the Tor or I don't know, like just literally anything else but Google, and it's stored. So yeah, I don't know. By the way, this was 6 months ago, so it was my
So you come close or
second
see
half of
somebody or
2020.
chicken out or anything in the past? No. I mean, I was looking for a deliberately secluded place like that one. I wouldn't just go up in Clifton and find someone walking down the street and stab them. No, that'd be too public. Everyone's seen that. Have you looked like at the homeless places or anything in the past? I have, yes. I'll go on night drives often, maybe once every 2 weeks. Now just peruse the streets. So before this guy, how close have you come? Not at all. You just drive around? Yeah, well, just try and find. Is anybody interested? No. In your mind thought of a plan? Well, occasionally when you see girls walking down the street.
Okay, maybe he's not gonna say this, but he's gonna think. I don't know if they're hookers or just revealing.
It really is like any camera
I guess.
He says, well, I'm quite inept with women. I'm being honest, I'm no Casanova. But half of me says, I want to take that girl home and make her feel nice. And the other half of me, just like what Ed said, is I want to see what her head looks like on a stick.
Bro, this guy only has like, okay, well, no, it's not like not superficial. How is it said? Not I mean similar to Normie. I mean, I think I didn't remember this name, but I remember this quote from fucking American Psycho.
Brian is describing a mindset that's detestable, yet he delivers it with a smile and a laugh. His obvious excitement in describing both his mindset and the murder raises questions about his psychological history. As well, another internet search Brian made reveals that he may have considered other sickening plans.
Unabomber, okay. Yeah, of course.
As he searched for how do people react to a home invasion. However grisly Brian's sense of humor might seem, it's again worth noting that it's a trait his friends are familiar with. One of Brian's friends, Patrick Rahor, spoke with police.
Our whole friend group was like really weird. We were like all the we're just a group of people like didn't really fit anywhere else, and ended up like finding each other at different points throughout school. We were just all kind of weird together, and so like the off-owner stuff and like anything that like seemed weird, I just kind of like took for Brian being Brian and just kind of tried to accept it.
However, even his friend must admit that Brian was different.
Our friend group would joke about if
I
there
love-
was one of us that would like.
Oh, hey, I don't know if I didn't read. Did I? I don't know if I saw the I love Ewu, but hey, welcome. This one in specific interests me. I don't know if there's many more of this where it's like people online that committed the crimes. This guy is probably you know, it sounds weird, but my favorite case because it's like it's something I'm so familiar with. I mean, I guess since yeah, it has to do with online spaces. Yeah, 5 times. Damn. Yeah, well, I find it like very interesting when it has to do with a world we kind of have to do, you know. I mean, I didn't search up forensics and all that shit he searched for, but you know, he had a Reddit account. I checked that out, and dude, someone sent me a screenshot. Apparently, he messaged someone on Discord about it, and he had a Tomoko PFP, Tomoko Kuroki, the girl from my PFP right here on Twitch. And someone sent it to me, and I said, you know, I gotta finish this video. And I set it to watch it during the Farlands, and it's like, of course I don't relate to this guy, but I mean he literally showed the feel of like Asperger. I mean a psychopathic Asperger, but I mean it's just it's been interesting so far.
Would be him, but it was like meant as a joke and only as a joke. I don't think anyone actually thought that something like that would or could happen.
If his friends thought this, was there a
Dude,
chance
it's
that
so funny that they include in the video the comic strip of the motherfucker eating the goth girl. That was so random. I didn't expect it.
Tell me about Brian. Do you have any kind of medical issues or disabilities? You were told he had ADHD. On ADHD. I think it's kind of started to offer a weekend. Instead of school, he started exhibiting antisocial behavior, taking things to get kids riled up. And then through the high school, he did okay in ninth grade, 10th grade, he got in a lot of trouble, a lot of behavior issues. 11th grade, we had a big meeting, and they said, from Mark 5, to come and some testing for ADHD.
By the way, Sav, are you still here? This might be a weird thing to say. This might be a weird thing to say, and also coincidentally, I was searching about the guy I'm gonna say. But tell me if you're here because I have something to say. It's somewhat strange about this case. They've been quiet for several days, so hi, Reese. Yo, by the way, Kurt JMac just reached the 8 pixel inter-year point or whatever, which is the year you can see. Well, not in the boat, but if I get off the boat, you see the little lag. He got to the last one, which is at 8 million something, which is like 67%, two-thirds of his journey. So he has like another 6 years ahead, probably. Wait, did I? Wait, huh? Never mind, sorry, I got confused. Okay, I thought you liked Kurt JMac. Or wait, no, I think you said tinfoil chef. I don't know, they're both like old to me. Yeah, that guy. Okay, well, that's a different one then. I only know him because he did start a journey. Okay, I'm gonna keep watching this. Have you seen this video, Reese?
Yes, he's autistic. Yes, he says, and there's some indications that he should get further tested.
I'm literally, bro.
Because
Dude, okay. Besides the murders intent, it's literally the most like relatable case I could say. And the funniest thing, I started the bid I didn't continue it because I ended my journey for the day. Yeah. Wait, was it you who sent it? I don't remember if it was you or someone else. But yeah, someone sent me a screenshot from it. I don't know, but it reminded me of you. Well, someone sent it to me. Okay, it wasn't you, but someone did. And I was just like, "Are you serious?" I didn't finish the video. I thought the only thing he had, like, you know, from the internet put on the video was the Reddit account, which I did check out. But the fact that he had a Tomoko PFP on Discord, it's just the cherry on top. I mean, I, I know it's wrong to say, but of course I cannot relate to the guy.
And I asked about and called
The scariest thing is he will have gotten away with it if he didn't keep the head and hands in his bedroom. I mean, I don't know what I don't know what else would he have done if he didn't get caught at the first time. I mean, it will, as one of her ex friends said, or one of his ex friends said, she said that she thought that if he killed someone, it will be like multiple, like, I don't know, shoot up a store. But no, this guy is definitely going for the dissecting, fucking knifing. So I mean, maybe he will have gotten one or two more victims.
good. He graduated high school. He worked at Safeway. And he's been working there for a year and a half. And he said he's not taking his medication. Or is he on medication now? He's on ADHD medicine.
By the way, what is ADHD medicine? Because earlier today I also saw he will have only killed. I wanna emphasize the only, like, or only homeless people. Just homeless people or strippers. Oh, strippers good. Never mind. No, I'm joking. But yeah, that's bull tip. Okay. I was gonna say something. I forgot. Wait, was it about this? Oh no, I was gonna ask. Today I also saw the video from Turkey Tom about Tumad, and Tumad was doing. He had ADHD medicine as well, and it was what was it called? Adderall. I wonder if is ADHD medicine just Adderall? Is it the same for autistic? Am I supposed to be getting Abby? That's what I'm asking.
Part-time job, and he takes search on campsite inside.
Oh, he also was depressed.
And to the best of your knowledge, is he actually taking them? Like, do you watch him take them? I don't watch him take them, but I have to watch that. Right, take medicine, and he says, I know, I am. And as I looked at his still container, I mean, it's going, you know, seems to be going down. About, I'm thinking, 3 years ago.
Adderall just makes you super focused. Dude, I don't think I wanna do those drugs that fuck you up, like, I don't know, cocaine, heroin, whatever. But Adderall sounds epic, bro. I want to get my hands on that. I mean, not anytime soon. I don't want to run myself anytime soon. But by the time I'm on my late 20s, early 30s, I'm gonna say I'm gonna stay young and sharp on the brain. Start sniffing Adderall. Woohoo! I'm retarded. I don't do drugs based in either.
I don't know. Because if we had him going to counseling, he was going to counseling, and he just thought about it. He just came across his head. It was just, and then I think everybody thinks about it, but I just I remember one of the times when he was really lonely, and that was an issue. You know, we were kind of concerned about that. He made jokes about making nooses or doing that, doing that. But I don't know. I just played it off as normal talk, but I'm like, you know, Brian, we would, you know, I didn't know the depth of the
with this shit. Yeah, funny enough, the two math video at the start he only did the other roll and with a lot of with. With is probably not awful. I mean, compared to the other options, but I will do it. Yeah, I don't think I will really ever try it. I mean, I don't know about ever, but definitely not if I want to be a productive member of society, which I'm not. I walk into the farmlands, but
he's obviously very sick. You notice weird things about him. Some days he gets cold. Just he looks at me and he has this cold look in his face.
it isn't that bad, but it smells like shit. I've heard it does. I think I've smelled it before. I'm not entirely sure. But I mean, the smell shouldn't be. I don't think it will put me off. But yeah, it's probably nice. But if I do it, I'm definitely not. I'm definitely not becoming, as I said, a productive member of society. Also, my tolerance to oil is too high, so I don't like it. Wait, so what do you mean tolerance? If your tolerance is too high, that means you can take a lot, so you won't mind it. You won't mind the smell if your tolerance is too high. Or am I getting it reversed? Am I misunderstanding? Anyways, I mean, pause.
Just like he's been so far, Brian makes no qualms about admitting his battles with mental health.
You think you have a major depressive disorder? I'm just curious what those are.
Actually, I have several. I have high-functioning Asperger's.
I have that.
I have ADHD.
But by the way, I thought they were not to take a lot. Oh, I see. By the way, I didn't know autism or Asperger's. I didn't know you can have both autism and ADHD. I don't know why I thought they were exclusive or something. I mean, that's gotta be. You know, one is already a bit odd. Imagine both. But yeah, I don't know if I have ADHD. I'm gonna guess not.
Major depressive disorder.
I don't think I have that either. I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna
Major depressive disorder, you want to make that last one?
Yeah, I know what they are. I was sure.
asking the professionals if they know what it is. I was gonna say also, yeah, I don't know, between those three, questionable, but I definitely don't have any, I don't know, antisocial personality disorder. Well, any personality disorder at all, I'd say.
Curious, yeah, what the exact diagnosis was, and who diagnosed them?
They tested me for.
I know a guy who has Asperger's. Is he like turbo artist? Like, I mean, as of maths. Oh, he's a foreign. Well, that's turbo artist, I guess. Yeah, my brother is also Asperger's. He's also foreign. Damn it! Why didn't I get the be good at the math kind of autism? I got the be good at Minecraft type. Very good. Awfully good. Format master.
Yep.
And they also said I was something. That doesn't mean it's.
Hey, I think he's talking about. Oh my god! Sorry, that was my Windows. I think he's talking about schizoaffective. I actually don't know what it is, but I think it's not. Not a schizophrenia.
They just said you have you're schizo something, whether that be schizophrenia, schizoaffective,
Or a disorder.
They said I had something.
I don't know what schizotype
The
is.
detectives are once again trying to delve into Brian's psychology, attempting to prove that he knew right from wrong at the time of the murder. His search history adds another layer to his story as he looked up extreme paranoia, schizoid and paranoid personality disorder, and avoidant personality.
I've never formally diagnosed his name.
I was in my head so much to kill myself. W.
I don't know. Impossible to tell. Self-diagnosing is foolish.
Yeah, but do you know, schizophrenia is pretty clear because people recognize they have a different personality in there.
I don't have any hallucinations. I had delusions, I guess.
Okay.
Like years ago, I thought I was obsessed with people staring at me. Okay. I felt people watching me from every window. The birds were looking at me, watching me.
Okay.
The birds.
That was a delusion. That was a delusion.
Right. But you don't have times where you feel like another personality is in your body?
No,
you remember all this.
That's dissociative identity disorder.
Right.
Schizophrenia is.
Well, you have multiple people talking to you at the same time, kind of a thing.
No one was talking.
There's a very good reason they're
Bro,
asking
it's not
these
Elliot
questions.
Alderson.
Because Brian said he has some kind of
Literally.
schizo-diagnosis. They're trying to determine if he committed the crime under some kind of command hallucination, which may mean he could be deemed not guilty by reason of insanity. However, Brian denies having voices in his head. As well, his search history goes far in showing exactly what he was thinking about in the lead-up.
Wait. How to go to Baghdad? I don't know where's that, but it sounds like India. Now you're gonna tell me to kill mine. So why do you have to go there? When it's a city in Iraq. Are you giving a reference? Does it have to do with the war? I'll sing. Ah. So why do you have to go there? I don't know if you're making a reference or
To the murder. One day before and again on the day of the murder, Brian pulled up
I see.
Wikipedia articles for several notorious killers, including James Dale Ritchie, Joseph Christopher, and Andrea Yates. In the month leading up to the murder, he also looked up topics such as how do people react to being held at knife point, how deadly is a neck stab wound, and he read an article about the killing of a homeless man in Baton Rouge.
What do you think happened to your car? Well, I figured my mother would have confronted me about it, but no, she didn't even say it. Do you know who the person was that you killed? No. I took his wallet. I didn't look at it. I just picked it up, briefly scanned over it, and put it in my car. Apparently, it was Warren. My mom told me this before she found out that the missing person was Warren Brown, born in '63.
Brian doesn't seem particularly interested in knowing more about his victim, and the detectives turn Brian back to the subject of the evidence.
So, we talked about the stuff there we're going to look for. Mom's off in the sink, apparently.
Need to take.
Where my dad found it in the glove box. I don't know where it is.
What is a knife look like that you found in the
You know when you buy like a 10-piece knife set, they just one in there? I think when we moved Terry to the daycare, we probably bought all new kitchens, and I think he just took it out of the kitchen. Because we found it in his car before. Brian, you don't need this. That I do. I don't trust anybody.
And they bought it for him.
I cleaned it. All his belongings, except for his wallet, are right here. Ted was being crap in the house.
I'm half deaf. I mean, you're hearing me right now.
You know the movie Halloween, Michael Myers? You were one of those, and for Halloween
Thunder.
last year, I bought that as a costume on the mask in my room. Okay. And,
I'm gonna reload to see if creepers are spawned.
that piece of that article of clothing with Mylan. That's what I was wearing it that night. Yes.
As horrifying
I
as
have
all
yet
of this is,
600.
nothing they've heard so far can prepare investigators for the rest of the seismic revelations to come. First, however, detectives have a simple question for the killer sitting before them.
Have you ever done it before? No.
Okay. You gotta ask, right?
Yeah.
How about animals? Can you practice on anything?
Yes.
Pretty big step.
Tell us about that.
This was 2018 Halloween. A stray black cat has been coming around our house. This was before I moved into my home. This was at my dad's. And I was thinking about killing it.
The video is redacted in this part, but the transcript from the sheriff's office says that Brian told detectives that he herded the cat into a sleeping bag and beat it, strangled it, and snapped its neck.
He didn't have enough
He
with
then decapitated
animals.
the cat, hid the body in a shoebox, and hid the head in a wine cork box. It seems clear that Brian
That's
has a
gross.
sick interest in decapitation.
Uh-oh.
There are chilling parallels between what he did to the cat and to Warren, including decapitation and keeping the heads in boxes. Both times he preyed on those he knew were vulnerable and that he believed no one would notice.
Then
Not
I
believe.
exposed through the trash
Well, what's wrong?
and got away with it.
Oh, okay, nothing. You just living. Right, see ya.
This guy, or I kept it for 3 days. Then it started to stink.
Sorry, you got the 3 days and it stinks.
I'm be reaching 20% soon.
After a day to 3 days.
Yeah.
The story that Brian might have killed a cat is actually a widespread rumor in Grand Junction.
Did you ever hear about Brian, either from him or anybody else, about him killing a cat?
Yes, I remember hearing about it, but it also just sounded like made up rumors, so I didn't really like think anything about it.
How did they know about it? Did he just tell everyone he did that?
You ever talk to him directly about it? Like ask him if it was true?
I don't really remember.
Do you ever remember him saying, yes, I did that, or no, I didn't, anything like that? Okay. But you had heard rumors that possibly it happened, but never really got to the bottom of it?
Patrick is not the only one to hear rumors of this type and ignore them, saying it was some kind of a sick joke.
I know that there was another girl in that class who told me that she lived near him in that neighborhood,
that's
and
close.
that they were always missing cats, and she felt like he was stealing cats in the neighborhood.
And honestly, I don't remember if I found that out through him or through friends, but yeah, I definitely know about the cat.
Did you believe that, or did you think it was just Brian saying something outrageous?
Please follow.
Honestly, I
on this
don't
creeper.
know. I think I believed it, but
Please
then
follow
I didn't
on
want to
any of these.
because I am a big animal lover, and that's just, I didn't want to see my friend in that kind of light. I remember my friends just talking about how messed up it was, and my
Come on,
friend
I'm
Sean
next
said
to
that
a lot
he
of
knew
creepers.
the person whose cat it was, and he was super upset because the cat was like super friendly or whatever. But I don't think I ever
No,
heard
it's
it
gonna
from
end.
Brian himself.
In a redacted portion of the interrogation video, Brian admits to finding a dead groundhog by the side of the road, which he skinned and attempted to make leather out of approximately a year before the murder.
It sounds like you killed a cat.
Well, actually, I was thinking of killing people during the cat, but I wasn't acting on it. But I started seriously thinking about killing people a year ago.
How about when you were 12? Did you think about killing?
No.
So what in your life has changed, or what in your mind has changed to make you? Was it like something all of a sudden one day you woke up and thought I'll kill someone, or was it gradual?
It was gradual, I think.
Can you tell me about when those thoughts first came out?
Well, in high school,
The interrogation is again redacted here, but Brian says, quote, "Call me weird, but I think everyone has had thoughts of shooting up their school. I suppose I just don't really like people."
But he wanted to read really bizarre things and things that we didn't have in the library. I remember he actually checked out a book about Son of Sam, and then the next quarter he wanted to read about the Columbine shootings. He was very obsessed with just that kind of darker stuff.
I mentioned a writing assignment. I can't remember anything specific just because it's been so long, but it does seem like there was at some point something you wrote, an idea about Columbine or something like that. And I can't remember really the specifics.
Okay.
It's more of a sense that you had an unhealthy fascination with school shootings.
Back in the interrogation, Brian tells the detectives that this isn't the first time his family has found something unsettling in his room.
last year, my parents found a
Wait, creeper behind me?
It had hammers, shovels, knives, large zip ties, duct tape, saw. I wasn't meant for hurting people. They found it though, and I convinced them it was for other methods, for other things. And it was an ultimatum where if I didn't throw it away, all that, they would call the police. And then I would have been arrested on charges of conspiracy. That was last year, before Halloween.
So what made you put that kit together?
That was for a night like that.
So back then you were thinking about doing that?
Yes. That was $100 to write.
In an interview, Brian's high school teacher recalls that his parents didn't seem overly interested in his disturbing behavior.
We weren't obviously the only class that was having issues with him, and I remember said that they had met with mom, and she kind of, I think they said, like, didn't really understand, like, what kind of, like, what's the big deal sort of thing, like, she wasn't really, like, that was as serious or wanted to get ahead of it. It sounded like they didn't get anywhere with Terry from what I remember.
Indeed, a friend of Brian's mom notes that Terry felt that school authorities were unfairly singling out her son.
Terry had like a binder, I remember, of information that she had conflicts with District 51.
Okay.
I know growing up as a kid, he was really teased in school, that they would call him like four-eyed, geek, loser, dork, all that stuff.
But the detectives in the interrogation room are more interested about his murderous intentions in the preceding months.
I'm really curious, when you talked about the hammer and the shovels and the knives and like the zip ties, I mean, what was kind of your plan then? That's a little bit different than you did this time.
Oh, yeah.
So what was the plan back then?
The plan was to go find, because there's no prostitutes in Grand Junction. Have you ever had any sex crimes?
Yeah. There's not prostitutes like 5 of them standing along the side of the road. There's prostitutes in Grand Junction.
Yeah, the plan was to go with one of them, and have them come with me, and then the plan was to subdue them and tie them up, and then torture her.
So what made you not go back to the same plan and get, you know, if you kind of...
By the way, I just realized not only what will his head look like on a stick is not only like, yeah, the one used in American Psycho, but he was specifically looking for homeless people and prostitutes. I just realized that. I mean, it's not because of the movie specifically, but I guess, are they really the only people that are vulnerable? I don't know. It's hard to think
that as
about.
a plan.
Would I have been caught?
Well, I don't know. My point is, if you're plan to not go back to the same plan and get, you know, if you kind of had that as a plan.
Would I have been caught?
Well, I don't know. My point is, if your folks, your mom found your stuff, right?
Yes.
And got rid of it. Why didn't you go back to that plan? Why change plan?
Too much risky. First time in a row, they'll be like, okay, that's really suspicious, but okay, we forgive you, don't do it again. Okay. Second time in a row, we're calling the police on you. I didn't want to do that again.
You know,
there's not prostitutes to go with one of them and have them come with me. And then the plan was to subdue them and tie them up and then torture her.
So what made you not go back to the same plan and get, you know, if you kind of had that as a plan.
Would I have been caught?
Well, I don't know. My point is, if your folks, your mom found your stuff, right?
Yes.
And got rid of it. Why didn't you go back to that plan? Why change plan?
Too much risky. First time in a row, they'll be like, okay, that's really suspicious, but okay, we forgive you, don't do it again. Okay. Second time in a row, we're calling the police on you. I didn't want to do that again.
Okay, fair enough. And so they didn't call the police?
No, because they gave me an ultimatum, have them throw it all away, or call the police. So I threw it all away.
Detective Norcross does an excellent job showing great interest in Brian's kids and his previous plans, all of which encourages the suspect to keep talking and helps build a strong case against him. At this point, the video is redacted, but according to the transcript, the detectives ask Brian if he ever expressed any of his dark thoughts to his parents. He tells them yes, but only disguised as jokes. For instance, he once said, quote, "Wouldn't it be funny if you sold a lipstick with mercury on it to those beauty pageant queens, and they got poisoned because of their pride?" Brian was making these kinds of comments while in high school, as his teacher shares.
And then he would just say some bizarre things, like to get a rise out of class, kind of to try and get attention on him, just say a racial slur, or, you know, just kind of be loud and obnoxious to try and get attention.
Were those outbursts like pretty random, just in the middle of class, or?
Well, like one was watching a video, I think it's about like Genghis Khan or something, so it's not like, you know, an Asian racial slur. I think it was, oh, he got that, or something.
Okay.
Of course, the matter before investigators today isn't Brian's inappropriate humor, but his actions on the night of the murder, and the revelations from that night are far from over. Brian finally reveals the twisted true story behind his mishap with his car and the river 2 nights ago.
What were you doing down here, bud? Well, I felt like I needed to get out, and I figured, why not park here and just relax a little bit? Relax and think.
As it turns out, Brian's road trip to the Blue Heron boat ramp had absolutely nothing to do with relaxation. He explains to the detectives that after he murdered Warren Barnes, he returned home to try and sleep.
But I was worried that because there was a hole in my bus right here, I was worried that they would be able to obtain a partial print. So I figured, why not go all the way? I drove back in a different outfit, picked up his body, surprisingly heavy, put it in my trunk, and drove to the Blue Heron drop-off station. I parked, so it's like this, right? So let's say this is the ground. The ramp is quite steep, and you need to have four-wheel drive to pull out. Okay. And my car didn't. So I pulled in. I thought that I could drive out. Because I put it in reverse, A, so that it's easier to pull the body out, and B, because the back tires would provide propulsion to push up. Right. And I open the trunk, I take this body out, I put it in the water, and because I don't want fingerprints on a body, so I just try moving it with my shoes. That works successfully. He goes out some part in the river and floats off. Okay. God knows where he is now. Maybe he is dead. Still in. Okay, yeah. God knows where he is now. I think my guess was that it would be discovered this morning or next morning, so keep an eye out for any related activity. Okay. To Mandevil, try it out.
Yeah.
My car didn't come out.
From Blue Heron.
Yeah, from Blue Heron.
Yeah.
My car was stuck. I tried putting it full throttle.
Yeah.
That doesn't work. My car didn't have four-wheel drive. Speaking of me.
Okay.
And so then I tried putting it in low gear. I'm trying everything for this.
Right, right.
And it still doesn't come out. And then it slides into the river.
Oh.
My car slides into the river, the inside. And so I'm there in a car quickly being flooded with water.
Okay.
It's the middle of February.
Oh.
At night.
Yeah.
In the river that's almost freezing.
Yes.
I'm drenched. I almost died. So I'm able to climb out. I don't see the body. So
Really, and like he made the basics to not get caught, and he still like struggled with some things. And I mean, he ended up getting caught because he kept eating his way. But he almost died to drowning in his car.
I'm panicking a bit this one. I'm gonna be like, this is what I'm gonna be remembered for. Dying of hypothermia and a botched attempt at hiding a body. And I'm just like.
Once again, we see Brian in good spirits while sharing what could pass as an amusing anecdote if it were not for the horrifying truth behind what he's describing. His story also shows that he has a preoccupation with how he'll be remembered.
What did you tell your parents? I mean, you obviously, gotta tell them something, the car's in the way.
Yeah. So what I say is, I feel like I need to get out. I often do. I feel like I need to get out in my thoughts. Have you ever felt that?
Absolutely.
So I say that I drive down to the Blue Heron Point and just park and just turn off the car and think. And I tell them I'm stupid and I park too low. And then my car slides in the river.
Okay. Did they believe you?
Yes. And then the police came. I didn't do a breathalyzer test because I wasn't drinking.
Was it the police or the sheriff that
It was the police.
Okay.
In addition to the rest of the damning evidence Brian relays to the detectives, he now reveals that he was not intoxicated on the night of the murder, closing off another potential defense in court.
However, what immediately caught the police's attention is blood from the body was on the reverse bumper. I forgot to wipe it off. And I was so panicked, I wasn't thinking. And so when they pull it out, they immediately see blood on the bumper. And they're all thinking, we really like to get in this trunk. Fools, there is nothing in the trunk.
Okay. And that happened this morning?
No, they noticed it after I'd been sent home at 3 a.m.
Okay.
They noticed the blood, but yeah, this morning they noticed more blood on the door handle, the other door handle, passenger one, and also the multi-weight gloves in the car. I took them out, and obviously my car went murdered before I was able to throw them away.
Sure. So did the cops talk to you guys about that this morning? Did the cops from the police department, did they talk to you about that this morning?
No, I was not contacted.
Oh.
Brian's car was pulled out of the river in the early morning hours of February 28th, and this interrogation takes place the next day.
All they were planning to do with me today is get my insurance information.
Sure.
And they were still curious about the blood.
Did they ask you about that?
No, because they did not notice it while I was still there.
So when you say they were curious about the blood, how do you know that they were curious?
Because my parents told me.
Oh.
They saw the blood too, and they were curious, but I said, I don't know where the blood came from. They thought maybe it was just cuts, but obviously a cut doesn't produce that much blood. And they said maybe it was the recovering abscess under my arm, but that's scabbed up. So they didn't know what to believe this day because it's blood, it's sticky, it's sinewy, but I can't name a source. So they were just a tiny bit curious. Not tiny.
This is another spot of his oddly placed
Sorry, I was
laughter,
searching.
showing that he really enjoys talking about the sick details. However, his position of superiority didn't last long. Police do indeed find more blood in and on the car, confirming Brian's tale.
And I was worried about just how long it would take to find him, because it's a somewhat traveled road, but police have a nose for that type of thing. They're trained to be able to identify the small and close. And obviously that was botched.
The true story of what happened at the boat ramp will come as news to his friend Kylan Light, with whom Brian shared a very different account. First, though, on the very
like the
same night
mock-up
that he dumped
PFP.
Warren's body into the river, Brian messaged a group on Discord, which Kylan was part of. He wrote, "So, I totaled my car. It's in the river."
Wait, I thought this was before 28th of February.
One of his friends replied, "What? You okay?" Brian wrote back, "Yeah, I okay. My car aren't though."
So I said, hey, are you okay? I don't have Discord RN, but I heard the news. And he said, yeah, I'm fine. Almost died, LOL. Sorry for the late response. My phone was off. I said, it's okay. What happened? He said, I was out driving, needed to clear my thoughts, so I parked at the boat ramp, drop off at the river, but my dump parks on the dirt and mud ramp. So when I try and leave, it gets stuck. I don't have my phone on me because it's dead. I try shimmying it, low gearing it, nothing works. Then it slides into the river, me inside. I'm able to get out, drenched in cold water, 1 a.m. I responded, oh my god. He said, it's freezing out in February at night. I know I'll die of hypothermia if I don't act fast, so I make my way onto the road and wait. For a car that takes 5 minutes. I flag him down, and the Samaritans help me by letting me use their phone to call my parents and pick it up in their car. I said, Jesus Christ, dude. He said, they arrived, the police are called, and we collectively decide to wait until tomorrow to tow it out. So in summary, I nearly died and am out of the car. It was towed out this morning, but I'm fine. Sorry for the wall of text. That was my Saturday night.
The Samaritans Brian mentioned are Durwood Piper and his grandson Kellen, who stopped to help him that night. In an interview, Kellen describes Brian's behavior at the boat ramp.
During the encounter, before his family got there, he kept kind of pacing around saying, I'm effed, expletive, and tried to calm down a little bit because I thought he was kind of concerned about his family finding out he crashed his car in the river or something. And I was like, it's going to be okay. It seemed to calm down a little bit, but I just remember it was a little off-putting how he just kept on pacing saying, I'm effed, I'm effed, I'm effed, just over and over and over again. So.
With his attempts to dispose of the body and cover his tracks, Brian is showing clearly that he knows right from wrong. His mindset is further demonstrated by his search history on the day after the murder, when he looked up how to wipe data from Android phone. Does a river wash away evidence? How to dispose of organic refuse? His history also contains numerous searches for information on serial killers, a subject Brian has great interest in.
I read books. I have a book on forensics.
Okay. Did you read the book, the Ted Bundy book?
No, it was on the internet.
Yeah, okay.
Wait, let's
Okay.
see.
Did you read the book, the Ted Bundy book?
No, it was on the internet.
Yeah, okay. All right. And Pete studied him too. So.
Great. Do you know who Ed Gain? No, in California. Yeah. Ed Kemper. Slave one? I know of him. He was one of the places. He was a Goliath. He was 6'9", 300 pounds. So can I ask you a question? Almost all those people did this for some sort of, whether they had the face of the body or with some sexual gratification in their mind. Criminology, there's different types of, I'm not a serial killer by no means. So serial killers, there's different types of them. There's organized, disorganized, missionary. I'm just wondering what gets you excited about doing it? Well, I'm not really sexually attracted to it. Okay. I was just asking.
Brian's statement that he found no attraction to the concept of murder is doubtful given his excitement at the chance to relive the killing by telling the officers every little detail of the crime. Still, the detectives are determined to figure out the why behind Brian's gruesome actions.
So, I'm curious about the cutting him up, taking parts of him home. Have you thought about, it sounds like you've had like Ted Bundy, sex type stuff. Ed Kemper just killed people because you want to kill somebody. It wasn't sex. How about Jeffrey Dahmer?
It wasn't really inspired by it. It was just more,
I'm just trying to think of all the people like
these people can do it, so can I.
Brian's claim that he's not inspired by serial killers is somewhat undermined by that last remark. The following part of the video is redacted, but we know from the transcript that Brian tells the detectives that his nickname in high school was Jeffrey Dahmer. He says he had a reputation that he would become a serial killer.
When we would do different group activities, sometimes we would have like different personas or whatever, and he'd be like, I'll be Jeffrey. I'm like, no, you're not. I do remember that specifically. He was very obsessed with Jeffrey Dahmer, and is it Dylan Klebold, the Columbine shooter, was obsessed with him. I remember.
Okay, enough of this video. I'm not gonna stay another 30 minutes to end it. I'll probably end it tomorrow or off stream. Yeah, let me build this real quick and we'll finish for today. 125,000 blocks, not bad. That's the pace I gotta keep in a couple weeks when I'm done with the first exams. So it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm just curious. I'm gonna search something. Brian Cohen. So how long did he get gear? True life. So yeah, he's staying there forever. Life in prison without parole. Wait, no, this is other people. Oh yeah, life behind bars without a parole. Damn. Anyways. I just wonder if these people can be saved as of not committing to these actions. And you know, it's probably mostly just the it's probably mostly just the family who has a chance to get at them, but imagine you can just find them online and just talk them out, and you know they're weird as fuck. But hey, I got a ping. Oh, it was live. Okay. But yeah, just get to know them and talk them out of it. I mean, they're fucking weird, but it would be kind of cool if they didn't, if they only stayed weird instead of going on their way to kill someone just because they don't value their life. No way. I just did this wrong. Ah, so dumb. I think it's the first time this happens to me. You know, I say I'm not gonna look at it. I probably got it right. But I didn't. There we go. Alright. So, last thing, we're gonna set up some furnaces. And I'll probably, yeah, I'll just lay back for a bit. Oh wait, I gotta do it like this. Okay. 10 hours in 11. Not that bad. Wait, I forgot. I paused. Oh. Okay, there we go. Anyways, now, well, oh, I'm gonna make it this set. And goodbye leaves. And alright. Good night, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.